we present the only actor to ever hitch a wagon to himself to make himself a star. That Mickey Rooney of yesterday, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we start, I want to thank you for the many kind letters and wires that came in last week after our first program. It's certainly nice to have you welcome our little gypsy guild back on the air. You've made us all very happy. We are happy, aren't we, everybody?
No!
Yes, you've made us all very...
I'm not happy, Fred.
Who said that?
I did. Jimmy Wallington.
Now, why aren't you happy?
Well, do you remember last Wednesday as the show started?
Yeah?
I stepped down to introduce myself.
Yeah?
And you cut right in and started the overture.
No, I
didn't like that at all. I didn't think it was nice of you a bit.
I didn't start the music, Jimmy. It was Al Goodman in that cheap tuxedo he had on last week. Al began perspiring. The tuxedo coat started shrinking. Al's right sleeve closed in, his arm flew up, and the band started playing. I couldn't help it.
Well, it ruined my reception.
Well, no wonder you're not happy. We'll make it up to you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have an old, used reception for Jimmy Wallington? Could we just... Thank you. As of last week, there you are, James. Now, are you happy?
Oh, you bet. I'll be right home, Ma.
He won't either. He's portraying a part there. Now that we're... Now that we're all happy...
Happy, he says.
Who was that?
Me, Al Goodman.
Well, what are you unhappy about?
Last week you talked so long at the end of the show I had to cut my last number.
You mean when you played We're in the Money, you shortchanged us?
Yeah, I had 2 bars of music left over.
Gad.
Now I know how Schubert felt with his unfinished symphony.
And Blossom Time, too, you could... Well, no wonder you're unhappy, Al. We'll fix that right away. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Al Goodman will now give you the music he had left over from last week. Carry on, Mr. Goodman.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's different. That makes last week's mediocre show a sensation, Al. Now that'll be on the hit parade, just that much of it, too. But if anybody can pucker up quick enough to whistle it later on when it catches on. Well, now everybody's happy.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Portland. I hope you're happy about last week's program.
Yes, what do I care what people say?
Portland, didn't you read any of the reviews? Winchell, PM, Alton Cook, Ben Groves?
No, I was so happy I wasn't taking any chances.
No kidding. Well, fine. Did your mother hear the show?
Oh, Mama couldn't miss it. She made plans.
How do you mean?
When you went off the air last June, Mama left the same station tuned in all summer. She just sat there and waited for you to come on again.
She was tuned into the station we were on last year and heard this program last Wednesday night?
Yes. Mama said when you started joking about Ida and your 5 daughters... she just about died.
Well, I suppose... That about comes under the heading of ad-libbing, doesn't it? I suppose when I sang I love to spend this hour with you, your mother ran amok.
Oh, I'll say. Mama put in her teeth just to whistle.
She did? Well, it was certainly nice of your mother to get out her smirking crockery just for that.
Oh, Mr. Allen.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me, Portland. What is it, Kenny?
I want to apologize for last week.
Apologize for what?
For all the laughs I got on the program.
Well, you don't have to apologize.
Go ahead, hit me. I deserve it. I'm a bad boy.
Why should I hit you?
That's what they used to do on the Jell-O program.
The comedian on that program...
Once I got 5 laughs, and he beat my brains out.
Well, why didn't you beat his brains out?
Somebody beat me to it.
Well, that seems to be the consensus. Well, you don't have to worry about provoking mirth on this program, Kenny.
But I'm supposed to be a singer, and last week I got all the laughs.
Well, no, you didn't. I got a lot of laughs.
Oh, you're just saying that to make me feel good.
No, I'm not. I got plenty of laughs last week.
Honor bright?
Honor bright.
Hope to die?
Well, not too often in this...
Well, all right. I don't feel so bad about it now.
Well, fine. Let's just forget the whole thing.
I'll just stick to my singing.
Yes.
If I keep getting all the laughs and singing, too, one of us will have to go, won't one?
Yes. One will.
It won't be you, will it?
No, Kenny, it won't be I.
I get it.
Now, look, Kenny, this program is a happy little family. On our show, no one person is responsible for a laugh.
No?
No, of course not. Now, I'll show you how a laugh works out. Listen.
Yes, sir.
Well, first, there are the gag writers who steal the joke. That's first. Then there is the publicity man, Fizdale, who lets the public know a week in advance through all the papers that the joke is coming. Then the joke is finally told on the program. Jimmy Wallington signals the audience that a joke has been committed. The cast runs up and down the stage making faces. The drummer stands up and drops his trousers, and the laugh follows.
Gosh.
So you see, Kenny... hardly worth waiting for a line like that. So you see, Kenny, you don't have to worry. Last week, you were but a cog in the machinery of mirth. Now, is that clear?
Yes, it's like that old saying. It shouldn't happen to a cog.
Yes, you're perfectly... Now, excuse me, Kenny. Come in.
Telegram for Mr. Allen.
Oh, thank you. Here's a nickel for you.
No, thanks. I'm an eccentric millionaire.
Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize you, J.P.
Here's a nickel for you.
Oh, thank you. Say, look, everybody, it's a wire from our sponsor.
Well, what does he say, Fred?
Let me see here. I heard your program last night. Where was the Texaco theme song? I'm listening again tonight. Get it? Gosh, I've got to get a theme song, Jimmy. Where can I get a Texaco theme song in a hurry?
Let's see.
If 2 songwriters don't come through that door, this isn't radio. Come in.
We're 2 songwriters.
This is radio. And I'll wager that you boys have a Texaco theme song with you.
You are positively psychic, brother. Get a load of this. A 1, a 2. There are miles you ride by bicycle. By bicycle, there are miles you ski in snow. In the snow. There are miles you hop along on pogo sticks. While you're bouncing to and fro. There are miles you walk for a pack of camels. There are miles you skate on ice like glass. I'll take it. But the miles that fill you most with a gladness are the miles using Texaco gas. Fill up your tank.
That little guy has been singing through a Venetian blind. His voice is not only flat, it only comes at you so long. And well, that's done it. Say, Kenny, while we're waiting to scrape that song off the acoustics, would you sing something to sort of clear the atmosphere up?
Okay, how about my Lindy Lou?
Well, if it's all right with her, it's all right with me. thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a surprise guest. A man who plans a startling exhibit at the coming New York Automobile Show. I'll give you then Mr. Dinwiddie Throb, inventor of the soil-proof windshield. Now, Mr. Throb, just how did you work out this soil-proof windshield?
Well, first, I made a thorough survey of windshields in general.
Yeah?
I found that the average windshield is dirty only on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Well, therefore, in developing my windshield, I put the outside on the inside.
Really?
Eureka, I had it.
Well, it is semi-amazing, but I don't get it.
Well, it's very simple. You see, the outside, which normally gets dirty, is now on the inside, so it stays clean, and the inside, which stays clean, is now on the outside, so it doesn't get dirty. Look for me at the auto show, Mr. Allen.
Well, why should I go down cellar just for that? I'll look for you, Mr. Throb, but I doubt if I'll find you. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Portland?
There's a lady here. She says it's very important.
Well, bring her over. It's probably an old fan that's winded.
Mr. Allen will see you, miss.
Thank you, Cherub.
Well, I'm very busy, madam. There is something you want?
Yes, Mr. Allen. Will you donate 1 minute to humanity?
1 minute?
Yes. May I use your microphone for just 60 seconds?
Well, why pick on my program?
I've tried all the others. We the People, the Goodwill Court, Hobby Lobby.
And?
It's the same old story. They offer me money, automobiles, and advice, but they won't give me time.
You can't get a minute?
Even Bulova has turned me down. I must have 60 seconds.
At my microphone here?
Yes. I have a message for the world. It is urgent.
Who are you?
I am Madame Lazonga.
I'll be happy to announce you. Stand by, world. You are about to hear an important message comes to you from Madame Lazonga. Madame Lazonga.
The 7th lesson is ready.
That is all a conjunction. An old butt fell out of the script. That is all, madam.
Yes, thank you. I am off.
Well, you've got plenty of company around here. Portland, lock that door, will you? I've got to get on with our guest.
Ooh, is it anybody we know?
Why, certainly is. Who is the most popular comic strip character current in the newspapers today?
I give up.
It's Superman.
You mean our guest tonight is Superman?
No, not Superman. Our guest is the man who, we put a traffic cop there so you can get back and forth easier. Our guest is the man who originated Superman, Portland. He has written all of Superman's exploits since this idol of millions made his first public appearance. He's Mr. Jerry Siegel. Good evening, Mr. Siegel.
Good evening, Fred.
So you are the man behind Superman, Mr. Siegel.
No, I'm just one of the men, Fred.
Yeah?
I write the situations and the dialogue, and the strip is drawn by my collaborator, Joe Shuster.
Well, you seem rather young to be the instigator of this highly successful feature, Mr. Siegel. How old are you?
25.
And how long have you and Mr. Schuster been working on your high-voltage Robin Hood?
We started about 8 years ago, but Superman has been in print only the past 2 years.
Well, what caused the delay? Cirrhosis of the batteries?
No, Fred. It took us 6 years to sell Superman. He was turned down by almost every comic editor in the country.
Well, they laughed at Fulton with his steamboat, you know. I guess around your hometown, Superman was known as Siegel's Folly. Tell me, where and when did your strip first appear?
In May 1938, Superman came out in a magazine called Action Comics.
Was he well received?
The strip attracted so much attention that the publishers decided to give Superman his own magazine.
And then his popularity increased by leaps and bounds.
Yes, Fred. Today, Superman is in 218 newspapers, reaching 20 million people. He's in magazines, on the radio, and now he is going to appear in Paramount shorts.
Well, who is Superman really supposed to be, Mr. Siegel? He isn't just old Frank Merriwell with a dynamo in his union suit, is he?
No, Fred. Superman is a super being who came from the planet Krypton. He uses his tremendous powers to fight evil and injustice.
Well, he can do about anything, can't he?
Mm-hmm. Superman can run faster than a bullet travels. He can lift an ocean liner out of the water. Why, he can even stop a train with his bare hands.
Can he open a Pullman window?
Easily.
What a man. Well, I noticed that Superman is always benefiting humanity.
Yes, Fred. He saves people from floods, stops wars, and he's always breaking up crime rings.
Well, fortunately, Superman only exists in your imagination, Mr. Siegel. If he stamped out all of our crime, J. Edgar Hoover would be reduced to playing bits on Gangbusters. Now, how far ahead do you have to write your strips?
I usually keep 3 months in advance.
Oh, you're so afraid of your syndicated Frankenstein?
No, it's Mr. Ellsworth, the editor, and my wife. They get after me.
Why don't you sick Superman on them? It must be a wonderful feeling, Mr. Siegel. 20 million people waiting with bated breath to see if Superman is going to pull up the Holland Tunnel and blow the perisphere through it for a spitball. You are the only man in America who really knows what's going to happen.
I don't feel any different, Fred.
Oh. You're just being modest, Mr. Siegel. After all, you dominate a muscular marvel with a dual personality. When Superman isn't Superman, he's disguised as a reporter, isn't he?
Yes, he's Clark Kent, a meek little chap with glasses.
When Clark has to perform a miracle, he switches to that Superman harness, huh?
That's right. He wears athletic tights and a long cloak.
Well, what I can't figure out is this, Mr. Siegel. Now, how does he change his clothes so fast?
Well, after all, he's Superman, Fred.
I wouldn't care if he was Gypsy Rose Weinstein. Nobody can get into that long underwear ensemble in less than 5 minutes. Now, how does Superman do it?
Well, confidentially, Fred, he wears his outfit under his business suit.
Oh, when he's Clark Kent, he has those streamlined balbriggans on underneath, huh?
Right, he's always ready for action.
Well, if he wears woolen underwear all the year round, he sure gets action. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Siegel. I've certainly enjoyed this opportunity to get the lowdown on Superman.
It's always a pleasure to talk about my protege, Fred.
You know, confidentially, if your Jumbo Peter Pan can use a part-time job, I'm going to have a little chore coming up around here about the first of the year. Superman is good at lifting things, isn't he?
Yes, Fred. You want him to pick up something?
My option.
Well, I'm afraid that's the one thing that even Superman can't do.
I get it.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Jerry Siegel. Say, what's this paper all over the floor? Kenny, did you tear up this driver's license here?
Yep, I'm through driving here in New York.
What's the matter? The finance people get your car?
No, it's those hand signals. Gosh, out in California, I never put out my hand when I was driving, unless I wanted to know if it was raining.
Oh, but here in New York?
I made a turn this morning without sticking out my hand, and you should have heard what a truck driver said.
What did he say?
It wasn't hello.
Or any part of it? Well, I can see. I can see you need some instructions in the hand signal code here, as we know it here in the East, Kenny. Now, I'll give you a quick digest.
Gee, thanks.
Now, the first signal you want to remember is the banana beckon.
The banana beckon?
The banana beckon, well known here in the East. In this signal, the hand is extended laterally with the fingers drooping down like bananas, only not yellow, unless the driver has jaundice, of course.
Well, what does that signal mean, Mr. Allen?
This signal, left turn, also right turn, stop, or back up.
So isn't there any signal that just means turn?
Well, that depends on where the driver's going to turn, Kenny. In one of the most important signals, he doesn't use his hands at all. The driver just uses his head.
Uses his head?
That's when he's going to turn into a Texaco dealer station. Am I right, Jimmy?
Absolutely correct, Fred. Motorists really enjoy meeting Texaco dealers. And that's because this is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. Now, this little session is entirely unrehearsed. Something wrong, Fred?
I was trying to blow. I thought I had bubble gum, and I was trying to, but it wasn't bubble gum. Well, I think it's an old piece of glue. I just thought of whoa, and my mouth snapped shut. Well, this is the question of the week, Jimmy. Thank you. And the forum is all assembled here. You don't mind me.
That was quick. You know,
we're a little short.
But fast. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, you can go ahead and talk, and I'll talk over here. It isn't sanitary, 2 people using the same mic, you know. But our forum is officially open for the question of the week. Portland, if you'll kindly introduce our first guest.
Yes, Mr. Charles Ernest Wichtendale from the Bronx, New York.
Well, you sure you got the name? Thank you. Mr. Wichtendale, is that correct?
That's quite correct.
May I ask your profession, what you do in the Bronx, please?
I'm a laundry route salesman.
A laundry route salesman?
That's correct.
Were these your customers applauding? You didn't bring 3 or 4 customers down in the truck tonight, did you? Well, what laundry do you work for up in
the Fox Square Laundry Company.
Fox Square? Is that in the Bronx?
Yes, sir.
I said, do you have a slogan with your company?
Yes.
Does your company have a slogan? Most of them do. There's one up home has a slogan, a wet wash company. Why kill your wife? Let us do your dirty work. Does your company have a slogan, Mr. Wichtendale?
Our slogan is, we wash everything but the baby.
You wash everything? Hey, it's just as well if somebody accidentally left a baby in a laundry bag and you starched it and sent it back, and the people discovered they had a little stiff in the family at that age. Well, all right. Thank you, Mr. Wichtendale. And now, Portland?
Mrs. Josephine Robinson from Jackson Heights, Long Island.
Well, good evening. Thank you. That's Maya LaGuardia. I guess she hasn't gone home yet. Mrs. Robinson, you live in Jackson Heights, do you?
Yes, I do, Mr. Rollins.
You work over there?
No, I'm a housekeeper.
Oh, a housekeeper? Well, that's sort of, you're in the same business that Mr. Wichtendale is in a remote way, or doing flat work over there. But how are things over in Jackson Heights?
Well, very nice, Mr. Rollins.
They are? Well, I'm certainly pleased to hear that. Well, as you drive out there on Roosevelt Avenue, Jackson Heights reminds me always of Neon and Neighbors. That's all you can see on the way out. Well, thanks a lot, Mrs. Robinson. It's very nice. It's building up. Over there quite a lot. They tell me they're so short on mice that many of the mice are winded running from house to house.
Mr. Bill Mullen from Old Orchard Beach, Maine.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mullen.
Hello, Fred.
Don't tell me you brought your fans down from Old Orchard Beach, Maine, too. Well, what are you down here for? Trying to get the main exhibit back from the World's Fair people?
Not quite, Fred. Just down enjoying the fair and going to the automobile show Saturday.
You can see the fair from here, really? You're enjoying it? Well, excuse me, Mr. Mullen, we're a little pressed for time, and I've got to carry on here. But that brings us to, if my head falls down, it will be a weight on my mind. Just lift it up and I'll carry on. Well, that brings us to our question, and since controversial matters are denied our little catch-as-catch-can board here, we turn to the harmless subject of matrimony. An authority on the subject recently stated that most rifts in the marital lutes can be traced to the husband. This authority said that after marriage, many wives find that their husbands neglect the numerous attentions that were indulged in during the courtship. Flowers, candy, theater tickets are conspicuous by their absence. As husbands, order in the board, please. As husbands abandon these byproducts of romance. And so our question tonight is, do you think a husband should continue to court his wife after marriage? Now, Mr. Wichtendahl, let us speak as man to man. Do you think the husband should continue to pay those little attentions and carry on with the little niceties after marriage?
I do, sir.
You do?
Yes.
You often show up, come in on the laundry truck at night with a bag of jelly beans. Something for the missus?
Yes, sir.
You do? Are you happily married?
Very happily.
Who does your laundry? Well, congratulations, Mr. Wichtendahl. And now, Mrs. Robinson, what do you think about? This man is distracting me. Go away. There's so much of him, he can distract you from all angles. But what do you think of the question? Do you think the husband should remain as attentive and shower the wife with gifts in later life?
I certainly think he should, Mr. Allen. I think it helps for a continued married life.
Mm-hmm.
A happily married life.
Well, how long have you been married, may I ask?
23 years.
20. Are you happily married?
I am.
See, you can get applauded for anything on the radio. All right, Mr. Mullen, are you married?
No, Fred, I'm not.
Well, then you're not very well qualified to cope with the question, are you?
No, sir.
Are you courting, are you?
No, but I'm willing.
Well, that brings our little forum to a close. I would say. I feel that we've accomplished practically nothing, and thank you all for your kind cooperation. You are now Kenny Baker.
Yes, Fred?
Do you
need some more comedy?
Oh, excuse me. I'm so tired I see your lines in my place. Well, not right now, comedy, Kenny. The names will be synonymous in time. Have you got a second to go over these figures with me here?
What figures, Fred?
Well, these things here. There's some statistics my personal research bureau has compiled on last summer's crop of automobile tourists, Jimmy.
I see.
Now, I know that you're an expert on motoring, so we should just listen to these and see if they sound correct. Check on them.
Why, surely, Fred, sure.
Look, this first one here, during the touring season, the past touring season, 593 motorists got themselves folded into their own road maps and were never heard from again.
Well, it sounds possible.
That's now the second one here. 7,654 people in trailers stepped out on the back porch while their trailers were in motion and woke up on Route 1 to find the trailers didn't have back porches.
Oh, now, Fred.
And one tourist, just one, Jimmy, had his car washed and didn't run into a dust storm the next day. Now, how do these figures sound? They gallopy to you? Are they accurate, you think?
Golly, I don't know, Fred.
Of new Hollywood epics, but what about the bad pictures? The celluloid faux pas the public never sees. Now, tonight we preview a picture for you that recently had all Hollywood hushed up. A picture that closed the studio and put 200 executives back in the wholesale garment business. Overture, Al. This is the story of a Hollywood flop. Instead of screen credit, screen blame goes to the following persons. The genius who started the ball rolling.
I am Simeon Fink, the Hollywood producer. A Warner Brothers picture, The Seahawk, made a fortune, so I said to myself, with a sequel to The Seahawk, I will be a millionaire.
And today, Mr. Fink?
I'm a bum.
With a capital B?
With no capital at all.
Thank you. Before Mr. Fink could go into production, naturally, he had to have a story written. Well, sir, he called in the authors, Briskin, Braskin, and Bruskin.
I am Briskin. I stole the story.
I am Braskin. I stole the dialogue.
I am Bruskin. I stole the credit.
I'm Shakespeare. Was I robbed?
The story, Bill, you laid an egg. The story ready, the studio swung into action. They called in...
I am Duval, the director. I called the sequel to The Seahawk, The Sea Buzzard.
Are you still directing, Mr. Duval?
Yes, I am directing traffic in North Hollywood.
The star of the picture was...
I am Horace Snide. I played the male lead in The Sea Buzzard. Everyone in Hollywood said I would go a long way.
And did you?
Yes, I am now living in Bayonne, New Jersey.
When the Sea Buzzard was finished, it was previewed. One man said,
I saw the Sea Buzzard. I refused to give it one bell.
"Oh, are you a critic?"
No, a good humor man.
There was only one other person involved in this celluloid catastrophe.
Yes, I am the ghost of Gideon Levy. I loaned Fink $1 million to produce the Sea Buzzard.
Whatever became of you, Gideon Levy?
I saw the picture. Better death than dishonor.
Where are you speaking from?
Dante sends his regards.
Well, it's all inferno. There you have the story of the Sea Buzzard, the sequel to the Seahawk, ladies and gentlemen, a picture Hollywood hasn't dared to mention. We preview it for you here tonight. The story takes place in the year 1540 A.D. The pirate ship, the Sea Buzzard, is homeward bound on the high seas.
Ahoy, boatswain! Ahoy, Captain Thorpe! Full sail ahead! Full sail ahead it is, sir!
Luff the mizzenmast!
Up the mizzenmast it is, sir!
Reef the halyards!
Reef the halyards it is, sir!
Vorpal the Crovney!
Vorpal the Crovney it is, sir!
I caught you that time, Rose. That was Marine Double Talk.
Sorry, Captain. I'm Vorpal the Crovney.
Aye, boatswain. I'm going after my cabin. I've got to stuff up a knothole in the ship's log. Sailing, sailing, sailing over the bounding foam. My stomach's going up and down. I should have left it home. Ahoy, Pigleg! Where's that first mate of mine? Pigleg!
Here I am, Captain. I was standing watch.
Did sight any Spanish ships on deck?
Nearly one, Captain.
Sounds. Here I am, Captain Thorpe, master of the Sea Buzzard. The toughest pirate that ever plundered the Spanish Main.
Oh, I see.
100 days in these waters.
Aye, and you've only plundered one ship.
Aye, and that a leaky herring trawler, the SS Lindes.
Well, look here. Why do we only go after Spanish ships, Captain?
Queen's orders, Pigleg. Spanish boats is carrying a succulent root to the New World. It must be a priceless growth. The Queen demands her cargo or this pungent herb.
What's it called, Captain?
'Tis an odd name, Pigleg. The Spanish onion.
The Spanish onion? Blimey.
This may be news that a galleon has been sighted. Door away!
Hiya, Captain.
Fobbs, my lookout. Why ain't you up in the crow's nest looking for prey?
Well, I came down to tell you.
To tell me what, Nee?
There's a Spanish boat.
A Spanish craft? Quick, rogue, where is it?
It's over to the starboard, the stupor. It's on the starboard, it's gone.
That's the 87 Spanish prize I've lost, Pigleg. By the time that lookout says for Spanish, they're out of sight.
Well, look here. Why don't you sack that lookout, Captain?
I can't. The Nudnik is a nephew of Queen Guinevere. He come aboard with a letter from the Queen recommending him for lookout.
I say. Look, sir. Out the porthole.
Sounds a ship.
Roger.
I'll hail her.
I say.
Ahoy there! What ship are you?
Ahoy there! What ship are you?
I asked you first.
I won't tell you who's this till you tell me who's that.
I'm the Sea Buzzard out of San Inador, heading for Newport. Who are you?
The Albany Night Boat out of 14th Street, heading for Yonkers.
That fool is in the wrong direction, the wrong ocean, and the wrong century.
Blimey, another one got away. You'll never get them Spanish onions for the Queen.
Aye, matey, I can't trust that stuttering lookout. I'll stand watch myself.
Get me my binoculars.
Oh, sir, they're in the closet, in the locker here.
Open it up.
Blimey, there's a bloke in your locker, a stowaway.
Well, I'll be blowed. Who are you, mate?
I'm Kenny Baker.
What are you doing aboard?
Last Sunday, Dennis Day said I had a yacht, and this is it. Would you mind closing the door?
Why?
I think I'm going to be seasick.
Your word is good enough for me.
Shall I root him out, Captain?
No, matey, leave him be. There comes a time in every tenor's life when he can't handle a high sea. Hey. Who's that, Gabriel?
No. Look, Captain, the royal barge approaches. It's the Queen herself on deck.
She must have sailed out to find me in quest of them Spanish onions.
Her Majesty is coming down the gangplank. Her Majesty is approaching your cabin.
Let Her Royal Highness in, Pegleg.
Oh, sir.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Greetings, Gate. I arrive in state.
Aye, Your Majesty.
You have carried out your Queen's command?
I have plundered the 7 seas, Your Highness. In this chest here are Aztec trinkets of the purest gold, Nubian gems, Portuguese tapestries, and these strangely inscribed buttons I picked up off the coast of Maine.
And what says this quaint inscription?
Win with Landon. An old native battle cry, no doubt. These are indeed treasures rare.
What care I for treasures? Where are the Spanish roots I commanded you to fetch? Where are my onions?
Alas, I have known, Your Majesty.
No onions for your Queen? You shall pay for this treachery with your head. The guillotine.
Queen Guinevere, not the guillotine.
Yes, the guillotine. The Gillette that follows through.
If I caught no Spanish ships, Your Highness, the blame is yours.
Mine, you rancid guppy.
Aye. Your stuttering nephew you sent aboard was my lookout.
My nephew, I sent aboard.
Aye.
A shot. What was that?
Swab, Miss Cuppers, I'll soon find out.
Here, get him,
Bob, me lookout. The Queen's nephew.
This lumpkin is not my nephew.
What?
I just caught him in time, sir. He was about to commit suicide.
Yes, let me go. I've got to kill myself.
Hold on, Forbes. Why, you ain't a stuttering.
No.
Your stuttering was a ruse.
Yes.
You let them Spanish ships get away a purpose.
Yes, I did it. Queen or no queen, I was determined she shouldn't have those onions.
Why, this is vitamin sabotage.
I knew why you wanted those Spanish onions, Your Majesty. You were tired of eating hamburger the old way. You had heard of a new way to cook this irksome ground meat with onions.
Yeah, a knight from the White Tower told me.
I knew once Your Majesty ate hamburger with onions, it would be the rage. Once the world knew about hamburger with onions, I would be through, bankrupt, out of business.
Then you are not simple Archie Forbes, yeoman lookout 3rd class.
No.
Who are you, lout?
I am Sir Lindsay Lazenby, the Piccalilli Baron.
The Piccalilli Baron?
Yes. You see, I had no choice.
He's right, Your Highness. Once the world has tasted a hamburger with onions, Piccalilli will be through.
Aye, and I vowed that day would never come.
Well, you've kept the onion from me, but you can't keep it from the wild. Centuries hence, all mankind will eat the onion.
Aye, and in every land, it'll be the breath of a nation. Next Wednesday night, the Texaco Star Theater brings you your Song of the Week.
I got my thrill on Raspberry Hill, on Raspberry Hill.
Wait a minute. That's Blueberry Hill, not Raspberry, isn't it?
When I sing, I don't get the blueberry, brother.
And our guest will be...
Mr. Ernest Peabody, president of the Anti-Noise League. Is New York the noisiest city in the country? Will noise be noise? Tune in next Wednesday. Find out.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Jimmy, for that flattering introduction. You know, it certainly is a novelty to have an announcer speak well of the comedian. So many programs come on the air, and by the time the announcer finishes describing the comedian, it sounds as though the guy is wanted for hopscotch and Walla Walla or something.
Say, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny, what is it?
I've been having a wonderful time all week.
Huh? Well, who asked you? I mean, what was that?
Gee, that's right. I skipped 2 lines.
You skipped 2 lines? Well, you're not nervous tonight, are you, Kenny?
No, but... Well, you know how it is. I got so many laughs last week, these straight lines don't mean anything to me anymore.
Well, we've got to have some straight lines in the script, you know.
Shall I schmaltz them up and get some laughs?
No, don't schmaltz them up. Tell me what... Tell me what have you been doing all week, Kenny?
I've been having a wonderful time. This is where that comes in, I guess.
Yes, well, I think it fitted better the first time, the way you had it. But now, look, Kenny, I'm pretty busy. I've got to get along with my newsreel.
Am I in the newsreels, Mr. Allen?
No, you're not, Kenny, but later on in the sketch, you have a fat, dramatic part.
Have I? Oh, boy, wait till Dennis Day hears me tonight.
Yes, sir, you won't be pure Island banal, I'll tell you that. And while Kenny brings his enthusiasm to a boil, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents Your World on Parade. New York City, New York. Recent advertising campaign enlightens public on beneficial proteins and minerals to be obtained through eating meat. As a tribute to the packing industry, Mr. Edgar Guest has written a poem called Meat on the Table. Texaco News, sensing new commercial field for American poets, interviews several little-known bards to get their reactions to new markets for their poetic wares. First, a poet from the fields, Mr. What is your name again, sir?
Bliss Bullfinch.
Bliss Bullfinch?
And no cracks.
Have you read Mr. Guest's poem, Bliss?
Meat on the Table? Oh, yes. I gave a reading of Meat on the Table only last week. Ours is a land of steak and chops, of pork, beef, lamb, and veal.
I know. I'm quite familiar with it. Well, where did you give this reading?
In a refrigerator on 14th Street.
In a refrigerator?
Yes, it was a warm day outside. The meat in the poem might have spoiled.
I understand, Bliss. But tell me, Mr. Bullfinch, has Mr. Guest's meat poem inspired you?
No. For my inspiration, I have had to turn to the vegetable kingdom.
Oh, I see. The vegetable kingdom.
Yes. Have you heard my latest vegetable sonnet? Is envy turning you green, little pea?
No, I regret to say that I haven't.
Perhaps you've heard my salad rondelay. Fickle lettuce, you have no heart.
No, I haven't heard that either.
Perhaps my soliloquy while bending over a barrel. Sauerkraut, you mustn't pout.
Well, what truck garden gem are you reciting for us tonight, Bliss, old boy?
Brussels sprout.
That is the title?
Yes.
Brussels sprout? Well, go right ahead.
A man's best friend is a Brussels sprout. Its praises from hill and housetop I shout. From millionaire down to the little boy scout. A man's best friend is a Brussels sprout.
Very good.
A Brussels sprout is man's best friend. If you've hurt a sprout, go make amend. Don't abuse a sprout in jest or fun. For every Brussels sprout is some cabbage's son.
Well done. Well done, and I wanted it medium rare. But thank you. Thank you, Bliss Bullfinch. Next, a poet who has a rendezvous with oblivion the minute he leaves us here tonight, Mr. Swinburne McGee. Are you a commercial poet, Swinburne?
Yeah, I'm freelancing.
And by freelancing, you mean?
I ain't eating regular.
But you have been writing poetry.
Oh, yeah. I've been hustling the muse when I get a chance.
The muse doesn't resent it. Well, now what about Mr. Guest's poem on meat?
Oh, I got a twist on it. I wrote a poem on fish.
Fish?
Yeah. It's a piscatorial pastoral.
It is? Can you spare it? What is it called?
All hail the sardine.
Sounds mighty intriguing. Go right ahead, please.
All hail the sardine, most short-lived of fishes. No wonder he's selfish and lives as he wishes. When a sardine is born, he forecasts his lifespan, saying, last night I was a boy, but today I am a can.
No question about it, and thank you, Mr. Swinburne. It has been anything but a pleasure to have you here tonight. Our next tattered troubadour is Stark Devereaux III. What is your specialty, Stark?
For 20 years, I was known as the king of cliché.
The king of cliché, really?
Yes. Then for 2 years, I didn't write a line.
You were written out?
No, I lost my beret.
And you have been writing bareheaded ever since?
Oh, no. I put one hand on my head and write with the other.
Too bad you haven't a third hand. You could pick up that egg. But have you read Mr. Guest's poem, Meat on the Table?
Oh, no. I poo-poo vitamin verse.
You do?
Yes. I concentrate on the inanimate. I glorify the group.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, a cow alone is a cow. Together, it's a herd.
Oh, I see.
A bird alone is a bird. Together, it's a flock.
Yes?
A thing alone is a thing. Together, it's a bundle.
Oh. And your masterpiece is dedicated to a bundle.
Yes.
And what is it called?
Pooh. To me, it's string.
Come on, will you recite it for us, please?
You can call it twine or whipcord, thread or ribbon, anything. If it can be knotted, tied up, pooh. To me, it's string. You can put it on a fiddle for pizzicato or for swing. Call it A or call it E flat. Pooh. To me, it's string. You can hide it in a necklace. Say it makes your phone bell ring. Call it hemp or jute or oakum. Pooh and pooh. To me, it's string.
Well, thank you very much.
String is string.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, I was so wrapped up.
String will do it. Last and no doubt least, a young poetess who always carries a suitcase because she knows she's going places, Miss Steffi Buxbaum.
I am appearing courtesy Mandel's Nut Shop.
Oh, you are? To the Mandel's Nut Shop?
Yes. Tonight I should be working. Mr. Mandel is letting me off.
Oh, I see. I didn't...
But only on one condition.
You have to...
First, I mention Mandel's Nut Shop. It's a must.
Well, have you been on the air before?
Air, he says. I am breathing it.
No, I mean, have you been on any radio programs before?
Every night I'm appearing. Always it's a quiz show. Double or leave it. Yes. Ask it, schmask it. I'm a regular Vox mom.
A Vox mom?
Oh, that's a Vox pop, only a woman.
Oh, I never would have known. Thank you very much. Now, but you are a poetess, Miss Buxbaum.
What else? But by Steffi Buxbaum, their poems is only about something you couldn't see.
You mean hidden things around the nut shop?
Exactly. Like a bugle call to a pecan kernel.
Oh. You can't see those, can you?
Uh-huh.
And still you write about them.
That's right.
Yes.
Gesundheit to a cashew.
Oh, no. What poem would you like to recite for us tonight, Steffi?
To a seed inside a prune.
Well, you can't find anything more concealed than that.
Who is telling who?
Well, excuse me. Excuse me, go right ahead.
Thank you. To to a seed inside a prune. Hello, little seed inside a prune. What's new in there? What is doing? Is it morning, night, or noon, little seed inside the prune? Little seed inside a prune, wrapped up in your black cocoon. Would you with the world commune, little seed inside a prune? Oh, lucky you, little seed in a prune, safe from the world and its misfortune. To you I say it would be a boon if man was a seed inside a prune.
And now, ladies and...
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Kenny?
Is this where I do my acting?
No, not now. A little later on.
Oh. To be or not to be? Is that a question?
Well, yeah. Always has been up to now. Of course, you might change the slant on it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello. You're a little late, aren't you?
Yes, I had to take Mama down to the auto show, and I just got back.
Say, how is the auto show this year?
Oh, the new models are wonderful. They've got big cars and those little Crosleys.
Yes, I know. A lot of radio comedians have big cars and little Crosleys too. Present company accepted, I hope. Well, did you see any of those new the models with the new fluid drive?
Yes, and I saw one car. Instead of a speedometer, it has a television set.
You can tell how fast you're going by television?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. At 30 miles an hour, you see a motorcycle policeman. He's smiling.
Uh-huh. That's a new system, waiting in between the sentences, isn't it? Well, Yeah? Don't tell me you're so confused you're now waiting at punctuation marks in case. You say with this new television idea at 30 miles an hour, you see a motorcycle policeman, but he's smiling.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you're doing 50...
You see your finance company man. He's pulling his hair out.
You see, alone? And if you're... Suppose, let's say you're going 70.
You see your will being opened by a stranger.
At 70 miles an hour, your will is being opened by a stranger. We both could have waited there, you see. I have caught a cross-town bus with less waiting than... Well, that's a wonderful idea, even if it didn't pan out so well. Tell me, have all the new models got radios this year?
All except the ones that Major Bose advertises.
Well, what happens if you want entertainment in one of the Major's cars?
Well, you turn the knob, and a unit comes out.
And the mayor of the Honor City right behind, I should... Well, I guess that covers the quiet now. That should come from other sources. Well, I guess that covers the... Listen, if we can do that, we can do away with the audience entirely. I tell them and you laugh at them. Well, I guess that covers the auto show. May come to that yet, too. What about our guest?
Have you ever heard of the League for Less Noise?
Oh, yes. I remember when the Anti-Noise League was started here in New York a few years back. I wonder what progress has been made.
There is only one man to ask.
You mean our guest?
Yes. Mr. Allen, meet the president of the League for Less Noise, Mr. Ernest Peabody.
Well, good evening, Mr. Peabody.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You are the president and founder of the League for Less Noise?
Yes, I organized the League back in 1935.
Well, do you devote all of your time to anti-noise work?
No, I am president of the Peabody Engineering Corporation here in New York and chairman of the board of Peabody Limited in London.
And you receive a salary, too, as president of the League?
Oh, no. The League is a non-profit organization supported entirely by voluntary contributions.
Well, tell me, what prompted you to start this Down with Hubbub crusade, Mr. Peabody? You weren't frightened by a decibel as a boy, were you?
No, but I have been a resident of New York for many years. The street noises seemed to be getting worse.
And you decided to do something about it.
Yes, the League was formed, and after holding several meetings, we decided to try to enlist Mayor LaGuardia's support.
Well, how did you contact the mayor? Did you hail him as he passed by on a hook and ladder?
No, we went down to City Hall.
You took a chance, eh? Did the mayor approve of your anti-noise movement?
Yes, he gave us a fine send-off. And today we have his full cooperation and the support of the police department.
Yes, the mayor has done many wonderful things. You know, I've always claimed that keeping Mayor LaGuardia in the City Hall is like making a loaf of bread. Having a little flour has saved us a lot of dough. Tell me, Mr. Peabody, how does the League go about curbing noise? You know, Gesundheit. Sneezing is all right. You have a right to come in here and have a little fun on your own hook. But tell me, Mr. If Mr. Peabody and I are interrupting the sneezing, we'll be glad to sit. But tell me, Mr. Peabody, how does the League go about curbing noise? You know, apart from distributing posters and literature.
We receive thousands of complaints about noise, which we asked the Safety Bureau to investigate, and they're doing a fine job.
Well, don't tell me that a person here in New York City can get 30 days for committing a blowout in his bubble gum, or that the police can force a man wearing a loud necktie to put on a muffler.
The League isn't unreasonable, Mr. Allen.
No.
We're merely trying to curtail the most unnecessary and annoying noises.
Well, what sound, in your opinion, Mr. Peabody, is public nuisance number one?
The automobile horn.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the kind guaranteed to be heard 15 miles away.
Well, auto horns seem to be getting more versatile. They even play melodies these days. I read about a new musical automobile horn that's coming out before you can even blow it. You have to take 6 lessons at Madame La Wurlitzer.
That kind of music is ghastly.
Well, the music, yes, but the horns in themselves are harmless.
Yes, but the chronic horn blower is a nuisance. Also, a danger in city traffic. That's why the Safety Bureau is handling the anti-noise campaign.
Well, tell me, what steps have you taken to curb horn blowing?
Well, for one thing, during the first 6 months of this year, over 40,000 warnings and 3,000 summonses were given out for unnecessary honking.
In other words, you hope to eliminate the toot, the whole toot, and nothing but the toot.
Exactly. Statistics prove that if unnecessary horn blowing is stopped, we'll have a safer driving and fewer accidents.
Well, after automobile horns, what is the next ranking audible annoyance on your noise parade?
Radios.
Mr. Peabody, you're on mighty dangerous ground there, sir.
Oh, I don't mean anything personal, Mr. Allen.
No?
Our problem is the person who plays his radio too loud and too late.
Yes, they are pests. And there are other neighborhood blights, too, aren't there?
Yes. We try to cope with loud-voiced peddlers, street musicians, and the owners of noisy animals. We have practically removed sound trucks from the streets and loudspeakers from store windows.
Very good.
We've helped to have the building laws amended so that instead of riveting, a less noisy process is used.
Well, you're certainly doing a wonderful work. I know the League has made New Yorkers more noise conscious, and eventually that it is going to make our town a more pleasant and safer place in which to live.
I'm sure it will, Mr. Allen.
Now, before you go tonight, I think I should make a little contribution to further the interests of your work.
All contributions gratefully received.
Fine. Well, there are probably several million radios tuned in on us at this very moment, and as a gesture of goodwill and as a salute to the League for Less Noise, Mr. Peabody, I am donating 10 seconds of absolute silence on the entire network. Now, here we go. There you are, Mr. Peabody. How was that?
Mr. Allen, those were the pleasantest 10 seconds I ever spent in New York.
Thank you a lot.
And don't forget, Noise Abatement Week throughout the country starts October 21st.
I'll make a note of it. Thank you, and good night, Mr. Ernest Peabody. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Broadway hit Louisiana Purchase come the Martins, our favorite quartet, to sing for you When You Climb Those Golden Stairs. Have written in to me, General Delivery, my home address, asking if they're going to have a chance to use their ski suits this winter. And so tonight, for advance information on the weather for the coming months, we bring you the Dean of Amateur Weather Prophets, Mr. Seymour Drip. Now, tell us, Mr. Drip, on what do you base your forecast for the coming winter?
My meteorological prognostications are based upon a survey of squirrels' nests.
Really? Squirrel's nest?
Yes.
Mighty interesting.
Yes, I have just completed a tabulation of 543 squirrels' domiciles in trees in Central Park. The results have been averaged, and a norm has been struck.
I see. You, Norm, didn't suffer any consequences, I hope. You took a poll, you say, but you did it in trees. Now, what were the results of your survey?
The typical squirrel's nest was found to contain the following items. A, 1 soggy Dixie cup.
Yeah.
B, 2 subway transfers.
Yeah.
And C, a squirrel.
And you have made a weather forecast from this statistical mulligan? These figures?
Yes, I have. After careful analysis, I am prepared to announce the exact length of the coming winter. Winter will last...
Yes?
From the end of autumn to the beginning of spring.
Thank you very much. You've murked up everything very nicely. Well, I see if I want to know anything about the coming winter, I had better consult the official weatherman. What does the weatherman say, Jimmy?
Well, in most of Man's Round Table, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. This little session is entirely unrehearsed. Fred takes his place at the round table where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready,
I didn't
Fred?
think you were going to make it, Jimmy. You're awake in there. Yes, I am ready and awake, Jimmy. Portland, would you kindly introduce the first member of our board, please?
Yes, Mr. Lionel Toll, New York City.
Good evening, Mr. Toll.
Good evening.
May I didn't wake you up.
No, you didn't, Mr. Allen.
But, may I ask your profession, Mr. Toll?
I'm a motion picture trade paper editor and publicity director.
What trade paper, do you mind saying?
The Independent.
The Independent? You mean that's a paper that is sponsored by the independent theater owners in America?
That's right.
How many independent theater owners are there, motion picture theater owners in the country?
About 12,000.
Really? 12,000, huh? Do you think I made a picture at Paramount this summer with a famous character actor out there? a nephew of Boris Karloff, you might know. Now, do you think the independent theater owners will be able to handle this attraction when it comes out in December?
If they get the picture on a percentage basis.
If they get it on a percentage?
Yeah. Most of the percentage should be Allen.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Toll. I thought you meant that Benny and I would also have to service the theater, sweep out while the picture... Thanks a lot, Mr. Toll. I'm drooling here. I'm getting distance. I hope you don't mind. And now, Portland.
Miss Marion Miner from Mystic, Connecticut.
Good evening, Miss Miner.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your profession or calling?
I'm a child's nurse.
A child's nurse?
That's right.
Do you feel at home here tonight?
Not exactly.
No, you should. I'm in my second childhood.
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, I'd like to continue this discussion a little farther, but unfortunately I shan't be able to. I hope you don't mind.
Perfectly all right.
Thank you. So nice of you. Now, Portland.
Mr. Harry Klein from New York City.
Good evening, Mr. Klein.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your calling, profession, racket, or industry?
Short order cook.
You're a short order cook, are you?
that's fine, yes.
Tell me, Mr. Klein. Don't. Jim's doing ventriloquism. Mr. Klein can speak for himself. Jim's around there doing the burger. Let Mr. Klein alone. Well, that brings us to our question, Mr. Klein. And tonight, in spite of Uncle Jim, and tonight we take up a question that concerns radio. Ever since the radio set has replaced the magic lantern in most homes, except in Beverly Hills, studio audiences have been a subject for debate. Many listeners claim that the riotous laughter and applause of studio audiences spoil the program for them at home. Other listeners say that the studio audiences liven up the programs and that hearing others having a good time increases their enjoyment of the programs at home. Now, our question tonight is, do you think that studio audiences are an asset or a liability to radio programs? Now, Mr. Toll, how do you feel about studio audiences?
I really don't feel very greatly about them or not.
You don't? You don't?
Personally, I like to listen to the radio at home.
You rather listen to the radio at home than in the studio?
Yeah, because I can turn the program off at home.
Of course, that's an advantage we have in the studio. Once you get in here, we lock the doors. You can't do that. We're working on a thing now. If you tune us in, it automatically bolts your door. We're going to get the people at home, too. Well, you rather hear a program at home. The effect is greater. Right. There's some illusion, and you enjoy it more. Is that right?
True.
Thank you, sir. Miss Minor, how do you feel about studio audiences?
I also rather hear a program at home.
You would? Why? It puts the baby to sleep or something?
Well, it helps, but some of the studio programs, well, they're different than they are when you hear them at home.
You mean there's no illusion when you come to the studio?
Well?
I mean, you see me with these bags under my eyes. Now, after all, at least you hear my voice on the air. There aren't any bags in my voice. Or are there?
No, there aren't.
There aren't. But you would rather hear programs without the studio reaction.
That's right.
Yeah, you don't think it's fair if you hear a shriek or a laugh in the studio and don't understand what it is at home. You feel cheated, do you?
Yes, a bit.
A bit.
But I still rather hear them at home.
You still rather hear them at home. Would you rather have heard this program at home tonight?
No.
No. Well, all right, Mr. Klein, how do you feel about it? Do you have a radio in the lunchroom?
Yes, we do.
You're a short order cook, but I'm a long order talker. I hope you don't mind. You do? How do you feel about studio audiences, Mr. Klein?
No, I would rather be in the studio and listen to it.
You would rather be in the studio than hear it on the air? Yeah. Why don't you sell your radio? Just do away with the middleman and get down here every night. Something's always going on. You'd rather hear it in the studio?
That's right.
Well, what do you do with the radio in the place? Keep it turned off?
No, we keep that for the customers.
Oh, for the customers. Not to take their mind off the cuisine by any chance. Huh? Well, I suppose when you serve one poached egg, you turn on the Lone Ranger. It's sort of... Well, I'm sorry I brought the whole thing up. Personally, I feel that all radio programs should be presented for the folks at home. The studio audience, I think, should attend broadcast as sightseers rather to see how the program is executed than to expect a show put on for their special benefit. Before this audience here tonight can get at me, I am leaving through a crack in the air conditioning. The meeting is adjourned, and thank you all for your staying up so long. Thank you. Say, Kenny.
Yes,
Kenny, you're there, are you? I've heard of a delayed take, but not a delayed line before. That's a new... Well, all these new things cropping up.
Is this where I do my acting?
Well, no, Kenny. This is where you sing again. I have it on my cuff here. What would you suggest?
I'll never smile again.
Oh.
Give us more music.
Quiet, please.
No comedy, more music.
You down in the front row, quiet, please.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. I have been watching you ever since this program started. I have never seen anybody get more unenjoyment out of comedy. To put it bluntly, Bud, I have seen happier looking pans than yours under ice boxes.
Well, it ain't my fault. I don't feel so good.
What's the matter? Something you ate? Are you allergic to comedians? Has your wife been beating you?
Nah,
I've just been sitting there thinking. I drove 25 miles to get here tonight. Tolling me old trunk along the highway, getting hung up in traffic, looking all over town for a place to park. As soon as the program's over, I gotta go back to where I parked, get hung up in traffic some more, and then tow me old trunk back home. It's a hibiscus circle.
Yeah. You took the words out of my mouth, and I didn't want them in there. Thank you very much. Well, if it's, let me tell you, friend, if it's driving that's put you in this mood, you've certainly come to the right place. Through a strange coincidence, our Mr. Elliot is about to give our listeners a message that can change your entire mental attitude. Would you mind giving it, Larry?
What sort of mood were you in the last time you drove your car? Was it one of those matter-of-fact, not much fun in it feelings? If so...
announcement opening at this station next Friday. Well, that was very nice. And now, tonight, the Texaco Workshop player...
Is this where I do my acting, Mr. Allen?
Yes, Kenny. Here's your part.
Oh, gee. Do I play the lead?
Well, I wouldn't say it's the...
I get it. I'm a stooge.
Well, you know what Shakespeare said, Kenny.
All the world's a stooge?
Now, wait a minute. You have done enough to Bill tonight. Now, you go over in the corner and study your lines.
Yes, sir.
Just registered. The military thing is in his voice already. Well, tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, quiet, you. The guy from WOR running his own broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, the Texaco Workshop players present a blood-curdling mystery. It's called Death Takes a Boniface, or One Long Pen was disguised as a girdle, so they knew he was closing in. Curtain, Alfredo.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. This is your man about town, broadcasting the outstanding nightlife event of the season. I'm speaking from the Bamboo Room of the Typhoon, the new tropical night spot that's opening tonight to join the Beachcombers and the Hurricane, a society rendezvous. Or rendezvouses, rather. It's plural. And here's the owner of the Typhoon, Sherman Swank himself. Say a few words, Sherman.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Drop into the Typhoon and try my new tropical cocktail, the Zambi. The Zambi is made from a secret jungle formula, and I am the only one who knows... No, now nobody knows.
Sherman, are you hurt?
Oh, I'm dying. Get my creditors for pallbearers. It's the last chance they'll have to carry me.
This is terrible, folks. Sherman Swank, owner of the Typhoon, has just been murdered. They're locking the doors. No suspects can get away. This is a mystery that will baffle the police. Who will take the case? Will it be J. Edgar Hoover? Will it be Sherlock Holmes? Will it be One Long Pan?
Hello? Yeah, this is the FBI. What? Somebody just shot a nightclub owner? You got the wrong FBI, mister. This is the Full of Brush Institute.
Are you there? Yes, this is Sherlock Holmes. What? Sorry, old boy. I can't take the case, no. I'm just sitting down to dinner. I'm about to have my soup. Quick, Watson, the noodle.
Hello, Detective One Long Pan's confidential secretary speaking. Yeah, Long Pan will take the case. I'll call him. He's over in the automat seeing if the slots are white with campaign buttons. Long Pan will be right over.
Come in. Come in.
Ah, Gleating. Thought I never get here. Gleating. Very bad. Come radio car. Sound man, whole radio car up. Gleating and was Mark still, kid, eh? Detective One Long Pan reporting. I'll never smile again. I lost my upper plate.
Hey, what is this? Who are you, you Mongolian hepcat?
I am Detective One Long Pan.
Oh, well, you're just in time.
Sherman Swank, the owner of this nightclub, has just been murdered.
Murder? Who are you, Mr. Big Shop?
I am Monty Cuff, Sherman's partner.
Very good. Where's body? Body in murder case very important.
I had Sherman brought in the office here.
Then we are not alone?
No, the body's there in the corner, under that tablecloth.
Aesop say nightclub owner who die on the tablecloth still have cover. Long Pond pickup cloth. Oh, pick-up-oh, I see you.
Poor Sherman. Look at him. Shot right through the sneer.
Two bullet hole, very baffling. Long Pond zip into action. Long Pond examine suspect. Where are suspect?
I got everybody locked in the club. Nobody can leave here until you say so.
Very good. Long Pond.
I say, which one of you is a detective?
I am Detective One Long Pond, buddy. Oriental Arsenic Lupin. What do you want, kiddo?
I've got to go. I'll miss my bus for West Orange, New Jersey.
Why you bus left? I just hear bus. Why you catch 'em high, Mr. High Talk?
I have to beat the curfew. If I'm not in bed by 10 o'clock, the mayor will take away my Dick Tracy badge.
What you do in nightclub, Rover boy? What you do in nightclub, you bad boy? I saw One Long Pond.
I just came in to get a ginger ale. I heard 2 shots.
Come in.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me, which candidate are you going to vote for?
Who are you, brother?
I'm Dr. Callop. I'm taking a presidential straw vote. Your choice, please.
Oh, well, count me 1 vote for, what's his name, the Republican.
Oh, the Republican, yes.
1 vote for the other guy, the Democrat.
Yes, the Democrat, yes.
1 vote for Confucius.
Confucius is not running?
Long Pond light Confucius in. Confucius run on laundry, take a favorite song.
I see. And who are you voting for? You in the corner.
That's a dead body.
Oh, I see. Well, that's 1 vote for McKinley. Well, goodbye.
Doctor have soft job. Aesop say man make good living count straw. It ain't hay.
Excuse me.
Just a minute, buddy. Who are you?
I'm the fella who has to catch the bus, remember?
You stay here, Mr. Commuter, not to go home, East Grapefruit.
It's West Orange.
I don't care, South Cantaloupe. Nobody leave this a nightclub.
Oh, shoot. If you want me, I'll be inside spinning my yo-yo.
Look, Long Pam, we're not getting any place. Sherman is dead. Who murdered him?
Long Pam soon find out. Jig time.
Hey, where's that Mongolian flatfoot?
Oh, who are you, Mr. Hot Patootie?
I'm Muriel Latouche.
She's the hat check girl, Long Pam.
Yeah, and I know who committed the murder.
Ah, well, you come clean, the short, dark, and soft egg. Who bump off your boss, Sherman Swank?
It was Louis the Twitch.
Louis the Twitch?
Yeah, that roughneck that owns the Club Sarong next door.
Hey, Louis might have done it at that. I saw him coming in.
Why you suspect Louis the Edge, Missy?
I'll tell you why. Because he didn't check his gun.
Are you sure, Muriel?
I seen it sticking out of his hip pocket. He was toting formal. Black gap with white holster.
Sliding coaster, important clue. You call Louis in, Mr. Montecuff. Flanto.
Okay. Page, boy.
Yes, sir.
Page Louis the Twitch. Send him in here.
Okay. Call for Louis the Twitch.
Very good. Case solved in no time. You can't brush me off, 'cause I always got more dandruff. You can try, but you can't brush me off. Request number. Oh, long time. Woogie kid.
Oh, this must be Louis.
Come in.
You sent for me, Cuff?
No, I sent for you, Mr. Louis the Witch. Long panelist you for murder.
I didn't bump off Sherman. Somebody stole me gun and beat me to it.
You mean you were going to shoot my partner because we opened another tropical nightclub next to yours?
I didn't mind you bums starting your typhoon next to my sarong.
Typhoon next to Salong, very drafty.
But why did you want to kill Sherman?
It was that no drinker Swanks, the Zambi. That's a dead steal from the drink my club is featuring, the Zimby.
Well, but your Zimby is just a steal from the zombie.
I know, but it was my original idea to steal the zombie. He stole my steal, that stool.
Long plan find out who steals stool later. First, mystery, who killed Sherman Swank?
Hey, you fellas, I'm going to miss my bus.
Quiet, please, quiet.
I only came here for a ginger ale and...
You sit down. You keep quiet.
Hey, wait a minute, Long Sam. I seem to recognize this punk.
Yeah?
Wasn't you sitting next to me at my table, Bud?
I can't answer, sir. My mother told me not to talk to strangers.
Certainly you're the jerk. I busted out laughing when you ordered a ginger ale.
Ginger ale, jigsaw complete. You steal gun from tough guy, Louie. You shoot Mr. Sherman Swank.
That Mr. One Long Pan is a dirty fib.
Oh, yeah? Maybe you can explain the bulge in back pocket?
That's my yo-yo, smarty pants.
Long Pan, investigate yo-yo. Come here.
Well, good night, all.
Come here, get over there.
Let me go.
You see, not yo-yo in pocket. Lee Wallowa.
Lee Wallowa? Yeah, that's my gat, too. You see, there's me crest on the handle.
Also, 2 bullets missing. You face up, Mr. High Boys.
Okay. You got me, Long Pan. I killed Sherman Swank.
Why, Daddy?
It was that darn drink, the Zambi.
Zambi?
I came in to get a ginger ale, and what did they bring me? A Zambi. It was the last straw.
But why?
You see, I love ginger ale. And with all those crazy drinks all over town, I can't get a ginger ale. Every time I order ginger ale, they bring me a zombie, a zimbi, a zombie, a zambi. I'll get ginger ale if I have to shoot every nightclub owner in town. I'll kill myself.
You stop straining voice, Kenny Baker, or next week you'll sing bass.
I don't care. Tell me, Long Pan, will I hang for this killing?
No, Kenny. Tenor singer get away with murder. Nobody ever hang you.
Why not?
Aesop say nobody ever want good tenor to swing. Long time shining.
Name wasn't on any ballot. You didn't have to go to the polls and vote for him yesterday. But he's in again regardless. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And now that you've started the program, Jimmy, why, don't you think you'd better go and lie down for a little while?
Lie down? Why, Fred?
Well, you seem a wee bit tired tonight, James. You look like a before-drinking Sanker ad, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Well, I didn't get much sleep last night, Fred. You see, I was up all night listening to those election returns.
You didn't get mixed up in that mob in Times Square, did you?
No. I hear Times Square was jammed, though.
I was down there, Jimmy. It was terrible. This mob was awful. I was going down 7th Avenue. I got pushed into Sloppy Joe's and squeezed 3 pineapples before I got out of there. I forgot what he was selling for a minute. That would be the height of contrast, wouldn't it? The well-dressed man stepping out of Sloppy Joe's. But the crowd was really terrible. You know, crossing 46th Street, I buttoned my overcoat, and when I got home, I had 3 guys in there with me. I didn't mind the guys, but when they started playing Clabriage and the dealer was hitting me in the ribs, then I got mad.
Say, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, and can I see you a minute?
Now, look, Kenny, if it's about your Buck Rogers disintegrator, you can't shoot it off during the show. That's final.
No, this is something else. It's about the program.
Well, what about the program?
Well, I had a letter from my grandfather this morning.
Well, doesn't your grandfather like our show?
Gramp hasn't heard it yet.
He hasn't heard? Why not?
Well, Gramp sits by the radio and dozes off. Mm-hmm. He says the whistle and the bell at the beginning of the show give him a start.
Yeah?
But then he goes right back to sleep again. So I was thinking...
Yeah?
Well, maybe if you could blow the whistle again...
It would wake your grandfather up?
Yes, he's probably asleep right now.
Well, I'll get the sound man. Say, Ray, could we have that siren and bell again? There you are, Kenny. That ought to wake up the old boy.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, I don't know. Gramp's a pretty heavy sleeper.
Let's go, Ray. How is that?
Let's have one more, just in...
Wait a minute. Hold it, Ray. There's the phone, Kenny.
I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, fine. Okay. Gramps awake, Mr. Allen.
Well, let's go. Before Kenny's grandfather dozes off again, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents The World on Parade. New York City, New York. National Hobby Museum opens its exhibition at the new club rooms in London Terrace. Unusual collector's items from costume fleas to election torches draw interest of many visitors and members of the Hobby Guild of America. To get cross-section of hobby trend today, Texaco News interviews several little-known people who have most unusual hobbies. First, Mr. Wallaboo Crumb. Now, Mr. Crumb.
I was on Hobby Lobby. Does that make any difference?
No, Mr. Crumb.
I thought it might be opposition or something.
No, it's perfectly all right.
Sometimes they make a kick.
Well, I know.
My wife was on We the People. They barter on a Goodwill court.
Well, no.
I like to make a clean breast of a thing. I was on Hobby Lobby. I come right out and say so.
Well, fine.
There's some people I know could be on Hobby Lobby every night and come up here sly as you please and try to get away with it, but not me.
Well, that's very
I speak my mind. And I got a hole in my head to prove it.
Good. Not that one you're talking through. Well, quiet, please. What business are you in, Mr. Crumb?
Well, I'm an assistant mortician in a sardine factory.
An assistant mortician?
Yeah, after the mortician lays out the sardines in the cans, I look in and make sure they're all facing the same way.
Well, rather depressing work, isn't it?
Oh, it gives me the dismals. Really? Them little sardines looking up at me looking down at them.
Well, try to control yourself, Mr. Crumb. You're forgetting your hobby.
Well, I can't help it. I get to thinking about them little sardines looking up at me looking down at them.
Well, I know.
Gives me the dismals.
Well, the dismals may be your sideline, Mr. Crumb, but what is your hobby?
Oh, yeah. Well, my hobby is not having no hobby.
Your hobby? Not having a hobby, huh?
Yeah, some men have stamp collections. Waste all their time pasting stamps in the books.
I know.
What do they got when they're through?
What?
A dry tongue and sticky fingers.
Yes, you've got...
Other men collect autographs, buy toy trains, save campaign buttons. To me, it's a waste of time.
And that is why?
My hobby is not having no hobby.
Well, what do you do with your spare time?
Well, I can't do nothing.
Why not, Mr. Crumb?
I'm always mooning.
Well, why should you moon?
I get to thinking about them little sardines looking up at me looking down at them.
This is where I came in.
Gives me the dismals.
Well, they're not catching, fortunately, and thank you, Wallaboo Crumb. An enthusiastic hobbyist is Turlton Sluice. And your hobby, Tarleton it is, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. And your hobby, Tarleton?
Oh, I've had so many hobbies.
You started young, did you?
Mm-hmm. As a baby, my hobby was opening safety pins.
Really?
Yes, I had lumbago when I was 2.
Well, of course, if you leave things undone, you've got to pay the penalty, Tarleton. Did you have a hobby at school?
Mm-hmm. I saved spitballs. At high school, I pinned butterflies. You know, people used to come from miles around and say, Tarleton, let us see your butterflies.
And would you?
Well, it depended on my mood. At college, I went in for another hobby.
What was that?
I started saving turtlenecks from old sweaters.
Turtlenecks?
Sarongs for Adam's apples.
They are. Well, I must say that you have had some mighty interesting hobbies, Tarleton.
Mm-hmm. I once combed every tree in Jersey City for birds' nests.
You collected birds' nests?
At one time, I owned every bird's nest in Jersey City.
You did?
Yes, if a bird wanted to lay an egg in Jersey City, it had to come to me.
Well, you didn't abuse this power, Tarleton.
My window was ever open to a feathered friend about to.
You would egg him on. And now that you are getting on in years, Tarleton, do you still have a hobby?
Oh, yes, indeed. Today, my hobby is mounting moose ends.
Moose ends?
Yes. Everybody mounts moose heads. I started collecting in reverse.
Well, your trophies must be a sight.
Oh, my
study is simply exotic. 20 moose ends mounted on the walls.
Imagine.
To open the door is to feel one is overtaking a herd.
Frank Buck returning home at sundown.
I turn on the electric fan in my study. 20 tails wag in the breeze. It's drafty, but it's home.
Well, home because there is no place like it, and thank you, Mr. Tarleton Sleuth. A young lady who has the only hobby of its kind ever listed in the annals of hobbydom is Miss Kismet Biddle. Now, Kismet, what about your hobby?
My hobby is humiliating cows.
Humiliating cows?
Yeah. A cow once done something I didn't like, and I took a note to myself then and there I'd get even.
And?
I've been humiliating cows ever since.
Well, what did this first cow do to provoke your eternal venom, Kismet?
That, mister, is between me and that cow. I'll go on humiliating cows till the cows come home.
And when the cows come home?
I'll humiliate them.
Well, how do you practice this unorthodox hobby?
Well, say I'm at the rodeo.
Yeah.
A cow walks over to the box where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
I lean over and give her a dirty look. The cow gets it, blushes, and scrams.
Nasty, I must say. You didn't snub Elsie the cow at the World's Fair this summer, did you?
That one, I give it to her good.
Well, how did you humiliate Elsie?
Every day at milking time, I'm there.
Yeah?
When Elsie gets off the pail, she's standing there bowing and mooing. You'd think she was given whipped cream.
And you?
I pull out a can of condensed milk to show Elsie she ain't indispensable.
That Kismet Biddle is positively cruel.
Oh, can I help it? It's me hobby. I got the whole thing in a poem.
Oh, an anti-bovine dactyl that you've written? A cow poem?
Yeah.
How does it go?
I hate one thing, and it's a cow. It's wrong to hate, I will allow. I love all else, but still somehow I hate one thing, and it's a cow.
Lovely.
A cow gives man its milk and hide, its hoofs for glue, its meat inside. It gives its calves to man for veal. Still, how I hate that horn schlemiel. I hate a cow by any name. Holstein, Jersey, it's all the same. Over my eyes, you ain't pulling the wool. I hate a cow, and that's no bull.
Say, Jimmy, have you got a minute?
What do you want, Fred?
About 20 seconds of it.
All right.
It's about my aunt up in Boston. Now, she has my interest at heart, and she sent me a joke to use on the program.
Are you going to tell it?
Well, I'm not sure whether I should, Jimmy. Now, would you mind listening to it and giving me your opinion?
Well, gee, Fred.
Well, I knew you'd be happy to do it. Now, here's the joke. Quote, 2 flute players met on the street. One flute player says to the other flute player, highfalutin, unquote. Well, James, what is your honest opinion? Now, don't evade the issue. What do you think of my aunt's joke? This means a lot. She might go in for writing and turn up with Cantor in later life.
Well, to tell the truth, Fred, I'd call that a dud.
You're a hard man, Wallington. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Well. Hello, Portland. Comment allez-vous?
Très bien. Et vous?
Hey, I didn't know that you spoke French, Portland.
Mais oui.
Well, je suis un uncle du monkey. How much French do you know?
Only enough to answer anything you can say.
You poor kid, linguistically. Where did you... Yeah? You're thinking of something you're going to say, huh?
No.
If you are, say it. It might help. Where did you learn to speak French, Portland?
From my cousin. He's helping tear down the French pavilion at the World's Fair.
Oh, he's picking it up over there, hey? Well, I wondered why you were speaking a broken French. I speak the pure second-year night school, the patois of classroom 2.
Are you going to night school again?
Oh, I have to. I borrowed a lantern. I've been going every night. I'm on information. Quiet. I'm on information, please. A week from next Friday. I've got to brush up. Gosh.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh boy! Wait till Jack Benny hears about that.
Oh yeah. Benny can't even get with the quiz kids.
You mean Jack is unsmart?
Look, his head is just something that keeps his neck from coiling down into his collar. Benny's IQ is lower than a ferret's habitat. Where's Goodman laughing at that? You see, the habitat he can't handle. He's strictly a pronoun man. A who man?
Did you hear what Jack said about his new picture?
His new picture? I'm in that picture, don't forget.
Jack called up the director.
Yes, I know. He called up Mark Sandwich to try and get first billing. First billing, and I'm in the picture. Why, that's like Gene Autry's horse calling up and wanting to be billed ahead of Gene.
But why shouldn't Jack's name come first?
Now, look, if Benny has any brains, my name will come before his.
Why?
Well, if my name is first and Benny's is second, Benny's relatives, who read from right to left, will think he's the... Well, don't bother with it. Why, you're mastering one language at a time. Well, come in. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
I thought there were two of you. I said come in twice. Excuse me. Yes?
I am here on a mission of great importance.
Now, look, son, here's $1. I'm very busy.
Put that filthy lucre back in your stocking, Allen. I don't want your tainted pelf.
What do you want?
Time.
Time?
Yes. Madame Lazonga was here last month. You gave her a minute.
And you, too, want a minute at my microphone?
Yes. I, too, have an important message.
All right, I'll introduce you. Who are you, sir?
I am the man who first said, begin the beginning.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yes.
I'll introduce you. Stand by, America. Here is a vital message. 2 years ago, this man here at our microphone tonight said, begin the begin. Tonight he says...
Stop it!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I said.
Oh, so that's what I heard it. Adieu.
Yeah. This place, I don't know what it is. This place seems to attract people who have been liquidated mentally. Well, now, Portland, what about our guest?
Tonight, you present Major Bowes' Amateur of the Month.
Well, so I do. We welcome a young lady who appeared on Major Bowes' program October, I almost coined a month there. October 17th. Tonight, through the Major's kind assistance, it is our pleasure to present for her professional radio debut, Miss Carla Thompson. Good evening, Carla.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Now, before we start, may I compliment you on your swell performance on the Major's program.
Thank you.
Tell me, Carla, how does it feel to be coming out professionally? To know that tonight the first Social Security payment will be deducted from your first salary.
I'm a little excited, naturally.
Hey, would you like to have me tremble a little so we'll have something in common?
No, I'll be all right, I hope.
Fine. Now, first, where is your home, Carla?
I live in Crown Heights.
And where is Crown Heights?
It's in Brooklyn.
It's in Brooklyn, really? I don't know who is ever at home in Brooklyn listening to radio programs. Anytime you mention Brooklyn, the house falls down. Everybody from Brooklyn is around in all the studios. Well, isn't Crown Heights rather a hi-hat name for a section of Brooklyn, Carla?
Oh, I don't think so.
You don't?
Some parts of Brooklyn are very nice.
Well, perhaps I've never gotten far enough into the interior. Tell me, Carla, how old are you?
I'm just 20.
Sweet 16 and 4 to carry, huh? And how long have you been studying singing?
I've never really studied, but I've been singing since I was 7 years old.
Well, isn't that odd? I started at 8. I was singing bass in the kindergarten glee club. the Mester Singers. But how did you come to get interested in singing so young? The stork didn't bring you wrapped up in an orchestration, did he?
No, Mr. Allen. My mother plays the piano. She's taught me all I know.
Well, that makes your talent all the more remarkable. But tell me now, Carla, where did you first start singing at 7? You weren't in the floor show at Child's.
No, I sang mostly at church festivals and charity affairs.
You were a little her singing hymns, huh? Well, as you grew older, were you interested in classical music or swing?
I've concentrated on popular songs.
Yeah.
I guess I'm what you call a torch singer.
An incendiary contralto, hey? Say, do you know where the expression to carry the torch originated, Carla?
No, I don't.
Would you want to say that again? I didn't quite hear you.
No, I don't.
Thank you. Well, would you like to have me tell you how the expression to carry the torch came about?
Yes, I'd love to know.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now. Pull up an E flat and sit down. Well, up in Booth Bay Harbor, Maine, many years ago, Carla, there lived a beautiful girl named Madeline who ran a lighthouse. A lighthouse. Matches hadn't been invented in those days, and every evening Madeline had to go down to the village, light an old broom she had soaked in oil, and come back to the lighthouse and light the lamp. A young lobster pot designer fell in love with Madeline, and every night when she came down to the village to get a light, he'd walk her back to the lighthouse. He expected to marry her, but Madeline finally eloped with the purser on a catboat. Her lover hoped that someday she'd come back, and every night he kindled the old broom, walked out to the lighthouse alone, and lit the light so she'd know. People up in Booth Bay, seeing the boy go by night after night with his flaming broom, used to say he's still carrying the torch for Madeline. And that's how the saying started.
That's very interesting.
Well, thank you, but I don't believe that came from the soul, Carla. But tell me, what have you been doing while you've been waiting for your ship to come in?
I've taken odd jobs from time to time, and I've studied at the National Youth Administration Radio Workshop.
The radio workshop is supported by the government, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, I know Mr. Stanley Stevens, the director of the Youth Administration Workshop, and he's doing some excellent work developing fine, new, young talent. But tell me now, Carla, how did you come to appear on Major Bowes' program?
Well, so many boys and girls have gotten their opportunities through Major Bowes. I thought I might have a chance to make good, too.
Well, Major Bowes and I think you have an excellent chance, Carla, and we wish you every success.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Carla, for this pleasant little chat tonight. Thank you. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest tonight. The Eskimo consul here in New York City has sent us, or loaned us, rather, the official Eskimo Gallup weatherman, Bazook of the North, who will give us a short talk on Arctic weather conditions. I give you then Bazook.
I'm
sorry, Bud, but that North Pole double talk doesn't go here. Can you couch your remarks in plain everyday American? That's what I thought. Well, I mean, it's too bad, buddy, but we're not getting anyplace. You especially. Say, isn't there someone here who can translate Eskimo?
Why, yes, I can, Fred.
You speak Eskimo, Jimmy?
Oh, like an igloo.
You do? Yeah, we won't hear much out of you tonight, then, will we?
This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. This little session is entirely unrehearsed. Fred takes his place at the round table where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready, Fred?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Jimmy. Portland will kindly introduce the first member of our board.
Yes, Mr. Henry Ephraim from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Efren.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your profession?
I'm a stage manager, Mr. Allen.
Stage manager?
Yes.
With some show current in New York, or are you at Liberty?
No, I'm not at Liberty, fortunately.
Fortunately for you.
I'm with George Washington Slept here at the
Oh, yeah.
Lyceum Theater.
George Washington slept here. You're making up the bed down there for children. Well, I want to tell you, that's at the Lyceum, isn't it? I wanted to tell you, I saw the show last week, Mr. Efren, and it really is a fine comedy. There are a million laughs in it, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. Tell me, I wanted to ask you, as stage manager, you have charge of the sound effects there, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell me how you get that effect with the boring the well for the water in the yard outside the house? How do they do that?
Well, we get it very simply. We got the idea from George Kaufman. He said we should drill a well every night backstage, and when we strike oil, we'll close the show and quit.
Well, that's a good idea, but you have to find a Texaco show in there when you strike oil. So I don't know whether that would be the solution. But I really, Mr. Efren, and you can thank Mr. Kaufman for a very pleasant evening. I enjoyed it. I was sitting next to me there. There were two people from California, I guess, a man and his wife. And in the second act, where you had that rain effect, that was you up there, I imagine, running it down, running with a hot water bag up and down. But when this rain started to come down, this lady from California turned to her husband and said, "Look, Phil, there's that stuff we saw at Boulder Dam." But, thanks a lot, Mr. Efren. And now, Portland?
Mrs. Irma Bonney from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Bonney. Miss Bonney or Mrs. Bonney?
Mrs. Bonney.
Well, I never know it, Mrs. Bonney. Tell me, are you engaged in business here in New York, or do you live here?
Yes, I am, Mr. Allen.
In business
I
here?
own the Spanish Language Center of New York.
Spanish Language Center? What is that, a Spanish school?
We teach Spanish, we translate Spanish, we do Spanish recordings for moving pictures that are being sent to South America.
Do you really?
We also do Spanish publicity for artists going to South America.
You don't cook Spanish omelets up there?
Not yet.
Sideline, do you?
No.
You don't, huh? Well, I imagine with the friendly spirit that is motivating the South American countries and our own country, that there must be a great interest in Spanish at the moment.
There is a tremendous interest because, of course, as you have just said, the commercial relations between the two countries at the present time are very important,
Yes,
and
they
it's
are.
most important that young men going to South America learn to speak Spanish.
Sure, if they're going to be in business, naturally. I don't know much about Spanish. The only thing I know about it is that the J in Spanish is always pronounced like an H, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, do you know Hack Benny, that Herc? And now, Portland.
Mr. Lester Zins from Brooklyn, New York.
Good evening, Mr. Zins. May I ask your profession or business or...
I'm a pitcher for the House of David baseball team.
You're the pitcher for the House of David. But I wouldn't... I thought all the players in the House of David team had those big muffs. Where is your beard?
We shave as soon as the baseball season is over.
Oh, you shave as soon as the baseball season is over, do you? But I was going to ask you some questions, but you won't mind if I go ahead with you. We're a little short for time. I was going to ask you how many games you play in a season. You barnstorm all during the summer, don't you?
We play an average of 115 games in 4 months.
You do? And you wear your beards all the time? Isn't it rather messy sliding into second?
It isn't so bad sliding. But while eating soup, we find it quite a strain.
Well, of course. Well, that stops me. A joke like that, you wouldn't hear in a lifetime. Well, that about brings us up to our question. I was going to say consommé of art, consummate or something. A quick pun like that escapes me, and the time is fleeting. Well, that about brings us to our question. And tonight we ask your opinions, our little committee, on a form of oral demonstration that has been making rapid strides of late in newsreel and moving picture theaters. Formerly, patrons maintained decorum in the celluloid marts, but today, hissing, booing, and catcalling are common practices in theaters showing the new films. Now, our question tonight is, in your opinion, is it proper or improper for a person to give audible vent to his approval or disapproval of persons or events shown in the newsreels? Now, first, Mr. Efron, how do you feel about these demonstrations in newsreel theaters?
Well, I think it's all right to give vent to your approval or disapproval. It seems to me to be a kind of a harmless way of giving off feeling and sentiment at those occasions. Political. Doesn't cost anything, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone.
And you test the acoustics in the joint at the same time. Well, that's one way to look at it. And Mrs. Bonney, how do you feel about it?
I think that it's probably not good manners, but it certainly releases one's inhibitions.
You have a sound argument there. I'm quite sure Mr. Zins has a joke that's coming. Well, you are in favor, then, Mrs. Bonney, you might say.
Yes, I am.
In expressing yourself. You don't think it will get to other things, do you, where if you don't like the dial system when you get a wrong number that you have to hang up and start hissing in the phone booth? You don't think it will come to that?
I think it would be a good idea.
You do, really?
I do.
Well, you have something. And Mr. Zins, how do you feel about this booing and catcalling business?
Well, I believe if you're not in favor of what... Are you trying to rattle me?
No. This is my own face, so help me. I won't...
Well, I believe if you're not in favor, you don't necessarily have to show disapproval, whereas if you do approve, your applause would be most welcome.
Well, that's perfectly right. In other words, you should withhold your opinion unless it's favorable and then go the whole hog. Is that right?
I believe so.
Well, I think we've made a pretty mess of things, company. I doubt very much that I can't read. I've got to either get glasses or longer arms. I doubt very much that our brilliant discussion tonight will curb this raucous outburst in newsreel theaters. Personally, I think that people have a perfect right to yell at the newsreels because when sound came in, the newsreel started yelling at people. And turnabout, as the man said when he spun the crooked roulette wheel, is not fair play. Now, on this sage note, our forum closes, and thank you, Mr. Ephraim, Mrs. Bonney, and Mr. Zins for your kind cooperation. Say, Portland, while I think of it...
Yes, Mr. Allard?
What is the matter with your mother? She's been sitting down there in the third row all evening, looking as if I were a termite at her wooden wedding.
Oh, Mama's sore on account of you insulted her.
I insulted your mother when?
The other day.
Yes?
She showed you her car.
I didn't say a derogatory word. I praised the car. I said what a beautiful covey of tin it was.
Yes, but you didn't ask to drive it.
Was that an insult?
Mama said so.
Why should it be an insult?
Oh, you'll have to ask Mama.
Oh, no. I'll do it the easy way. I'll contact our authority on automotive etiquette. Larry Elliott.
Yes, Fred.
Larry, what is your verdict on this unfortunate faux pas that I apparently have committed? Did I really, honest to goodness, insult Portland's mother by not asking to drive the car?
Oh, maybe Portland's mother's too sensitive, Fred. But I know this. It's a compliment to a car owner when someone says, "That's a nice job, that car of yours. Mind if I take the wheel and drive a bit myself?"
Tonight, the Texaco Workshop players, ladies and gentlemen, offer their tribute to the unsung hero of the 1940 football season. It's called The Story of Bramson Snide. Each football season produces its outstanding figure. 1 year a player, another year a coach. 1940 now stands ready to choose its favorite. Who will be America's gridiron hero number one?
I nominate Tommy Harmon, brilliant Michigan back. I nominate Carl Snavely, outstanding Cornell coach. I nominate Frank Regan, flashy Penn star.
Yes, these heroes have their claim to fame, but none is as deserving as our candidate. For 1940's football hero number one, we nominate Bramson Snide. Bramson Snide is no dynamic fullback. Bramson has never won a game in the last minute of play, But Bramson Snide, in his humble way, stood up under hardship and abuse that would have crushed any brawny giant stalking the gridiron today. This, then, is the tale of a lowly football fan, the story of Bramson Snide. Bramson Snide graduated from Siwash University in 1932. His one burning ambition after leaving college was to attend the great annual Siwash Army game at the Yankee Stadium in New York City. Each November, though, it was the same old story. Bramson would take himself aside and say to himself,
Gosh, I wish I could see the Siwash Army game. If I only had the dough.
For 8 long years, Bramson didn't have the dough. But in 1940, he turned the tables on himself. This fall, Bramson Snide said to himself,
At last I've got the dough. This year I'll see Siwash play Army. Yippee!
A week before the game, Bramson started to prepare. First, we find Bramson making himself a pennant.
Gee, tearing this flap off my union suit was a great idea. It makes a swell pennant.
Then Bramson rehearsed his college cheer.
Toothpaste, liniment, gargle, eyewash, dunk 'em, skunk 'em, hold 'em, Siwash.
Bramson was raucous and ready for the Siwash Army game. All he needed now was his ticket. Bramson called the college. The head of the Siwash Athletic Committee said,
I'm sorry, Snide. We turned all the tickets over to the dean.
The dean said,
I haven't even got a ticket for myself, Snide. I had to give them to the coach.
The coach said,
I gave the tickets to the team.
And the team said,
We sold the tickets to a speculator.
But why, fellers?
What are we going to eat all winter? Cheers?
Bramson turned away. His hands clenched, his body stiffened. He muttered to himself,
I'll see that Siwash Army game. I'm going to New York City.
And sure enough, that night found Bramson Snide aboard the football game special. Boisterous Siwash alumni staggered through the train, but Bramson sat alone in his compartment, wig-wagging his little union suit pennant and humming his college song, Fair Siwash. Suddenly, his compartment door burst open.
Wow, look at who's here. My old college chum, Joe Dimwitty. Hello, Joe. What do you know?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. My name is Bramson Snide.
Quit kidding. You're Joe Dimwitty, class of 27. I'm Sam Bevins, 27, too.
Well, I'm sorry, Sam, but I'm not Joe Dimwitty.
You're not?
No, I'm not. Say, what is this?
My old college buddy trying to brush me off.
Oh, now, wait a
Just
minute.
because I'm only a vice president, I'm a failure.
Please, will you stop crying on my lap? You're shrinking my pennant.
Okay, I'll go. But don't say you're not my old classmate, Joe Dimwitty. Tell me you're Joe.
All right, I am Joe Dimwitty.
You are?
Yes.
It's funny you don't look like Joe.
But you just said...
Oh, trying to pull a fast one, eh? Impersonating Joe Dimwitty, eh?
But I'm not Joe Dimwitty.
You're not?
No.
Now, give me that brush. I'm a failure.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Well, you're just in time, conductor.
Oh, yeah? What's this drunk doing in your compartment?
Nothing. I don't even...
Oh, so you lured him in here, huh? Trying to pick his pocket.
Pick his pocket?
Where on are you crooks working the football trains? You're under arrest.
Under arrest? Oh!
Hey, what do you know? He's fainted.
I'll bring him to. Get me some water.
He's fainted.
Well, don't stand there. Get me some water.
What's water?
When Bramson was revived, he showed the conductor his union suit pennant, gave his Siwash cheer. The conductor bet him 2-1 Siwash would get beaten and withdrew. But Bramson's troubles were in their infancy. When he left the station in New York City, a man in a battered yellow vehicle followed Bramson along the curb. Finally, the man said,
Hey, mister, want a taxi?
No, thank you. I never accept gifts from strangers.
And Bramson didn't take that taxi. As he plodded into Times Square, he saw a big sign over an orange juice stand. It said, Siwash Army tickets here. A sinister fellow standing by the squeezer addressed Bramson as he approached.
Hey, Bud.
Are you me, mister?
Yeah, you need a ticket for the Army Siwash game?
Have you got one?
Yeah, just one seat left.
Oh, boy, where is it?
Overlooking the 50-yard line. It's $10.
Here's your money.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought this seat was over the 50-yard line.
That's right, Chub.
Well, this ticket says, admit one to roof at 2100 Grand Concourse.
For $10, you don't expect no seat inside the stadium, do you?
No?
No.
Well, what's this roof ticket then?
Look, Chum, look. Right across the street from the football stadium is a roof that looks right down on the field.
Oh, and that's where I'll be sitting?
For $10, you don't expect no seat on that roof, do you?
Hey, what is this? How do I see the game?
Look, Chum, there's this roof overlooking the field, see?
Yes?
The landlord has put up a mirror there, see?
Yes?
2 blocks down is another roof with a perfect view with a mirror on the first roof.
And my seat is on that roof?
That's right. Here's a telescope that goes with the ticket.
Well, I need a telescope?
Yeah, you're sitting behind a chimney.
But if I'm sitting behind a chimney, how can I see the mirror?
There's a hinge in the telescope, brother. You can make it the hard way.
With his precious ticket and the telescope clutched to his chicken breast, which was mostly dark meat, incidentally, Bramson Snide scurried back into the bustle that is New York. Now get to the Yankee Stadium, but how? He'd have to ask the way. Stepping into a steamy cafeteria, Bramson addressed the steamy girl cashier.
Excuse me, miss.
Yeah? What's on your mind, Sharpie?
Can you direct me to the Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, you get a bus at 33rd and 3rd.
Huh?
I said you get a bus at 33rd and 3rd.
What's that?
Look, this is 5th Avenue, you see? Then comes 4th, then 3rd, 2nd, 1st. You go down 33rd, that's 33rd and 3rd.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I still don't get it.
What's the matter, you thief?
No, but...
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, Goody.
This palooka wants to go to Yankee Stadium.
Oh, that's a cinch. Look, Bud, you get a bus at 33rd and 3rd. You can't miss it.
Is Can't Miss It near the Yankee Stadium?
What a dope. Listen, Joy. You get a bus at 33rd and 3rd, right by the Erster Bar.
Erster Bar?
Yeah, Erster Bar. Ersters. What you get pearls out of?
Yeah, it's right on 33rd and 3rd.
Now I'm back to Toity-Toit again.
Yeah, you're hip. You can't miss it. It's across the street from a moon picture.
What's a moon picture?
Listen, for the last time, Joy, go over to Toyd, go up to 33rd, there's your bus at the 33rd and 3rd Erster Bar by the moon picture.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
But how do I get to the Yankee Stadium?
Listen, Bud, forget everything I said. You want to go to Yankee Stadium, right?
Right.
Okay. Before you do anything else, go across the street into that big building.
Is that a bus terminal?
Nah, it's a night school. You can't get no place in New York till you learn how to understand English.
Bramson Snide left the cafeteria in a daze. 2 months later, a shabby, beaten little figure still shuffled through the streets of New York City looking for the Yankee Stadium. It had grown bitter cold. Bramson had pinned the little flap pennant back on his union suit to fend off big, bold Jack Frost. One brisk night, as Bramson slunk along the Bowery, he felt a large, warm hand plunge down into his muffler. Bramson wheeled. At the other end of the hand was a policeman. At last, Bramson's tribulations were over. A minion of the law would surely know the way. Bramson addressed the officer.
Please, sir, how can I get to the Yankee Stadium?
Yankee Stadium?
Yes.
It's a cinch. You get a bus at 33rd and 3rd by the Erster Bar, the moon picture.
This was the last straw. Bramson Snide fled in the direction of the East River. Some days later, a beachcomber at Staten Island found a bit of tattered flotsam riding the ebb tide. It was the little union suit pennant. That dank little flap was the end of Bramson Snide.
What he does, I don't know. Who he is, well, that slipped my mind, too. Anyway, here he is. Who's this in person?
Well, thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. rather a peculiar reception. Started around on an angle in back of Kenny and showed up in the front. Well, the acoustics are bent in here, apparently. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, before we start, what is the big idea?
Oh, is something wrong, sir?
Sir? Well, what sort of an introduction is that? Who he is, it slipped my mind. What he is, here he is. It's who's this in person. Well, you know who I am, don't you?
Oh, why, yes, you're... Well, you know who you are.
Well, sir, I know who I am,
Sure.
but you apparently don't. So what's wrong with you?
Well, I'll be all right in just a minute, Doctor. You know, this amnesia is killing me.
Doctor, amnesia, a fine thing, an announcer with amnesia.
Say, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, son.
Huh? Son.
Say, what's the matter with Jimmy, Mr. Allen? His eyes are glassy looking.
Mr. Wallington has amnesia, Kenny.
You mean that stuff with citrate in it? Citrate of amnesia?
No, Kenny. This is, what he has is known to your druggist as alkyl sulfotelphate. Amnesia is loss of memory. Jimmy, apparently, is here and he doesn't remember a thing.
Well, we gotta cure him, Mr. Allen. He owes me $8.
I'll try him again. Say, Jimmy.
I'll tell him when he comes in.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I mean you.
Oh, I'm Sergei.
Sergei? Yeah. He doesn't even know himself. Well, I'll see if he recognizes you, Kenny.
Never mind me. Ask him about the $8.
Now, one thing at a time. Say, Sergei.
Yes?
Do you know who this is, Sir Gold Boy, Kenny Baker?
Oh, yes. Kenny Baker, you're singing Sam, aren't you?
There goes my $8.
Now, look, Sergei, do you know what program you're on?
Well, this is the Coney Island local, isn't it? Certainly. I'm changing it to DeKalb for Flatbush Avenue.
He thinks he's going someplace. This program isn't going anyplace, is it, Mr. Allen?
Not with an announcer who has amnesia, Kenny. Now, look, Sergei.
Yes, please?
Yes, please. Now he's talking like Dennis Day.
Sergei, the thing is the country ready for another Dennis Day, do you think? Sergei, you had better go and lie down, Sir Gold Boy.
Why?
Because in 10 minutes you've got to read a commercial. And if you can't remember to say Texaco, Sergei, next week, Sergei, your name will be Graham McNamee.
Texaco. Oh, yes, Texaco. I must remember that.
Yes.
Texaco.
Well, good. Jimmy's going to lie down, Kenny. Now, if his man... Wait a minute. He can't overcome that old Ken Murray habit Wait a minute. He just wanted to lie down to keep the joke company, I guess. A lot of times jokes get lonesome lying around alone. You know, those little jokes, the bon mots. Nothing is as lonesome as a little bon mot lying around. But if Jimmy's memory returns, he'll be okay.
If he wakes up a halfwit, I'll only get $4.
If your voice is changing, we want to... Now, and if his mind is a blank, he'll probably give you a check, Kenny. But taking our cue from a Wallington check, we bounce into the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents The World on Parade. New York City, New York. The Council of the Actors Equity Association authorizes opening of legitimate theaters for Sunday performances. Innovation startles the world of the theater in and about New York. Texaco News interviews little-known theatrical folk to get their reactions to Sunday shows. First, an impresario who has been producing plays for many years, Sebastian Gall. Now, Mr. Gall.
I've been on Broadway, man and boy, since 1890.
What became of the boy, Mr. Really? You've been...
Yes, sir. I remember Bite of the Sewing Machine Girl the night it opened.
Say, what happened with that show?
It's still running. Today they call it the Garment Center.
Oh, my God.
Yes, sir. I remember the New York Philharmonic when it
was only one guy with a mandolin.
You don't say.
Yes, sir, I can remember the theater when it was nothing but a guy wearing an Inverness down on 14th Street.
And you've been producing shows all of this time?
I've been producing shows since the first shoestring was invented.
Well, do you button shoes set you back a little in your... Well, do you think, Mr. Gall, that Sunday shows will help the theater?
It don't make no difference either way. Either you're doing capacity or you're losing your shirt.
Ah, but if you're doing capacity and the theater opens Sunday night and it's packed...
You're still doing capacity. You ain't getting no place.
Well, yes, now, but if you're losing your shirt...
It still don't make no difference.
Well, I don't see...
Look, I'll explain it.
Oh.
I got a revival running now. It's Getting Gertie's Garter.
Yeah? That's...
Yeah. Only I'm calling it Getting Gertie's Foundation Garment.
Oh,
Yeah, it's more up to date.
You are doing capacity.
Capacity? I'm losing me shirt.
Well, now, take your case, for example. If you open Sunday night...
So what? Nobody will still come in. I'm still losing me shirt.
Well, then, in your opinion...
Sunday shows don't mean nothing.
Well, thank you very...
You're either doing capacity or you're losing your shirt.
Well, thank you.
If you're doing capacity, you got jumpy knives in the stomach.
Yes.
If you're losing your shirt, you got nothing in your stomach.
Well, after all...
Hey, jumpy knives in your stomach is better than nothing.
You should live just long enough to find out and no longer. A little-known singer who has his opinion on Sunday performances, Salvatore Linguini. Signor A. Linguini. Just a second, Signor.
What's the matter for you? You don't like the key?
Well, no, it isn't.
I can sing him in any key. Which key you like? E flat, maybe?
No, don't bother.
Grazie.
Gesundheit. Now, what about these Sunday shows?
I, Salvatore Linguini, am imported to sing for the opera.
Oh, for the season?
Shush. Monday night, I'm sing Boris Good Enough.
Well, that's good.
It's good enough for Boris, it's good enough for me. Tuesday, I'm singing Faust. I'm singing like the devil.
Well, I'm sure you will.
Wednesday, I'm singing from a Figaro. Figaro.
Just a minute, Signor. I don't care a Figaro about your Figaro or the other nights in the week. What about Sunday night?
Sunday night, I'm no sing.
Well, if the theater's open, the opera will surely open.
Salvatore Linguini still no sing.
Why not?
International exchange.
What is par for those two words? What has international exchange got to do with your singing Sunday night?
When I'm sign a contract in the old country, I'm get 2,000 lira.
2,000 lira. That would be around $100 a week.
That's before international exchange.
And today?
I'm sing all the week in the opera. I'm a catch 27 cents.
Ah, but that's net, you forgot to say. Your salary is 27 cents a week. Well, how do you live?
Sunday, I'm a seller of chestnuts on the street.
And that's why you won't sing Sunday night.
Sure, so how am I going to live? Sunday nights, I'm got to sell the chestnuts.
Yes, but if the opera issues an ultimatum...
Which do you think will win, the opera or the nuts?
None.
Nuts to you. I'm asking you a civil question.
The feeling is mutual, which used to be a burlesque circuit, and thank you, Mr. Salvatore Linguini. A prominent actress... We must get another author to write little lines to get the people away from the microphone after the big lines don't get anything. A prominent actress who is concerned about the theater Sunday opening and just drove up in a Fiat. We were all worried here. Miss Rachel Prontin. How do you feel about Sunday performances, Miss Prontin?
I have been in the theater 30 years and never worked a Sunday.
What company were you with?
Do you recall the 7 Sutherland sisters?
Yes.
I was the third sister from the end.
Which end?
It depended.
Oh, I see.
Oh, those happy days. I was the toast of New York.
Really?
Men begged to drink wine from my slippers.
Why?
I wore a 9.5 slipper. It held held 2 jiggers more than Bernhardt.
Lucky you.
Oh, those gay old days at the casino. Jay Gould and Diamond Jim snatching off my slippers, rushing off to Delmonico's to bib. I'd follow along later in my stocking feet.
Oh, happy time.
Oh, yes, roistering until the crack of dawn. Then home in a tally-ho, bouncing upstairs in my soggy pumps.
Oh, Tantivia Loft. Well, didn't the champagne in your slippers bother your feet?
At one time, my bunions were 90 proof.
Your chiropodist took the cure later, I imagine. Very interesting. But what about Sunday performances, Rachel?
Oh, I don't worry about them.
Why not?
Well, these days, if I open in a show on Monday night...
It closes the next day?
No, generally the same night.
Oh, I see. You are a victim of short runs.
Yes, darn these cheap stockings.
Yes? We were stuck for a line there. We didn't know how to get around. You can see right there. You can see right there it has nothing to do with Sunday night or running the stocking, but you're both on your last legs, madam, and thank you, Mr. Printer. A man about Broadway and sundry alleys who is up in arms about the Sunday proposition is Derwent Fonseca. You are for the Sunday performances, Derwent?
Not me. Just means another day of work for me.
Well, I know.
Means getting up,
naturally,
getting dressed, getting down at the theater, getting ready before the show, getting away when the show's over, getting back in that subway jam,
I know.
getting to bed late.
Well,
Slaving 6 days a week, brother. I'm entitled to Sunday off.
What show are you with?
I ain't with any show.
Well, I thought you were...
I ain't no actor.
Didn't you say you had to get down to the theater?
Yeah, I'm a picket.
Oh! Why are the New York theaters being opened on Sunday? Is it to aid the actors? Is it to benefit theatrical producers? No. The real reason the theaters are opening is to provide a haven for countless millions who find their homes unbearable and who flee wild-eyed into the streets every Sunday night when a certain verbal blight walks to his microphone and says,
"Hello again.
Thank you. It was very charitable of you to applaud, ladies and gentlemen. It was a weekie, but we did the best we can. But now, ladies and gentlemen, go again. Come in.
Mr. Mallon?
Yes?
Sign here.
Well, sign for what?
I got an eagle outside for you.
An eagle?
Yeah, his name is Mr. Ramshaw.
Well, I'm afraid you're a week early, son. We're interviewing the eagle next Wednesday.
You mean I should take the eagle away and bring him back next week?
If you will.
Shucks.
Are you disappointed?
Yeah, now I gotta wait 7 days to give you the bird. So long.
I ought to report that, Nipper. Some of those messenger boys are getting pretty particular. I got a singing telegram yesterday. The messenger boy asked me to put out my cigar before he sang. He said the smoke bothered his throat. Well, that's the old machine. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Say, what have you... Your relatives are always in on rainy nights, aren't they? Well, it's cheaper than buying umbrellas, I guess, for the family. Say, what have you got in those 3 bundles, Portland?
Turkeys.
You look definitely raffle happy. What are you doing with the trio of gobblers?
Well, there are only 3 more Thursdays in November.
So?
Nobody said when Thanksgiving is this year yet.
Oh, so you're going to eat turkey every Thursday from now on, huh?
Yes, Mama isn't taking any chances.
Well, that little routine there settles one thing definitely. That proves that the turkey came before the egg. I mean, how we got it. Hey, tell me, what have you been doing? If it's not coming from the heart, please don't applaud. None of it. Gesture. But tell me, what have you been doing? What have you been doing all week?
Mama took me to the horse show Friday.
Did you have a good time there?
Yes, but we got scared. One horse kept following Mama around.
Really? Why?
I think he recognized a relative in Mama's fur coat.
Well, what is your mother's fur coat? Unborn Shetland?
It's supposed to be Jumbo Chinchilla.
Oh, Jumbo Chinchilla. Oh, boy.
But some man said he remembered Mama's coat from Pimlico.
Probably from an old parlay down there, I guess. But enough of this equine falderall. What about our guest?
Have you ever walked up Broadway at night and seen all those spectacular electric signs?
I know if T didn't agree with you, I'd have taken it out of at there and made it A for you. I put my T in the script. Coffee will keep you awake, but T, I mean... Well, all right. I have walked up Broadway at night and seen all those spectacular electric signs. Now,
well, the man who originated and built most of those signs.
Yes? Yeah? So what? Is he our guest tonight? I can't do both parts. I finally missed my own.
That's right. Mr. Allen?
Yeah, now some ad-libbing. Give it to us.
Meet Mr. Douglas Lee.
Well... You, Mr. Lee, are founder and president of Douglas Lee Incorporated, one of the largest and most successful sign companies in the country.
Well, if I say yes, won't it sound boastful, Mr. Allen?
Yes, it might, Mr. Lee. But you are the president of your company.
Well, yes.
And your company is one of the largest in the country?
Well, yes.
Now, you see, when you break it up, it loses that ego quality. That echo. I fixed that. Well, you seem rather young to be a tycoon, Mr. Lee. Is it just that you're mummified or well preserved?
No, I'm only 30, Mr. Allen.
Only 30. Well, how long has your company been in business?
A little over 7 years.
And in that time, you have erected most of the best-known signs here on Broadway. Well, how did you happen to become a Mazda magnate, Mr. Lee?
Well, I used to work for a big sign firm here in New York, but I had some definite ideas of my own about outdoor advertising, and I finally left to form my own company.
Well, were your ideas revolutionary? I mean, as signs go?
I didn't think so, Mr. Allen. I felt that creating a sign was something like putting on a spectacle. I thought that a sign designer should approach his work as a showman.
In other words, a sign creator should be sort of a cross between Ziegfeld and Edison the man.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, of course, the theatrical producer does have one advantage, Mr. Lee. He can take his leading lady out after the show. Now, you can't very well walk into the Stork Club with a thermostat on your arm, can you? But since you have started as an electrical entrepreneur, what are some of the spectacular animated signs you've originated?
Well, our new Silex coffee maker sign has real steam rising from the cup.
Really?
And another has a clown tossing quoits. And I built a penguin that winked 100,000 times every day.
Well, it wouldn't do him any good unless another penguin just happened to be going by. But tell me, Mr. Lee, outside of advertising appeal, do your signs attempt any other functions?
Well, yes. Quite often they perform a public service.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for example, I developed the Coca-Cola sign on Columbus Circle, and that one forecasts tomorrow's weather.
Yes?
I have other signs that tell the time, the temperature, and so on.
Well, I understand that the most entertaining innovation that sign lovers have noted on Broadway recently is the comedy cartoon technique that these new displays employ. Now, is this slapstick animation process your development?
Yes, it is. A model of it was brought over from Europe, and we developed and pioneered it in this country.
Well, the signs are similar to movie cartoons, just except that they're done in lights. Do you assemble them the same way?
In principle, yes, sir. See, first a scenario is worked out, then the drawings are made and photographed.
Yes?
And then the film's projected on a small screen made up of hundreds of photoelectric cells. Then the images are transmitted to the larger screen on the sign.
You want to read that over? No, that's right. You're right. I don't. So while I thought you said sign on the screen. Well, so while the large animated sign is functioning, Mr. Lee, an actual miniature movie is being run off backstage, or back sign, I guess you'd say.
That's right.
Well, you've never gotten your wires crossed and accidentally projected two pictures at the same time, have you?
No, it hasn't happened yet, Mr. Allen.
Well, imagine the consternation if the Lone Ranger rode out of that cup of coffee on one of those Wrigley fish, yelling, "Hi-ho, Coca-Cola." Confidentially, what do you feel is your outstanding contribution to Broadway signdom, Mr. Lee?
Well, I would say it's the new display that I've just put up at Broadway and 46 for Wilson Whiskey.
Well, how large is that sign?
Well, it takes up 4,000 square feet. It also contains 10,000 light bulbs and over 1 million feet of wiring. It also has more, too. It has 20-foot fountains that circulate 1,500 gallons of water every minute.
Well, where do you get this water? Are you renting it from Billy Rose?
No, it's just water that was freelancing before we took it over.
The old water that was freelancing around. Well, I say, how long does your free show with this new electric extravaganza run?
7 minutes. We're showing 3 features. First is the Ducky Romance, then Happy Thanksgiving, and also a sports subject.
A triple feature. The sign doesn't throw dishes at the crowd when it's over, does it?
No, we're not overdoing it, Mr. Allen.
Well, it's certainly been nice of you to stop by tonight, Mr. Lee.
It's been a pleasure, Mr. Allen.
Say, I just happened to think, Mr. Lee, since you are interested in electrodynamics, I suggest that you tune in on our guest next week, Mr. Ramshaw, the Eagle.
Why, Mr. Allen?
Well, you may light up the Great White Way, Mr. Lee, but if that eagle gets loose again next Wednesday, he'll electrify the entire country.
Good night, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, and good night, Mr. Douglas Lee. Every night about this time, I tune my radio in on a little station in the country that broadcasts weather reports. Monday night, I heard this.
Weather for tonight, cold to colder. Folks with water on the knee are advised to put in antifreeze.
On Tuesday night, I heard this report.
Weather for tonight, colder yet. Singers are warned against performing Swanee River. There'll be gargling icicles.
And tonight, I tuned in just before I left home, and I heard this.
The program originally scheduled for this time has been congealed.
So I turned the dial, and I heard this familiar voice saying,
You can take the weatherman's word for it. Much colder weather is on the way. Don't let an occasional mild day fool. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where each week three...
Jimmy, just a minute, Jimmy.
What's the matter, Fred?
There's nobody at the round table.
Well, there were 3 people sitting there just a minute ago.
They're not there now.
No, really?
Now, don't tell me those 3 draft numbers all came up at the same time.
Well, here we are, Mr. Allen.
You said it, Porty. Let's go.
What is this? Who is here and who is ready to go?
Kenny and I.
Now, don't tell me you've dismissed our round table guests again tonight.
That's
We
right.
sure did.
Well, haven't I got enough trouble with Benny? Do I have to...
Oh, boy, did you hear Jack last Sunday?
Oh, don't...
Oh, Mr. Benny was certainly hot.
Look, Benny hasn't been hot since the night he was trapped in the Chicago fire. And Mrs. O'Leary caught him that night coming out of her barn with 2 pails of hot milk. That guy is lower than a Yale score.
Is Jack going to premiere your new picture in Waukegan, Mr. Allen?
Benny has got nothing to do with where Love Thy Neighbor opens. It's between Paramount and me, Sub Rosa. I'm writing Mark Sandrich to have the picture positively open at Old Orchard Beach up in Maine.
But isn't Old Orchard closed up in the winter?
Yes. And there's still more life around Old Orchard closed up than there is in Waukegan wide open.
Well, Jack talked to all the Paramount heads last Sunday.
Yeah, so what? He talked to Mary Martin all the time we were making the picture. That didn't do him any good either. Benny with his premiere. If he was a swallow, he'd want a premiere at Capistrano.
Does Mr. Benny really know Mr. Freeman, that man from the South?
He must. Jack stopped Mr. Freeman's car and spoke to him.
Now, look, Mr. Freeman is the head of Paramount. He's from the South, and he doesn't use an automobile. He drives around the Paramount lot in a buckboard, pulled by 2 extras made up as Mason and Dixon. Mr. Freeman calls the Paramount lot the plantation.
Do the actors pick cotton at Paramount when they're not working?
But no, Kenny. The producers pick the cotton. They pick it out of little bottles to get at the aspirin. But let's drop the whole thing. I give you my word. Love Thy Neighbor will open at Old Orchard Beach. That's that. Now, what about the question?
There isn't any.
That's why we sent the people home.
Well, I don't see.
Well, this Friday night you're going to be on Information, please.
See, that's right. I forgot all about it. A cuff job. It slipped my mind.
Well, we'll show 'em, eh, Mr. Allen?
We?
You bet. Kenny and I'll be in there helping. And you'll need plenty of helping.
You can't top that guy, WPA.
It's FPA, Kenny.
But they're pretty smart on Information,
Oh,
please.
I don't...
Kenny and I want to help you out.
You bet. We're going down with the ship.
Where's the quiz book, Kenny?
Here it is. You take it, Mr. Allen.
Quiz book? What do I want this for? For
Well,
what?
you can ask us some questions and get a little practice.
Oh, you want me to make like Fetterman?
Yes. You can ask us any question.
Now, are you sure that you two didn't look up the answers in the back of this book?
Why, that would be cheating.
Yes. Wasn't it?
Well, all right. A little workout, a little preview won't hurt me. Wait till I find the question here. I'll look this...
All right. Mr. Goodman, will you come over here now?
I'm ready, Porty. What has our maestro, Mr. Goodman, got to do with this?
He's our musical expert.
And Al is better than Oscar Levant.
What has Levant got that I haven't got?
A smattering of ignorance?
With Levant, it's a book. With me, it's misfortune. And...
On that false note, we sit down for our little improvised information, please. Seated before me at the experts' table is Mr. Al Goodman, music critic of the Daily Racing Form. Portland, constant reader of the popular column My Day. And Mr. Kenneth Baker, a contemporary of Dennis Day. Are you ready, experts? Well, here's the first question. Oh, Kenny, is your hand up already?
Yes, I'm over anxious, I guess.
Well, Kenny, you're sure you didn't look at the answers in the back of this book?
Is that the first question?
No. The first question is, who fiddled while Rome burned? All right, Kenny.
A fur-bearing animal whose domicile is a dam, the building of which is facilitated by his flat tail.
That is elaborate, ill-timed, and incorrect. Portland?
I had the same answer as Kenny.
Something's wrong, Porty,
Well,
because
you
I...
Quiet, please. Mr. Goodman?
What was this question again?
Who fiddled while Rome burned?
What local did he belong to?
What difference does it make?
If it was Rome, New York, I know the delegate. I can fix it for him.
Oh, no. Forget the whole thing. That's question's been used. I'll get a fresh question here. Here's one. Who appeared when Aladdin rubbed his lamp? All right, Kenny?
A fur-bearing animal whose domicile is a dam, the building of which is facilitated by his flat tail.
Kenny, you have got a one-track mind.
I'm on the same track.
Well, if we hear nothing, it'll be a collision. Quiet, please. We've got to get on here. Time is pressing. Mr. Goodman, who appeared when Aladdin rubbed his lamp?
If it wasn't a good humor, man, I'm asking you.
All right. Well, I tell him. All right, I'll tell him. When Aladdin rubbed his lamp, a genie appeared.
If she's got light brown hair, she's on the hit parade. Genie, light brown hair.
Experts, please. Now, so far, there hasn't been enough light shed by these answers to give a midget a sunbath. Now, let's try something real simple. I will have the orchestra play the first few bars of a well-known song. Now, see if you can guess the name of it. Music, please. Think hard. All right, Kenny.
Can I have a little more of that?
Are you stuck, or are you a music lover? A little more music, please. Well, Kenny, what's the name of it?
I don't know.
Portland?
I don't know.
All right. Tell us, Mr. Goodman.
I don't know.
You mean to stand there in that barely making it double-breasted suit and tell me that you don't know the name of that song?
Listen to him. 50 new songs come out every week, and he expects me to know every one of them.
You won't have any trouble after the first of the year.
a tailor, maybe.
Well, pardon me, Maestro, for fixing it up good. I'll get back to the book here. Now, here's a question on literature. Who said to be or not to be?
A fur-bearing animal.
No. That again.
Well, there must be some question that's an answer to.
It is possible, but it just so happens that it isn't this one. Now, who said to be or not to be?
Well, I didn't.
Portland?
I didn't.
Suddenly, everybody's looking at me. Why?
Say, take a look at yourself and make it unanimous. Here's a question in the book. Here's a question that's been circled in blue pencil. Something tells me that Kenny is going to be able to answer this one. Kenny.
I'm ready, Mr. Allen.
What, Kenny, is a beaver?
A beaver?
Yes.
You got me, brother.
Well, that's done it. They were here to finish the first show. Well, that's done it. Something tells me I better get a stand-in for information, please.
I'll go over for you, Mr. Allen.
Oh, no. Now, you go over to that microphone, Kenneth, and sing something appropriate.
How about Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen?
It fits what I've just gone through to a T. You poor people just broke in the front door, thought this was Carnegie Hall, Kenny. It was very nice. And now we bring you a surprise guest, a gentleman who ranks himself as one of the country's foremost inventors. I mean, that little-known man, Mr. Diogenes Fuddle.
Thank you.
And just what is it you've invented again?
The Fuddle Gum Gun.
The Fuddle Gum Gun? Well, what is that?
Why, it's an invention that will revolutionize our national defense. It will positively...
Excuse me. If this gum gun is of military importance, this is no place to be brabbing it around, brother. Why don't you tell the Army about your cannon?
Well, I did. They said tell it to the Navy. So I told it to the Navy.
And they said?
Tell it to the Marines.
Oh.
It just seems like nobody wants to hear about the Fuddle Gum Gun.
Well, we do. We're a clearinghouse for riffraff. We're happy to... Now, tell me, just how does it work?
Well, it's very simple. Instead of shells, the gun shoots chewing gum into the headquarters of the enemy general.
Yeah?
The general sees chewing gum strewn around, picks up a stick, and puts it in his mouth. Presto, the war is over.
May I ask you why?
Because the gum isn't gum. It's rubber cement.
I don't get it.
The general's jaw is vulcanized. He can't give any more orders.
Say, you've got something there, Mr. Fuddle. And you can keep it there, too. Don't let my judgment sway you. Now, here's our authority on military affairs, Colonel Wallington. What would you call Mr. Fuddle's invention, Jimmy?
It's a dud.
Oh, Colonel Wallington, please.
Well, dud's the word. Down on the Army proving ground, when a shell leaves the mouth of a cannon, hits the target, but fails to go off, it's a dud. There are duds in gasolines, too. Sluggish, slow-action elements that fail to vaporize in the carburetor. The result?
Workshop players. Tonight they present a Hillbilly Court episode entitled Mountain Justice, or the judge knew his gavel was broken, but he didn't give a rap.
Judge Allen.
Order in the court. First case.
First case on the docket, Rubes of Bullfrog Manor versus Titus Strang.
And the charge is?
Murder, Judge.
Order in the court. Titus Strang to the bar.
I'm guilty, but willing to be acquitted, Judge.
Mighty big of you. Charge here says you murdered one Rembrandt Butts, a vagabond artist.
I shot him, Judge. He was sparking my intended Googie Jenkins.
Who's Googie Jenkins?
Googie's the prettiest bit of man bait in Bullfrog Manor, Judge.
Yeah.
Butts was sparking Googie behind my back. I'd shoot him again.
Well, don't be necessary. Guilty or not guilty, Titus?
I'm guilty, but aching to be heard, Judge.
Your court will appoint a time, Titus.
I want to be heard.
Creep down. First witness, Abner Tuttle.
Present, Judge.
Occupation?
Head Boniface at the Happy Holler Hacienda.
Happy Holler Hacienda?
It's a combination boarding house, trailer camp, harness shop, zither school, and barbecue.
Barbecue alicante, is it?
Yes, sir. We keep her blazing day and night, Judge.
Yeah.
Guests can eat anything that backs into the fire.
You knew the deceased Rembrandt Butts, did you, Abner?
Yeah. Rembrandt checked in at the Happy Holler Hacienda Labor Day, Judge.
What time, Ab?
Well, sir, it was about 10 o'clock. I was running a ferret over the lobby stalking the field mouse. The Stanley steamer pulled up outside.
Yeah.
I put the ferret back in the cigar case and took the goldenrod I was pressing out of the register, put my shoes on, and got behind the desk ready for business.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, this Rembrandt Butch feller comes in. He was wearing a burlap beret, flowing corduroy tie, seersucker mandarin mesh jacket, herringbone slacks, and green patent leather sandals.
Friend of Orson Welles, was he?
No, said he was an artist.
Billboard, barn, or Liverpool?
He was a tattoo artist, Jay.
Oh, one of them skin mural fellas, eh?
He didn't have no money. Said if I'd put him up for a month, he'd tattoo Whistler's mother on my chest.
Well, it's fair enough.
Yes, that's what I thought. Said for 2 months he'd engrave the Lincoln Highway down my spine with detours.
Deal was consummated, was it?
Yep. I arranged for my tattoo sitting the next day.
Well, how about the murder, Abner?
Well, sir, Boogie Jenkins is hostess at the Happy Holler Hacienda.
Yeah.
Rembrandt took one look at Googie. She fell like a hawk full of hen meat.
What about Titus, her sweetie?
Oh, Googie didn't have no time for Titus. Titus had come around bowing, snapping his bubble gum.
Yeah.
Googie was playing deep.
Yeah.
Titus had been the crab in front of her.
Yeah.
Googie had turned the other way.
Titus is getting the grand finale how to do in climax, eh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Titus was loco foco, Judge. Yesterday it come to a head. I was in the kitchen gutting a flounder for chowder. I heard the shot.
Yeah.
I run out. Rembrandt slumped over the wheel of his Stanley steamer. Googie's is screaming. Titus is standing there, his shotgun still smoking.
That's all you know, Ab?
Rembrandt's gone. I'm left holding Whistler's mother half tattooed.
Something left undone?
The chair. Whistler's mother's just squatting on my chest, Judge. Nothing to set on.
Well, stand down, Abner.
Should have seen it was all
I
over
know.
there.
Something might grow on there for her to set on later life. Next witness, Googie Jenkins.
The light has gone out of my life, Judge.
You was in love with the defunct Googie?
The first time Rembrandt looked at me, Judge, I was a goner.
Put the old Cupid hex on you, did he?
He was dripping glamour, Judge.
Yeah.
His eyes looked like 2 grapes in a saucer of skimmed milk.
Yeah.
When Rembrandt smiled with all them gold teeth, his mouth looked like a brass sunset.
Yeah.
Sitting across from me at dinner, Rembrandt had opened his mess jacket so's I could see his tattoo in.
What was on his chest? Statue of Liberty as usual?
No, 'twas Napoleon, Judge.
Napoleon?
I'd be toying with a fritter, and Rembrandt would take a deep breath, and Napoleon's hand would slip out of his coat and wave to me.
Sounds kind of risky.
Rembrandt was a gentleman, Judge.
Well, how do you know?
Well, after meals, when other folks would use toothpicks right out,
Yeah?
Rembrandt would slip down under the table and service his teeth out of sight.
Well, that's etiquette, Googie. You two was keeping company, was you?
Rembrandt took me walking every night, Judge. The moon had come out. He'd put his tattooed arm round me.
Kiss you, did he?
That's for me to know and for you to find out, Judge.
Well, that's telling me, I reckon. What did Titus do when he heard about your new beau, Googie?
Titus went plumb loco, Judge. He locked me in my room.
Did he?
Said if Rembrandt made love to me again, he'd kill him.
And he did it, Quiet, order in the court. Quiet, you hush up, Titus. You seen the killing, did you, Googie?
Rembrandt died in my arms, Judge. I opened his mess jacket. It was terrible.
The wound, you mean?
That bullet not only killed Rembrandt, Judge, it sank 2 battleships he had tattooed on his stomach.
Now stand down, Googie.
The light has gone out of my life, Judge.
You might strike another match, Googie. You're only 71. Stand down. Titus Strang.
That tattooing tomcat made love to Googie behind my back, Judge.
Quiet, Titus.
I'm only human, Judge.
Just barely, I'd say. According to evidence, you locked Googie in her room.
That I did. I swore if that epidermis etcher made love to Googie again, I'd kill him.
But if you locked her up, how could he make love?
I'm coming to that, Judge. See, I knowed if Rembrandt had enough money, he'd get out of town.
You offered to expedite, did you?
Hey, Judge, I give him a job.
Tattooing?
Yeah. I commissioned that skin-sticking Michelangelo to tattoo a picture of Googie onto my back from memory.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks, I'm setting every day. He's sticking me from nape to nowhere with his inking dirk.
Hurt, Henny?
I was sleeping onto my stomach every night, Judge. My back felt like a porcupine rumba was going on him on the shirt.
Yeah.
Well, see, yesterday he finished. Rembrandt says Googie looks so natural he's fallen in love with my back.
You pay him the money, did
you? I can't wait to show Googie my pelt pastel. I run up to her room, tear off my shirt, turn around and yell, "Surprise!"
And what she say?
Googie says it's wonderful. And with that, she rushes out of the room and I hear the outside door slam.
Yeah.
I looked out of the window. Googie's climbing into that Stanley steamer with Rembrandt butts.
Yeah.
I turned to go, Judge. I saw my back in the mirror. That's when I got my gun.
Your back was the last straw, hey?
That low-living, hide-hacking Humpty Dumpty hadn't tattooed Googie's picture onto me at all, Judge.
What then?
I'll show you. Wait till I pull up my shirt. There.
Well, Dog Frog McGraw. It's writing.
Yes, read it, Judge.
Roses is red, so is the heather. Shake off this punk, we'll elope together. Signed, Rembrandt.
You see, Judge? He made love to Googie behind my back.
You're a walking Billy Doo, Titus.
That's why I shot him,
Your
Judge.
defense is his proposal got under your skin. Court rules it's justifiable homicide. Titus, case dismissed.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present a man. Eyes blue, hair brown, weight 179, height 5 feet 11 inches, complexion ruddy. Identifying marks, one bag under each eye. Name, Alan, Fred, in person.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and we've got the turkey for you here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, say, Jimmy.
Yes?
Jimmy, what is with you? Last week you had amnesia. You didn't even know who I was. This week you introduced me as though I was up for a membership in the Boy Scouts or something.
Well, I'm sorry, Fred. I spent all day filling out my selective service questionnaire. I guess I'm a little answer happy.
Well, if you ever spend an afternoon filling in a fire department application, Jimmy, I'll probably be introduced here as a big squirt. Got stuck for a line there.
Yeah.
We should have had something better, but...
Well, I'll try to keep control of myself, Fred.
Yes, you should, Jimmy. Well, that fixes the next line. Don't bother with it. Come in.
Say, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny?
I've got my draft questionnaire here, too.
Well, you better fill it out, son.
Well, I started to, but I'm stuck on one question.
You're stuck on one question. Did you hear me on Information, Please, Friday night?
Do I have to answer?
No, we can go into that later. What draft question is sticking you there,
Well,
Kenneth?
right here where it says profession,
Yeah?
I don't know what to put down.
You don't know what you are?
Not since I came on this program, I don't. I'm an actor, a singer, a writer. What shall I put down?
Just put down Nudnik.
Say, I've been promoted.
Well, now you understand, of course, Kenny, that this is merely an honorary promotion. There is no increase in stipend.
Oh, I don't want any more money, Mr. Allen. I'm happy just to be a Nudnik.
That's fine.
What is a Nudnik, Mr. Allen?
Well, a Nudnik is a man who is happy to be one in the first place. And he is also a man who has been exposed to culture but has successfully fended off contamination.
Boy, am I a Nudnik.
Go away, Kenny.
Today I am a Nudnik.
Now that Kenny has finally found himself, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents The World on Parade. New York City, New York. World premiere of Walt Disney's Fantasia is held at Broadway Theater in New York City. New departure in screen entertainment combining symphony music and cartoon technique starts open war between symphony and music critics. Tonight, Texaco News invites critics to give their assorted opinions on Mr. Disney's spectacular experiment Fantasia at our microphone. First, we greet a little-known music authority, Mr. Bosley Tassett. Now, as a specialist, Bosley, your opinion is?
Fantasia is symphonic skullduggery that thumbs its fugue at melodic traditions.
You didn't care?
It was half cartoon and half symphony.
Well, what's wrong with cartoon, symphony and cartoon?
They don't mix. You don't put cod liver oil on your waffles, do you?
Well, no.
You don't put whipped cream on your shrimps, do you?
Well, no.
You don't put mustard on angel cake, do you?
Well,
Of course not. They don't mix. Symphony is symphony, cartoon is cartoon, never the twain shall meet.
Who said that?
I did.
Oh, I thought I'd heard it before.
If you heard it before, it was someone repeating what I just said.
Well, there is no answer to that. Now, why do you think Mr. Disney made Fantasia, Mr. Tassett?
He was trying to picturize the average man's thought as he listens to great music.
Well, do you know what the average man thinks as he attends a symphony concert?
Yeah, he thinks one thing: how can I get out of here?
But in your estimation, Mr. Disney's experiment doesn't quite work out.
It's dangerous. If Disney starts mixing symphony and cartoons, people won't know where they're going.
Well, yes,
Music lovers will be swarming into the newsreel theaters to hear Stokowski.
Yes.
The riffraff will be piling into Carnegie Hall to see Donald Duck.
But summing up, you feel that mating the cartoon with symphony is fantastic.
They don't mix. You don't put horseradish on asparagus, do you?
Well, thank you.
You don't put confetti on a casserole, do you?
Thank you.
They don't mix.
But you and I will mix if you don't get out. Under protest, Mr. Bosley Tassett, a movie critic who reviewed Fantasia solely as a picture, is Danton Gilfie. What paper are you with, Danton?
The Cattle Breeders Gazette.
The Cattle Breeders Gazette has a movie column?
Yes, I'm the critic. I specialize in Western pictures mostly.
Oh, I see.
Western pictures is generally full of horses and cows.
Oh, and you?
I just review the performances of the cattle.
Only the cattle.
Now, they call me the Jimmy Fiddler of the stockyards.
And if you like a picture?
I give it 4 bulls.
Bully for you. Well, you say you only review the cattle performances in the pictures, just the cattle.
Yes, I don't pay no attention to the actors.
Well, tell me, is it a secret? How do you go about reviewing a picture, Danton?
Well, say, for instance, I'm critiquing a new Gene Autry picture. I don't pay no mind to Autry. I just keep my eyes glued on his horse.
Yes?
I watch how he works under Gene, see if he's raring, trying to steal a scene. Watch if he's overdoing his whinnying.
Well, now let us be frank, Danton. Do your reviews carry a lot of weight?
Well, I can make or break a steer in my column.
You don't say.
I panned a mare in the Hardy family on the Pampers.
Did the mare quit pictures?
Gave up and went with Bing Crosby the next day.
Well, tell me, Danton, if you're a cattle critic, how did you come to review Fantasia?
There were centaurs in it, wasn't there?
What's a centaur?
Half man, half horse.
Oh, really? Well, how did you like Fantasia?
The centaurs was very good. The half I reviewed.
I can see my local paper for any other news that came. Well, I guess now that the picture has opened, you'll be heading back where?
No, I'm interviewing Elsie the cow for Moo Confessions.
Oh, while you're here, are you?
Yes, then I'm doing a book review for the Cattle Breeders Gazette.
Oh, a new book?
Yes, it's by Ernie Hemingway.
A cattle book?
Yep, For Whom the Bull Tolls.
That's a finish if I ever heard one, and I seldom hear one. And thank you, Danton Gilfie. A young lady who saw Fantasia not as a critic, but simply as a member of the first night audience, is Miss Lovey Kornheiser. You saw the picture, Lovey?
Yeah. The boyfriend got 2 tickets by mistake. He thought Fantasia was something to do with fan dancing and teasing.
But you went to see it anyway.
First, we stopped in for a Chinese dinner.
Where?
At Wang Fat's.
Wang?
It's a combination hand laundry and Chinese delicatessen.
Oh, they have the starch salami there, do they? Well, fine. I
had the mandarin blue plate with 2 vegetables and your fortune told for 35 cents.
Well, that is a lot for the money, isn't it?
Yeah. The fortune teller was good, so I figure the food is bad, but it's too late.
Why?
I'm already finished eating. There's nothing I can do but worry.
Oh, you thought you'd have vertigo?
No, it's only 2 blocks to the theater.
Well, you got there all right.
Yeah. I get into the theater. The lights go out. I'm starting to get dizzy.
Nausea?
Everything's going around. I start seeing lavender mushrooms. Then it's navy blue hippopotamuses. Flared ostriches. They're dancing with cerise bubbles and purple skeletons. Everything's swimming.
This went on all evening?
Everything is in all colors, and it's swimming.
Well, what did you do?
When the show was over, I says to the boyfriend, get me to a drugstore quick.
Yes?
And the boyfriend says, what is it? Did you get a Mickey someplace? No, I says, it's that Chinese food. I've been seeing lavender mushrooms dancing with navy blue hippopotamuses.
Well, what did the boyfriend say?
He busts out laughing. He says, that wasn't your stomach. You were seeing the picture.
So the only recollection you have, then, of Fantasia...
To me, it looked like a hangover in Technicolor.
Well, thank you, Miss Lovey Kornheiser. A Broadway song plugger who doesn't see eye to eye with Mrs. Disney and Stokowski is little Haim B. Himberg. You are a song demonstrator, Haim B.
Yeah, I'm plugging for Eureka, the House of Hits.
That is until January 1st.
Yeah.
Well, you saw Fantasia?
Yeah, the picture's okay, but that music, it's long hair, it's corny.
You mean those beautiful symphonies?
I can make better music beating your banging on the lips with a tuning fork.
Well, but in Fantasia, the numbers are cleverly illustrated.
Who knows? Who can understand it? The Nutcracker Suite. Who wants to see people cracking nuts to music?
Oh, no, that's not
A night on Bald Mountain. A guy's bald, so he spends the night on the mountain. So what?
You don't. Better than on Bear Mountain. He'd have froze to death. That's probably why the symphony was never written about Bear Mountain. But you don't understand, Haim B. These are all symphonies.
And who needs symphonies? People today want jive, swing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, if Disney wants to animate, he ought to pick out a hit tune.
Well, which song would you suggest?
Beat Me Daddy, 8 to the bar.
Oh, now look, how can you animate Beat Me Daddy, 8 to the bar?
Now, wait, I'll show you. A girl comes on with a daddy. It's a saloon.
Yeah?
8 guys beat her to the bar. Which way is Disney?
Well, I tell you, you go out here straight.
Yeah.
You take the first turn left.
Yeah.
Go straight ahead.
Yeah.
Until you come to San Fernando Valley.
Yeah, wise guy, yeah.
That is the consensus, yes. And thank you, Mr. Haim B. Himberg. While the film and music critics wrangle, Fantasia jams the Broadway theater. Popular opinion has acclaimed Fantasia to be a smash hit. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hello, Mr. Allen, and goodbye.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You're not leaving already, Portland.
Oh, I'm frightened.
Well, frightened? Why?
There's a big bird outside with a man under it.
Well, that's Mr. Ramshaw, the eagle.
That same eagle who, last year...
Yes, the eagle is our guest again tonight.
Goodbye, Mr. Allen.
Goodbye. And as Portland flees, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce an old friend, or rather 2 old friends, Captain Charles Knight and his famous eagle, Mr. Ramshaw. Well, Captain, it's a real pleasure to welcome you back to our microphone again.
Thank you, Fred. It's good to see you again, too.
I'm happy to observe that our mutual friend, Mr. Ramshaw, is still perched on your wrist. I'm surprised that Ramshaw came along, Captain. At our last meeting, as I recall, Ramshaw and I parted bad friends.
Oh, that's all over now, Fred. Ramshaw never holds a grudge. Just say hello to him.
Well, good evening, Mr. Ramshaw. Hiya, big boy. Now, you see, Captain, that 10th Avenue Sparrow is deliberately snubbing me.
Nonsense, Fred. Ramshaw's just a little shy, that's all.
Well, there was nothing shy about him the last time he was here. But, Captain, I don't like the way that eagle is looking at me. You don't think that he thinks my dandruff is birdseed, do you? He's not here incognito tonight as a buzzard, is he?
Don't worry, Fred. I promise you Ramshaw won't hurt you.
Well, I want Ramshaw to make himself at home, Captain. I just hope he won't overdo it.
I've cautioned him, Fred.
Well, fine. Now, for the benefit of listeners who didn't hear Mr. Ramshaw's first artistic triumph on our program, Captain Knight, I think we should run over some of the salient facts concerning his background.
Whatever you say, Fred.
Well, first of all, is Ramshaw here an American eagle?
No, but he's closely related to your American bird. Ramshaw is an Aquila chrysetus. It's a Scotch golden eagle.
And how old is this mint symbol of yours?
14.
14. Well, do you have to take the eagle with you everywhere you go?
Oh, of course. You see, I lecture for various organizations, museums, and clubs, the National Geographic Society and Philadelphia Forum, and so on. And I lecture on natural history subjects, including eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Ramshaw's my constant companion, and he's the Exhibit A.
Well, Ramshaw is really a feathered stooge and doesn't know it. He's sort of a molting Rochester, isn't he?
Oh, I wouldn't know about that. I've never been to Rochester.
Well, that fixes that up for good. Now, tell me, Captain, how do you travel around the country with an eagle? How do you check into a hotel? You can't walk in and say, give me a double room with a nest, can you? Or a single room with a bird bath?
No, but I always manage somehow to find a place to put old Ramshaw in. At the moment, he's living on the top of the Gotham Hotel, in a penthouse.
In a penthouse, eh? Why, that Jersey City nightingale lives better than I do, Captain.
All eagles live high, Fred.
Was that a joke, Captain?
If you don't mind, old boy.
Well, not at all. How did you train such a ferocious specimen to sit quietly on your wrist? Does Ramshaw think he's hatching out your bull over there?
Oh, no, Fred. Training an eagle is principally a matter of patience and of understanding bird habits.
Well, what are some of the things this prehistoric lovebird has been trained to do?
Well, Ramshaw is expert as a falcon. He's an adept at hunting small game.
And he obeys your orders implicitly?
Oh, yes. I can release him now. I'll command him to fly to any place you like.
Oh, no, wait a minute. No, you don't. None of that, Captain. Now, wait a minute. Now, the last time we released Ramshaw, he flew up in the rafters and refused to come down. We had to put feathers on an Afro man and send him up there. How do you account for Ramshaw's winged ad-libbing that night?
Well, we all make mistakes, Fred. After all, Ramshaw's only human.
As I recall that evening, Ramshaw appeared not only as an artiste, but as a critic, too. But tell me, have you and Mr. Ramshaw had any interesting experiences since your last visit?
Yes, Ramshaw and I have seen some exciting times, Fred. We certainly had a narrow squeak when we were torpedoed.
Well, the last time you left us, Captain, you and Ramshaw went across to entertain the British troops in France.
We did, Fred. Then I was due back here for a lecture tour, and late last August we sailed on the Volendam.
Yes?
Well, about 11 o'clock on the third night out, I was just dozing off in my cabin when suddenly there was an almighty crash. The ship shuddered and shook, and for a moment I thought we were sunk.
Were you frightened?
Well, it wasn't Very pleasant, Fred. But I must say the passengers and crew behaved marvelously.
Well, where was the Eagle all of this time?
Ramshaw was down below in his cabin. At first, I thought I'd have to leave him to his fate. Then it occurred to me that the ship wasn't sinking too fast, and I thought I might stay on board and take care of him. So I let the lifeboat go.
Well, that was a genuine expression of loyalty, Captain.
Oh, there wasn't any real sentiment involved, but after all, it was old Ramshaw, you know.
What did you do?
I stayed on board until the captain ordered me to leave the ship. I finally left in the last lifeboat without Ramshaw.
And how long were you at sea in the lifeboat?
About 2 hours. We were picked up finally by a British destroyer at 4 o'clock in the morning.
And you returned to England?
Yes. And about a week later, the Volendam was reported sunk. I said to myself, well, that's the last of poor old Ramshaw.
And yet here he is tonight, mounted on your sleeve as big as life.
Yes, Fred. It later developed that the Volendam had not sunk. She was towed back in pretty bad state and beached at the mouth of a Scottish river. I got permission to go aboard and see if there was any trace of poor old Ramshaw.
And where did you find him?
He was perched on a partition in his flooded cabin and very much alive. For the first time in his life, the old blighter was pleased to see me.
Well, that must have been a joyful reunion, Captain.
It certainly was, Fred.
Well, all's well that ends well, and I'm sincerely happy to see both you and Ramshaw looking so well after your extremely narrow escape, Captain, and I hope your lecture tour this season will be a most successful one.
Well, that's most kind of you, Fred. Ramshaw can't express his thanks, but I do for both of us. Good night.
Good night, and thank you, Captain.
Is it all right if I wear my seersucker sports suit and my tan button shoes when we go to Waukegan?
Well, who's going to Waukegan?
We are. Dennis Day wrote me in his letter that Mr. Benny's picture is opening there. We all have to go.
Now, look, Kenny, it isn't Mr. Benny's picture. It's my picture. And it isn't opening at Waukegan. It's opening at Old Orchard Beach.
But Jack said Sunday night.
I don't care what Benny said Sunday night. I had 3 phone calls this morning from big Paramount executives, Mark Sandrich, Mr. LeBaron, and Mr. Freeman.
Is everything settled, Mr. Allen?
It sure is. We're leaving for Old Orchard.
When?
Well, as soon as Mark Sandrich, the way I get it today, hot over the wire, as soon as Mark Sandrich hears from publicity, he's calling Mr. LeBaron. The minute Mr. LeBaron hears from Mark Sandrich, he's calling Mr. Freeman. And the second that Mr. Freeman hears from Mr. LeBaron, he'll tell us when.
Well, couldn't they all just get together and decide, Mr. Allen?
Oh, Paramount doesn't work that way, Kenny. Why, we're dealing with Hollywood now. Why, it's apt to take 200 men to work out this decision. Years of conferences may precede this thing here.
Gosh, that's wonderful. All the Paramount men calling you up, Mr. Allen.
Well, this'll show Benny with those big blue eyes. Mark Sandrich, Mr. LeBaron, Frankie Freeman, he can't get into their offices, and they're calling me up.
Jack isn't through at Paramount, is he?
Well, he's on his last legs, and he's no centipede. If that guy's an actor, I'm indispensable.
No man is indispensable.
Who said that?
I, Goodman, said it.
Now, wait a minute. Do you think Benny is an actor?
Yes, but after all, who am I?
Well, that's the point.
Don't you think Jack can act, Mr. Allen?
Did you ever see him on the stage?
No.
Well, I saw him in early... Oh, lucky you. No wonder. You grew up to your normal height. I'm stunted, you know. Yes, I saw him in Earl Carroll's Vanities back around 1929 or 30. In one scene, Benny had the audacity to appear in a tableau made up as Abraham Lincoln. Well, prior to that time, Lincoln had been doing all right on the penny. But as Benny played him, the scent was on Lincoln.
Didn't Jack feel the part?
That was 10 years ago, and Benny hasn't felt the part yet.
Can you prove it, Mr. Allen?
Well, I certainly can, Kenny. If Benny was Lincoln, he'd have freed Rochester years ago.
You know, I worked for Benny for 2 years.
How did you get away, Kenny?
I was extradited.
Sure. You can get away. What a program. 6 delicious flavors and a miss.
Jack's going on with Baby Snooks tomorrow night.
Oh, what did you say? Never mind. A line like that. There's a guest star, sure. He's a guest star with Baby Snooks.
Uh-huh.
When I guest star, I go on Information, Please. I'm in there punching with intellectuals. Did you hear me on Information, Please, Kenny?
Yes, but don't quote me.
Now, wait a minute. Don't think it's easy getting up there with all those experts. I sat next to John Kieran, and when he opened his mouth, the undertow from his brain was terrific.
Why were you so quiet at the beginning of the program, Mr. Allen?
Well, it took me a little while to get the hang of it.
How do you mean, F.A.?
Well, that's right. Be more businesslike, Ken. Well, KB, you know, the experts on that show have developed a certain technique for answering questions.
You mean signals?
No, I won't say that they give signals. But when Mr. Fadiman asks a question, the experts each raise one hand, and the other hand they slap over the mouth of the guest. Now, you try talking with three hands over your mouth. Luckily, FPA has a short little finger, and I finally talked over that at the end.
You got even with them, Mr. Allen, when you started answering questions and they had to pay out $125.
Yes, sir.
Boy, was that cash register bell going. Sounded like a good humor men's convention.
I heard you on Information, Please, Fred.
Well, how did you happen to tune in that program, Mr. Goodman?
Accidentally. I was trying to find Calling All Men to Barney's.
And you stayed tuned in?
No, I finally got Barney.
Well, you lucky.
Well, anyway, you were good on those sound questions, Mr. Allen.
Well, I tell you, Kenny, anyone who was in vaudeville 20 years gets to know a lot about sound. You know, at one time I was considered an authority on decibel life in the low theater balconies. Oh, I could tell you to count how many birds you would get at the National, the Boulevard. I used to go around estimating.
I bet Kenny and I can stick you on some sounds.
Yeah, let's go, Porty.
You mean you two have prepared an amateur quiz for me?
Mm-hmm.
It's a stumper.
Well, what is it?
Kenny will work the sound effects behind this screen,
Yeah.
and you tell us what they are.
Oh, look,
Get behind the screen, Kenny.
Okay, here I go.
Ready, Mr. Allen?
All right, go ahead.
The first sound effect, Kenny.
What was that, Mr. Allen?
A horse.
What kind of a horse?
Well, I'd say a racehorse.
What's his name?
I know. Little Caporis.
Now, wait a minute. You stay out of this, Mr. Goodman.
It was the fourth race at Pimlico.
Quiet.
I know that horse.
We don't care about your friends.
I should spend on my wife what I spent on that horse.
Your wife should pay 20-1 at Jamaica some afternoon.
My wife has been out of the money since she married me.
Quiet now, please.
Ready for the next sound, Mr. Allen?
If Mr. Goodman will keep quiet, yes.
Oh, wait a minute, Porty. Mr. Goodman, may I borrow your watch?
Sure, here.
Thanks. I'll get back behind the screen now. You ready, Mr. Allen?
Yeah?
Here goes.
What was that, Mr. Allen?
Do you know what it was, Mr. Goodman?
No.
Well, something tells me that next week your overture will be I didn't know what time it was. Thank you. For many years, we men have been making wisecracks about women drivers. Now, tonight, we're going to turn the tables and let a woman take a few slaps at us males for a change. I give you, then, that renowned authority on the masculine motorist, Miss Wanda Stepp. I believe that you've made a long study of the man in the seat, Miss Stepp.
Yes, Mr. Allen. I have found that men drivers fall into several groups.
Yes?
First, we have the mother's boy driver. He promised he'd always stay on the straight and narrow path. So when he has to turn, he tries to do it when other drivers aren't looking.
A sneaky character.
Yes. Then there's the Casper Milquetoast driver. He's always afraid a policeman will whistle at him and he won't hear it. So every 15 feet he jams on his brakes and stops to listen.
Well, thank you very
And then the non-partisan driver. He won't take sides in anything. So when he's driving, he stays right in the middle of the road.
Well, Miss Sabbath,
then comes
now wait a minute, madam. That's enough. You've set men drivers back 30 years already.
And now,
a swing version of an old masterpiece. It's called The Hot Old Homestead, or Let's Make Hay Hay with the FHA. Over Sure, Maestro.
Well, 'tain't no use, Ma. I can't raise that mortgage money. Squire Green will be here any minute, and out we get. Out we get.
Go
ahead and get.
Here. Quiet, please. Go on with the sketch, Ronald.
Squire Green will be here any minute, and out we get.
Go ahead,
get.
Quiet, please. Who is that heckling in the front row there?
That's me.
And me, too.
Well, what's the big idea interrupting our masterpiece, the hot old homestead?
Masterpiece. We know how it's going to end, eh, Doris?
Sure, we know it backwards.
You two know how this unique and extraordinary sketch is going to turn out? Well, who are you?
Tell him, Luther.
Tell him nothing. If he can remember them old jokes, he ought to remember me.
Say that. That's right. I've got it now. You two heckled me last year.
Oh, you got us. This is Doris, and I'm Luther. Luther Snell.
Snell?
With an N.
That's what you think. The last time you were here, you both of you came to squawk about your radio piece.
Yeah, and that's why we're here again tonight.
We're getting bored.
With radio?
Yeah, every week it's the same old bologna sliced the same old way. Every week the pot of platinum gives away dough, the hit parade playing hits, gangbusters busting gangs.
Well, that's radio. What do you want?
Can't nothing different happen?
Yeah, we want to see them programs reversed once in a while.
Well, I'm sorry. I've got a sketch to do here.
Well, okay. Come on, Doris.
I'm coming, Luther. Take my mitten.
Now, wait a minute. Don't take a mitten, Luther. Now, wait a minute. Radio can't afford to lose two fans at this juncture. I tell you what we'll do. Instead of doing our sketch, Luther, I'll grant your wish.
Oh, good. You'll show us how some of them programs would sound in our voice?
Well, I'll try to if I can. Now, what particular shows upset you?
Well, first, them guys that does those kid programs.
You mean those radio uncles?
Yeah, they laugh like their parents was hyenas.
How can them tomatoes always be so cheerful?
Nobody can be that happy all the time. It ain't human.
Well, in other words, what you object to is this.
Good evening, kiddies. This is old Uncle Humpty saying hello to y'all. Well, have you all been good kitties since yesterday, huh? Are you all chewing Piper's peppermint gum tonight, huh? Happy birthday, Susie. Little Susie Figsbottle of Noblescourt, Michigan is having a birthday party in the family trailer tonight. Susie, if you look under the trailer, you'll find a present from Uncle Humpty. A stick of that delicious Piper's peppermint gum. Well, gum buy, kiddies. And when you buy gum, buy Piper's peppermint.
Well, there you are. There you are, folks. That, I take it, is the type of chap who gets your goat, huh?
Yeah. Now, what's that guy laughing about?
Yeah. Always laughing. Don't he never feel grouchy? Ain't he never dull and low-key?
Can't he just for once come out and say what he's really thinking?
Well, all right. Now, let's see how Uncle Humpty might sound if he came on some night and said exactly what's on his mind.
Hello, you little punks. This is Uncle Humpty, you junior rats. Why I keep soft soaping you brats for the short dough I'm getting beats me. Boy, have I got a hangover. My mouth tastes like the heel of a motorman's stocking. Little Buster Pincus is having a birthday today. When your mother lights your birthday cake, Buster, step in it. Give yourself a hot foot. And that other runt who rode in for a free bicycle. I'll give you a bust in your little mouth. Who do you kids think I am, Santa Claus? This is Uncle Humpty telling you little pests off. Boo! And I hope it scares the britches off of you. Good night.
Well, how is that, folks?
Well, that's more like it.
A pleasure.
Well, fine. Now, if that's your only peeve...
Oh, we ain't started yet.
No. What about them commercials?
Well, which commercials?
Well, they're always telling you the stuff their products contain.
Yeah, them names that nobody understands.
You mean this sort of a message?
Folks, have you ever tried Oto, the new oatmeal mouthwash? The only mouthwash with the genuine oatmeal base. White-collar workers, speed up your breakfast and morning mouth rinsing with Oto. You simply gargle with Oto, your mouth is fresh, Enough oatmeal trickles down your throat to serve as breakfast, and you're off. Try Oto. Oto is the only mouthwash that contains hydrohuepitate. Your druggist knows hydrohuepitate as purified nitro gimmick.
Your grocer knows purified nitro gimmick as undiluted fildil sulfate.
Your tailor knows undiluted fildil sulfate as genuine noxostrumbide.
Your plumber knows genuine noxostrumbide as Trenal Delphine.
And your butcher knows a man who knows that Trenal Delphine is in Oto. So ask your druggist for Oto tomorrow. He will tell you Oto contains hydrohuepitate. Buy a bottle of Oto tonight.
Well, that is what you had in mind, Mr. Snell?
Yeah, the who knows, alcohuepitate, nitroclimic, filthyl sulfide.
Gee, you gotta go to college to know what you're getting in a bottle of mouthwash.
Now, look, why don't they give us commercials we can understand?
You mean something plain and simple like this.
Man, have you tried Slicko, the new hairdress? Slicko keeps your hair in place. Slicko contains nothing you can't pronounce. Men, there is nothing in Slicko but a dash of perfume and pure chicken fat. Slicko won't make hair grow. Slicko just keeps your hair down and makes you smell nice. You simply slop a gob of chicken fat on your forehead, spread back over your hair with an ordinary butter knife. Slicko does the rest. The chicken fat gives your hair that greasy gloss. The perfume makes you smell. Men, if you want that greasy gloss, men, if you want to smell, try Slicko.
That is what you mean.
Right. Now, with Slicko, you know what you're getting.
Yeah, the guy selling chicken fat, he's calling it chicken fat. He ain't saying it's triple distilled residue of adipose tissue.
Well, I guess that...
Oh, yeah? What about them crime programs?
Yeah, always crime doesn't pay. Why can't we hear one program where crime does pay?
You mean like this?
Drop that gun, Mayhem Meyer. I'm the law.
Oh, yeah? Take this, Flatfoot. And the rest of you covers, take these. Okay, gang, let's grab. Go
Yes, it was a clean getaway. Leaving the Blue Hornet, Mr. District Attorney, all the gangbusters, and Superman dead on the sidewalk. Mayhem Meyer and his mob escaped with $200,000. Tune in next week. Hear these crooks count this money. See how they buy yachts, Florida homes, and high-powered cars. Men like Mayhem Meyer prove that crime does pay.
Well, how was that, folks?
It's impossible.
Yeah, but it was a pleasure to hear it for a change.
Well, I tell you, we've only got about a minute left.
Hey, look, you got time for one more piece?
Well, what is it?
Them programs that's playing hit songs, the song of the month,
The song of the week.
the song of the day.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Do they always have to play good songs?
There's plenty of bad songs written.
Yeah. How about giving them dog numbers a break?
What you'd like to hear is this. We present your flop of the week.
The song that rated minus 463 on your flop parade.
And here it is, the Subway Serenade. All right, boys.
Some people like to ride the ferries. Others rather ride a bus. Old folks jolly prefer a trolley, but the subway's good enough for us. Get on at 72nd, packed and jammed. At 66, your arm is out, the door is slammed. At 59th, you start to read some guy's world telly. At 50th, the guy gets off and slugs you in the stomach. At 42nd, all out, change for Brooklyn locals. The guard yells, watch them doors, there go your bifocals. It's 33rd, a lady standing on your feet. A man gets up, you race the lady for the seat. 14th Street, the brakes go on, shriek and squeal. You fall and hear somebody say, you big schlemiel. It's a push and pull, your ribs are broke, your clothes are mighty tattery. They give you mayhem in the Bronx and assault you at the Battery. And that's riding in the subway. It's small fun than a big parade. It will shatter your illusions, you'll get black eyes and contusions. That's the name, the Subway Serenade.
You've never heard anything worse than that, have you?
No, sir. That was certainly the hit parade in reverse, all right.
Well, fine. Now, if you're through...
Oh, just one more thing.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what is that?
That mechanical applause that radio shows always get at the end. Applause. It's always applause. How about some hissing and booing for a change?
Well, from the looks of our audience, I think I can get a short order of that without any trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, how did you like this little Hassenpfeffer? Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next voice you will hear will be that of Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening. Say, Jimmy, what was that digest introduction there? What about my build-up? What am I, suddenly, a spot announcement or something? Why, Bulliver gives the Time a better send-off than that. What is the big idea?
Well, look, Fred, the first thing an announcer learns in radio is never to give a big build-up to something that isn't going to follow through.
Mr. Wallington. Now, you don't mug. Just read the thing. If you have friends in the audience, you can talk to them during the commercial. Mr. Wallington, are you hinting that tonight's program is a potential blinzer?
Well, all I know is that I was at rehearsal. Nothing made me laugh.
It didn't?
No. You know, Fred, I am known as Jimmy, it takes a good one to make me laugh, Wallington.
Well, I only wish you were more like Don Anything Goes Wilson. You know, Benny sews feathers in his underwear every Sunday night. The guy... Well, my luck, I got a pessimist for an announcer. What am I going to do? Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Mr.
Better late than never. I thought you'd be going through on the 12-4. You're coming through at 12. Well, you're just in time, Kenny, it says here. You were at rehearsal today after this little trouble with Mr. Wallington, and it takes a good one to make me laugh, Wallington. You were at rehearsal. Now, what do you think of our program?
Oh, it's all right, I guess.
Well, only all right, Kenny. You don't think it's convulsing?
Well, I don't think that joke I have on page 14's funny.
Which one?
Well, the one where you say to me, did you see Betty Davis in the letter?
Yeah.
And I say, no, I didn't shake out the envelope. Boy, that's good.
Why, what's wrong with it, Kenny? Why, that joke is as hot as a fireman's destination. Why, the script is loaded with these as you get along, page after page. I hope not. Now, look, I listened at rehearsal. I was tied up directing the band, you know. Goodman is only a figurehead here. I was conducting. And I distinctly remember some lusty abdominal guffaws.
You mean when Mr. Goodman fell into the orchestra pit?
Yeah. That was a riotous moment.
The orchestra didn't laugh.
Well, why not?
No blood.
Well, now that Kenny has brought this brief episode to an hilarious, albeit messy close, we turn... I must watch those big words coming one on top of the other there. We turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents one highlight from the world of news. New Haven, Connecticut, Columbus, Ohio, Evanston, Illinois, and all stadiums east and west. As the final whistle blew on gridirons throughout the country last Saturday, the curtain descended on college football for 1940. Tonight, the Texaco News brings you the high and low lights that studded the hectic football season that has just come to a close. First, a prominent educator who ignored the game entirely this year, Professor Emeritus Quince. Now, Professor Quince, about football...
Football, bah!
What do you mean, football, bah?
What is football? 22 adolescents in the process of being educated, committing group mayhem to retain possession of 1 cubic foot of wind encased in the epidermis of a swine. It ought to be abolished.
Well, if you abolish football, Professor, what sport would replace it?
Logarithms.
Logarithms?
Yes.
Well, how could you play logarithms?
The same as football, except the center, instead of passing a ball, would pass a logarithm.
Yeah.
The backfield would carry a roll-top desk.
The 3 men in the backfield with the roll-top desk, I see.
Now the whistle blows.
Yeah?
The center snaps back the logarithm. Both teams huddle around the desk. The first team to work out the logarithm gets 6 points. The crowd cheers. The band plays, I got a logarithm, I got a logarithm.
Professor, have you ever caught yourself talking to a pistachio?
Do you think I'm a nut?
I certainly do, and I'm generally right, and thank you, Professor Emeritus Quint. A young lady football fan who didn't miss a single football game all season is Miss Sunny Trite. You saw all the college games, Sunny?
Yeah. Everybody calls me Sugar.
Sugar? Why?
Because I'm always in the bowl.
Oh. You know all of the football players, do you?
Name any college and I'll show you the fullback's class pin.
Really?
I've been going out with college boys since I was knee-high to a raccoon.
You don't say.
I got their numbers, brother.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for instance, there's the studious college boy.
Yeah?
He'll read you like a book.
Yes?
Then there are the college bridge player. He's all hands.
Uh-huh.
And the college baseball player. He'll pitch a little whoa.
I see. And which type of college boy do you prefer?
Well, for the last 2 years, I've been concentrating on football players only.
Why?
Well, I ain't getting no younger.
Well, no.
And the way it looks to me, I'm a cinch to end up in the old maid's home.
And you're going to football games so that when you're sitting there in the old maid's home...
I'll have more passes to remember than any other old maid in the journey.
Thank you, Miss Sunny Trout. And now a little-known player who has just completed a hard season on the gridiron, Bull Morrow. How long have you been playing football, Bull?
I've been playing college football 20 years.
You've been going to college for 20 years?
Yeah. I was a freshman in one college for 4 years.
Really?
Yeah. When I left, I was a senior freshman.
Well, I guess you can go way back in college football, Bull.
Yeah. I played against the Navy when John Paul Jones was a tackle.
Don't say.
Yeah. I played against the Army when Pershing was their quarterback.
Fancy that.
Yeah, Pershing played quarterback on a horse.
Really?
After you tackled the horse, you had to tackle Pershing.
Well, tell me, Bull, confidentially, did you have a good season this year?
Well, we only lost one game, 6-0.
Well, how did that happen?
Well, their fullback got in the clear. I could have nailed him, but I turned the other way on purpose.
Why?
I didn't have the heart to tackle my own son.
Well, would you say a fellow can play college football all his life?
Well, if he's got a specialty, he can. Like me. I got a specialty. That's what keeps me going.
Well, what is your specialty, Bull?
Running around my own end.
You run around your own end?
I've been running around my own end for years.
Well, doesn't the view get rather monotonous?
Yeah, it does, but it's a living and I'm out in the open.
Say, by the way, Bull, what college did you play for this year?
The letter's right here in my sweater.
What is it?
I don't know. I can't read neither, bud.
Thank you, Bull Morrow. And now 2 oddities that went unnoticed during the college gridiron year. The man who had the least to do during the 1940 season was Thurber Quint. How many games did you participate in, Thurber?
I worked in 8 games and I didn't do nothing.
You don't say.
Through 3 of the games, I slept.
Yes?
In 2 other games, I was put out of the stadium for loitering.
Yeah?
Last Saturday, I was pinched during the game for vagrancy.
Well, I don't...
They hired me to work, and then they don't give me nothing to do.
Well, if you slept through 3 games, were ejected for loitering, and arrested for vagrancy, what were you supposed to be doing at these games all season?
I was keeping score for Yale.
A mythical task you
for
had.
Yale and me both. We got plenty of nothing.
The outstanding innovation of the past football year was the attempt by a Harvard senior to make cheering more literate. As a Harvard man, T.J. Smythe III aptly puts it,
Football cheers today blend the cadence of the jungle with the jargon of the gutter.
You mean they don't make sense?
My point exactly. Rickety X, go X, go X, for example. Now, what is that? A surrealist grouping of vowels and consonants utterly devoid of meaning.
Well, how did you attempt to revolutionize cheering, Mr. Smythe?
At Harvard, we endeavored to clarify the cheer as it progressed.
Well, can you demonstrate this new Harvard method?
Yes, I've brought a few Harvard chaps along. We'll root one out for you.
You're going to root one out, boys? Well,
Yes.
fine.
Ready, chaps? Ready, Smythe?
Well, all right. All right, now let's hear the new Harvard clarified and self-explanatory cheer.
Sis, a sibilant byproduct of hissing. Boom, a hollow report emanating from a drum. Baa, the bleat of a sheep at bay. Sis, as before. Boom, previously defined. Baa, ditto. Are we in it? Most assuredly we are. Harvard, rah. A contraction of hurrah repeated 3 times. To wit, rah, rah, rah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Portland. Did you hear Mr. Goodman's Haviland Hillbillies playing 2 guitars?
Yes, Mr. Goodman is wonderful. He should be conducting at Carnegie Hall.
Well, I know his relatives have been saying that for years. Isn't it funny you should hit upon it, too? But I'm so afraid Mr. Goodman is doomed never to be a symphony conductor.
Why?
From the back, he doesn't look good in a rented dress suit.
Mama wants to buy some of Mr. Goodman's records.
Well, any music lovers who may be interested in buying Mr. Goodman's recordings, of course, can get them only from Al's brother-in-law, who is selling the records on 42nd Street.
On 42nd Street where?
Well, you pass the flea circus next to that hamburger Alicia it's the second doorway on the right. You step over the little old lady who's selling racing forms. Go down the hall, and Al's brother-in-law is next to a fat man with no shirt on who's making book. You light a match, and his brother is right behind this fat guy. He'll give you 8 to 7 on a 2 to 1. Sir.
He isn't there anymore.
Oh, did you say something, Mr. Goodman?
Yes. My brother-in-law isn't there anymore. He moved.
Well, Portland wants to buy some of your records, Maestro. Now, where can she find your brother-in-law?
At the new location.
Well, I know, but where is your brother-in-law's new location?
You know the auction room on 44th Street?
Yes.
You go in there.
In the auction room? Yes.
The auctioneer will put up a cheap article.
Yeah?
You keep bidding on it. The article will finally be sold to you.
Yes.
And when you step to the back of the auction room to get the article, which is now your property,
yeah,
a man will be wrapping it up.
Well, naturally.
Next to him will be another fellow handing him the string.
That's your brother-in-law?
That's my brother.
Oh. Well, when I find your brother...
Ask him where my brother-in-law is.
Forget about the records, Portland. I've got my eye on an old melodeon from the Greeley Square. It was buried in the pit there years ago. I'll get it for you and give it to you later. Say, who is our guest tonight?
Well, you
Portland?
said last week that every place you go in New York, people are dancing.
Oh, and how true I was and didn't know it at the time. You know that every other building on Broadway today seems to be a dance hall. Roseland, Honeymoon Haven, all the nightclubs. Chin Lee's has a dance floor.
Oh, I hear they even have dancing in the automat.
Yes, they just opened a special slot there. If you want to dance, you drop a nickel in. The chef whistles Blueberry Hill through the slot, and you dance. Now, what I would like to know is, where does everybody learn to do this dancing?
Oh, I think our guest can tell you.
Our guest tonight is a dance hall owner?
No. This young lady is a teacher from America's leading ballroom dancing school.
Arthur Murray's?
That's right. Mr. Allen, meet Miss Ruth Hopkins.
Well, good evening.
Good evening, Mr.
Your
Allen.
pupils are out in force tonight, aren't they?
I hope so.
Pardon?
I hope so.
Oh, thank you. Ad-libbing at your second appearance at the microphone. Congratulations. You're doing a whale of a job, Miss Hopkins. Now, you are a tutor of terpsichore, Miss Hopkins?
I am a dancing teacher, yes, Mr. Allen.
But you look so young to have mastered the rigadoon and fling. How long have you been instructing?
Ever since I finished at college 5 years ago.
Well, did you go to college here in New York?
Yes, I got my B.A. at Hunter.
Well, how did you happen to go from campus to Congress?
It was very simple, really. After graduation, I saw an ad for teachers at the Arthur Murray School. I was engaged, and I've been there ever since.
Your B.A. turned out to stand for Big Apple, didn't it? Well, what dances did you have to master before you could instruct?
Oh, the foxtrot, waltz, tango, and the modern dances like the rumba and the conga.
May I ask, what method of instruction you employ? Do you teach classes, or do you isolate the minuet apprentice?
All of our students receive individual instruction.
Well, what do you use for music? Mr. Murray doesn't rent one-man bands from the major for each couple, surely.
No, Mr. Allen, we use Victrola music.
And how many there's a cheap dance hall over here where they have a man who gets shortwave programs on his bridge work, and he follows the... They've done away with the Victrola. Well, tell me, how many programs? Oh, you ought to see the steps they do to static when those shortwave programs. How many programs will you have a day, Miss Hopkins?
I average about...
Now, wait, let us be serious. No laughing matters.
I'm sorry.
How many pupils will you have a day?
I average about 5. On a busy day, I may give 8 lessons.
8 lessons. You see Madame Zonger and raise her, too. Well, I didn't recognize the madam in fine print there. Well, I know that Mr. Murray has geared up his mazurka mill for mass production. And how many teachers does his school employ?
We have 110 girls instructing and 90 men teachers for the women students.
Gosh, with 200 teachers giving 6 or more lessons daily, Mr. Murray has a bustling business consisting of little holding companies, hasn't he?
Outside of New York, there are 30 or 40 other Arthur Murray schools throughout the country.
Mr. Murray has finance in his dance, all right. Well, just how does... that joke is on its last legs. We gave her another chance to answer out of everything from now on. Say, how does an Arthur Murray course work out? Now, let's say that I enroll, Miss Hopkins, and you are my teacher.
Well, the first thing I would teach you, Mr. Allen, is how to walk.
Oh, Miss Hopkins. Well, after all, I'm not creeping around here on all...
I mean, you'd have to learn to take graceful, rhythmic steps and correct your posture.
Well, let me explain, please. My posture normally isn't this bad, Miss Hopkins, but tonight, through an unfortunate accident, I have on a pair of cheap suspenders. Now, the suspenders won't give, so my spine has to. Well, getting back to my lessons, after I learned to walk...
I teach you a number of simple foxtrot steps.
Yeah?
After that, we'd spend some time on the waltz.
Well, how long would it be before I could walk brazenly into Roseland and be the talk of the wallflowers?
With diligent application, I'm sure you would dance very well in 3 months.
Oh, I doubt it, Miss Hopkins. From the dancing I've seen in the aisles at the Paramount, some of the, I'm afraid this new technique is too much for an old turkey trotter and a Peabody prancer like myself.
I think you'd make a wonderful dancer, Mr. Allen.
Oh, well, I might be all right for Adagio work. I could probably catch one of those girls they throw around on the first bounce. That would count. But I'm sure I couldn't cut a rug if I was dancing with skates on. But tell me now, do you have many celebrities enroll as freshmen at your Fandango Forum?
Yes, we've taught many famous executives, writers, and professional men. At one time, we even had a senator as a pupil.
So that's what they do. But tell me, Miss, Tell me, Miss Hopkins, how do you keep up with new dances? Now, suppose a new rhythmic caper, the Canarsie Creep, an old Brooklyn folk dance. Suppose this old folk dance starts sweeping the land. Now, how do you manage to get it red hot and teach it to your pupils?
Well, Mr. Murray attends to that. He holds special classes for the teachers. And we are taught the latest dances as soon as they become popular.
Say, you can give a lesson or you can take it. Well, Miss Hopkins, I must confess that you have awakened the nymph in me. I'm 90% fawn, you know. The latest Gallup rating. I went up to the zoo especially for it. But I think I shall enroll with you for a course in dancing instruction.
I shall be happy to streamline your Peabody and Turkey Trot, Mr. Allen.
Well, so nice of you. If you could only, finish my Texas Tommy while you're at it. Well, what modern dances do you guarantee? Texas Tommy was a famous dance before Goodman was...
I'll teach you to waltz, foxtrot, rumba.
Oh, I had better forego the rumba, Miss Hopkins.
Why?
Well, at the moment, our country is enjoying friendly relations with South America. Now, if any Latin American ambassador ever catches me doing a rumba, there's going to be a diplomatic crisis on the spot. As the boys say down Washington way, Miss Hopkins, there will be hull to pay. Good
night, Mr. Allen.
And thank you for sitting these 3 minutes out. Tonight we are honored in presenting as a special guest one of the country's most unique hobbyists, Mr. Agnew Crunch. Just what is your hobby again, Mr. Crunch?
My hobby is writing down in this album remarks made by various people on the subject of weather.
Well, it sounds fascinatingly dull, I must say. What are some of your collected fragments of weather chit-chat, Ag?
Well, here is a remark made by a man named Jones on the evening of December 3, 1907. Quote, it looks like rain, kinda, unquote.
Say, that is as neat a bit of trickery as I have ever heard.
Well, I've got some that are even better. Listen to this one. Quote, ugh, muck-a-muck-chuck, ugh, unquote.
That is a remark about the weather?
Yes, it was made by a rain in the face during a snowstorm.
You don't say. Well, folks, I've got bad news for you this evening, you all. My picture ain't a-going to premiere at Old Orchard.
So what's the difference? We're packed, we'll go to Waukegan.
Well, unfortunately, or fortunately rather, it isn't going there either. The picture is going to open right here in New York City.
Did Mr. Benny decide that, Mr. Allen, or did you?
No, the publicity department decided, Portland. You know how they do with pictures. They take them where they mean something to the neighbor. You know, like if the picture's northwest mounted, they go way up in Canada, up in some Medicine Hat with it. And if it's Brigham Young, they open a picture like that, say it's Salt Lake.
I see.
Well, that's the thing. Now, the publicity department started looking at Love Thy Neighbor to find an excuse to open it someplace, you see. Well, they looked all through the picture, and they finally found a little scene where a man is eating an orange. And on the strength of that orange, they were going to open the picture in Florida.
And what happened?
Well, sir, if the research department didn't step in and find out that the orange the little man was eating was a California orange. So, of course, Florida was finished right there. Well, Paramount went back, looked through the picture again, and finally decided to open Love Thy Neighbor in New York.
Why?
They found a yellow cab in the picture. So everything settled just as Benny was running out of jokes.
Jack had plenty of jokes last Sunday.
At what price jokes? Don Wilson has to get married so that Benny can get material for a program. How Don can afford it is too much for me.
Oh, two can live as cheaply as one.
Not on what Benny pays one. I'm expecting Pellagra to break out on that program any week. What a feeny. Benny is so tight he has to butter his lips to skin his teeth.
Oh, you ought to stop fighting with Jack, Mr. Allen.
Well, I will.
When?
When the white stuff stops sizzling when it meets the blue stuff in a settler's pouch.
Why don't you two just shake hands?
Yeah, I wouldn't shake hands with that guy. Did you ever feel that limp, lifeless covey of digits that hang on Benny. The one time I shook Benny's hand, I thought it was putty. I tried to lump it and push it back up his sleeve again.
Why don't you start a feud with somebody on this program? Instead of building up Jack, you can build up one of our people.
Oh, that's fine. Who can I insult on this program?
You can insult me.
Well, all right. Now, you might have something there. I'll try it out. See here, Portland. That dress you have on looks like something that was gotten out of a silkworm with a sapini. I've seen better-looking garments thrown over a bird cage in the home of a middle-class family at night.
Oh, yes? Is that a suit you have on, or are you dancing with someone?
And what about your hairdo? Is that a snood you have on, or has your papoose slipped up?
I wouldn't say that if I were you, buddy.
Who wouldn't say what?
I, Goodman, wouldn't say it.
You, Goodman, are not saying it. I, Allen, am saying it.
In the presence of Goodman, no lady is insulted.
What happens in the presence of Goodman if a lady is insulted?
Goodman leaves the room.
I'm insulting.
I'm leaving.
All right, Olson. That settles it, Johnson. Hey, he might be another Olson than Johnson, the way it's working out there.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Goodman. We're only
sure.
joking.
We're just auditioning a feud.
A feud? That reminds me, I'm hungry.
Oh, now, wait. If you're hungry, Mr. Goodman, you can follow that trail of corn you just left and peck your way back to the bandstand.
I'm corny, and he's crowing.
Oh, go away. Go away, Ole.
That's an idea, Mr. Allen. You can start a feud with Mr. Goodman.
How can you insult a man whose idea of snappy repartee is sticking his tongue out at you? You see, there's nobody on this program, Portland, that I can really fight with.
What about Kenny?
Oh, Kenny, with that Boy Scout outlook? Oh, how can I get Kenny mad?
Call him names, Mr. Allen. It's a natural feud.
Well, I'll try it. I'll wait till I get him over here. Say, Crumb.
Did you call me, F.A.?
Yes, I called you Crumb.
Crumb? Say, that's good. Last week I was a nutnik. This week I'm a crumb. Boy, I'm going places on this program.
Oh, Portland, look at those trusting eyes. I can't go through with it.
But you've got to start a feud, Mr. Allen.
Well, I guess Kenny's my last hope. Say, Kenny, have you ever taken a good look at your teeth?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Did it ever occur to you that when you open your mouth, you look as though you're masticating a mahjong set?
Yeah. Revolting, isn't it?
Kenny, are you going to take that? Aren't you going to do something about it?
You bet, Porty. Next week I'll wear a muzzle.
Oh, it's not.
Keep it up. Try some more, Mr.
Well,
A.
I can't get Kenny mad. You
say something dirty about his singing. That with tenors is murder.
Say, now, that is not only a well-read line, that is an idea. That with tenors is murder. Well, Kenny, last week I heard you sing Jeannie with the light brown hair, and your voice had more cracks in it than the linoleum on a... Well, it's imitation stuff. There's no name for it. I'm just trying to get linoleum. Well, on a flop house floor. That concludes the sentence, ladies and gentlemen. Ta-ta.
You think that's something? Wait till you hear me louse up Ferry Boat Serenade tonight.
Good, didn't I? Whoa, this whole thing is a waste. Well, let's go back and do it tomorrow. Kenny's got a whale of a laugh. Let's try that out. I heard you sing Jeannie with the light brown hair, and your voice had more cracks in it than the linoleum on a flophouse floor.
You think that's something? Wait till you hear me louse up Ferry Boat Serenade tonight.
Oh, this whole thing is a waste of time.
Kenny, are you a man or a mouse?
A man. But tell me if you see a cat coming.
Look, Kenny, give it to him back, but good.
Take a good look at Mr. Allen, Kenny.
Yes, his face, his suit.
You'll think of something mean to say back then, Kenny. Look at him.
I'm looking.
Now say something.
You think I should?
Sure, go right ahead.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Kenny?
Gee, you're lovely.
Kenneth, apologize. I've been an evil, risky-thinking old man, trying to change your warm disposition. All I can say is that this world is a better place to live in as long as there are sweet youngsters rampant like you and Dennis Day.
What's so sweet about Dennis Day?
Kenny, was that you?
And what's so young about Dennis Day?
Well, Kenny.
He's 50 if he's a day.
Well, he's a day.
All right, he's 50 if he's a Dennis then.
Now, you said enough, Kenny. You better sing your number.
Oh, why don't you hire Dennis Day?
Now, Kenny.
He'll jump at $8 a week. You'll save $2.
Could you spare just a few seconds? There's a news photographer here to take a picture.
Well, I'm sorry. Not right in the middle of the program, Jimmy.
But that's what this man wants, Fred, an action shot.
Yes, Mr. Allen, a comedian at work. Now, if you'll just hold your mouth open as if you were saying something excruciatingly funny.
Now, look, Fred, you can't take a picture here in this light. The light is...
Oh, goodness, can't you see I've got a flash bulb on my camera? Now, open the mouth a little wider, please.
Listen, if I open it any wider, Mayor LaGuardia will probably drive up here and dedicate it for a new tunnel. Come on, Bob. Set off your flash bulb and get it over.
All right, Mr. Allen. Here it comes. Oh, tut.
Well, what happened? Your flash bulb didn't go off, did it?
How embarrassing. That bulb was a dud.
A dud?
Am I the one? Imagine me putting a dud bulb in my flash gun. I must be slipping.
Well, don't worry about it, friend. I put that dud in your camera.
You, Mr. Wallington? Is this sabotage?
No. Let's call it a demonstration. I wanted to show our audience that when a news cameraman presses the button of his flash gun and the flash bulb doesn't go off, it's a dud. And it's not far-fetched to speak of duds in gasoline either. The gasoline vapor that fires in your cylinders is a combination of many elements. All these elements should burn completely the instant the spark flashes. Those that don't are duds. Duds that steal power from your motor. Texaco Refining removes these duds.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop players. Tonight they present a saga of big business called The Great Department Store Dilemma, or The Customer Wasn't a Midget, but they shortchanged him just the same. Music?
Department stores.
Throbbing nerve centers of the modern metropolis.
Department stores.
Mammoth merchandising marts where mankind's every want has been anticipated.
Department stores.
Where 1,000 real-life dramas are enacted every day. On each bustling floor of the great R.H. Allen department store, where our story takes place, bedlam reigns from 9 to 5. The air is fraught with hubbub.
Oh, Lord, what happened?
Going up. Bargain. Lingerie, yes, lady.
Going down. Going down.
Two aisles over.
Going down.
Underwear.
Going up.
Going down.
Going up. While Decibel chaos rages in every department of the mighty R.H. Allen store, the tycoon who controls the destinies of this mastodonic enterprise races through his working day, ever mindful of the battle cry of big business, efficiency. We find R.H. Allen, the dynamic jerk, just entering his private office.
Good morning, Miss Pitt.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Call me R.H., Miss Pitt. It will save time. Time is money in the department store game. We have got to be efficient, Miss Pitt.
Yes, sir.
Take a memo. All floor walkers will report for shoe and spat test immediately. Any floor walker caught with squeaky shoes will be asked to turn in his gardenia and leave. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Good. Make 6 copies on Kleenex. Kleenex memos can be used as hand towels later. That is efficiency, Miss Pitt, and efficiency is the keynote of our business.
But this store has been losing money for 10 years.
I know. We may be facing bankruptcy, but we'll collapse efficiently.
That reminds me. They phoned again this morning.
The receivers?
Yes. They reversed the charges.
Gad, they're trying to push me over the brink. Every nickel counts today, Miss Pitt.
Eureka, R.H.
Weems, my head bookkeeper.
They balance, R.H. They balance.
What balances, Weems?
Your books. Today ends our fiscal year.
Well?
After losing money for 10 straight years, this year...
R.H. Allen shows a profit?
No, you just came out even. So long.
Did you hear that, Miss Fitz? For the first time in 10 years, we've broken even. I've been looking at red ink so long, my eyes are permanently bloodshot. What is my next appointment there?
There's a man outside with a complaint.
Well, he won't be lonesome then, will he? Well, now let me see. I feel like a bit of troubleshooting. Show him in.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll see you, sir.
Hello.
Oh, yes?
You owe me 13 cents.
Now, just a minute. minute, please.
You owe me 13 cents.
I heard you the first time.
Then why didn't you pay me?
Efficiency is the rule at R.H. Allen, sir. Before a refund is even considered, your complaint form must be filled out, sir. Now, I'll fill it out here. Your name?
Lorenzo Fritter.
Lorenzo Fritter. Address?
The Dingley Dell Trailer Camp, Westchester.
Nature of complaint?
You owe me 13 cents.
Now, wait a minute. That is hearsay. What we want the details.
I bought 7 egg cups here. You only delivered me 6. You got to give me 13 cents.
This isn't the pot of gold, Mr. Fritter. You are dealing with the R.H. Allen Company, the home of efficiency. Now, if a mistake has been made, mark you have made it.
Oh, yeah.
Now, here. Take this slip.
Yeah.
Take this slip to the credit department.
The credit department.
They'll give you a slip there to the bookkeeping department. You'll get a slip there for the Small Claims Bureau.
Yeah, the Small Claims.
They'll give you a slip to Petty Cash.
Yeah, Petty
and there
Cash.
you will receive a slip to the teller.
The teller.
The teller will tell you...
what?
The teller will tell you where you can go. Now, here is your slip. Good day.
Now, look, it ain't the principle of the thing.
I know. It's the 13 cents.
Yeah. What trouble I go through for 13.
Couldn't you just give him the 13 cents, R.H., and get rid of him?
Give him the Do you realize what 13 cents means at this time, Miss Fit? Why, after 10 years, the R.H. Allen books finally balance. 13 cents means a deficit. A deficit means receivership. What is that?
Elevator operator 57 is waiting.
Oh, yes, he's up on charges. Show him in here.
Yes, sir. Come and get it, 57.
Thank you, miss. You sent for me, R.H.?
Yes, 57. Serious charges have been brought against you. My elevator Gestapo, operating in Well 2, reports that when you announce the articles for sale at each floor, 57, you can actually be understood.
Oh, no, sir. It is not true. I swear it is not.
We shall soon see, 57. I'm putting you to the test.
Yes, sir. I will vindicate myself. You will see.
No blustering, 57. Now pretend you are in an elevator. You're arriving at the 3rd floor. What is it you say?
3rd floor, Nimitz Ware, double stuffing, give a Bible, gloves,
Shut 57. The word gloves filtered through. I distinctly heard it.
I am sorry, sir. It must have been a slip of the tongue.
Well, I'll give you one more chance, 57. Now you arrive, say, at the 4th floor. Carry on.
Yes, sir. 4th floor, Charles Ware, all the brown bus, from bag of cameras,
That word camera came through clear as a bell. Now, is that being efficient, 57?
Well, clarity is my weakness, sir. My mother was frightened by Milton Cross.
Heredity is no excuse in big business, 57. Miss Fit, buzz for Mr. Riggs.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Riggs is not replacing me, sir.
No, 57. Riggs will take you in hand for the time. Come in, Riggs. 57, Riggs here will tutor you in diction. Riggs is the greatest exponent of incomprehensibility in America. Riggs has been talking for 20 years, and no one yet has ever understood a word he has said. Riggs, meet your new pupil, 57. Now get to work. Get to work, boys. Gad, how can a department store be efficient if its elevator men are comprehensible?
You mean they've got to talk garbled?
Why, if shoppers can understand elevator men, they'll go right to the department they want. Why, they'll make their purchases and leave the store. But if shoppers are confused, they'll wander around for hours buying other things. Now, if I can...
what about my 13 cents?
Now, Mr. Fritter...
what am I getting here, a rookin'?
Dear Mr. Fritter...
don't give me that, my dear Mr. Fritter. I'm missing an egg cup. You owe me 13 cents.
Did you check at the credit department?
Yeah.
Did you go to the bookkeeping department?
Yeah.
The Small Claims Bureau?
Yeah.
The teller?
Yeah.
And what did the teller tell you?
You owe me 13 cents.
Clean this up once and for all. Miss Fit, buzz for Felton, our vice president in charge of egg cup bundling.
Yes, sir.
No reveille on the buzzer, please.
Now, look, either I get that egg cup or get my 13
Now,
cents.
see here. You can't bully an efficient organization, Fritter.
No,
you buzzed, R.H.
Yes, Felton. This customer, Fritter, claims he purchased 7 egg cups here.
And I was only delivered 6.
Quiet, Fritter, please.
I recall the Fritter sale, R.H.
Good. Now, as vice president in charge of egg cup bundling, Felton, I order you to acquaint this imbecile with the fact that he is wrong.
I'm afraid I can't, sir.
Felton, there is an egg cup missing?
Yes. I took it, sir.
Felton, you?
It was an emergency, sir. A bit of wax from my artificial gardenia somehow got into my eye. I was blinded. I was reeling around the bundle counter in extreme pain. I was crying little Dixie cups.
Felton, you?
I had to purge my eye. I had no eye cup.
No eye cup, and you took an egg cup from Mr. Fritter's order?
To swash my eye, sir. I intended to put it back when I returned. The vice president in charge of twine had consummated the bundle, sir. It was on its way to the Dingley Dell trailer camp.
You see, you owe me 13 cents.
R.H. Allen will make restitution, Fritter. Where is that missing egg cup, Felton?
I smashed it. Everything went black. I had to conceal my crying.
Now quit stalling, Allen. Give me the 13 cents.
I can't give you the 13 cents. Felton, give Fritter here a duplicate egg cup out of stock.
But there are no more, sir. Mr. Fritter brought the last of a broken Oriental lot.
Dad, what a calamity.
Now, wait a minute. Do I get a lawyer or do you give me the 13 cents?
You're asking the impossible, Fritter.
Now, what's so impossible? Just give me the 13
But you
cents.
don't understand, Mr. Fritter. For 10 years, this store has been losing money. Receivers have been circling around and around, ready to swoop. Today, for the first time, my books balance. My business is breaking even.
So what?
If I give you the 13 cents, R.H. Allen would show a deficit. It means
bankruptcy,
collapse, ruin.
That don't mean nothing to me. I got 13 cents.
Now, don't press your claim, Mr. Fritter. I'll do anything. I'll even step down. I'll make you the president of this company.
The president?
Yes, Mr. Fritter. You are now the president of the great R.H. Allen Company. I'll leave. Here, take my desk.
So, this desk belongs to me? The blotters, this aspirin, everything?
Not everything, Mr. Fritter.
No.
In the top drawer of that desk, I have some personal property. Those things belong to me.
What things?
There are 5 2-cent stamps and 3 postcards.
So what? You owe me 13 cents.
One in person.
As long as I'm down, I'll pull up my stocking. But thank you, and good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, just a minute, stranger.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Now, who told you, gave you permission to introduce me? Where's Jimmy Wallington?
Hi, Fred.
Wallington.
Hello, Sam.
How was I, Mr. Wallington?
Oh, you were great, Sam. Here's your 50 cents. You did a swell job.
Thanks, Mr. Wallington. So long.
Look, what is going on here, Jimsy? What is this Sam 50 cents business here?
Well, I've been pretty busy lately, Fred.
Yeah.
I hired Sam to handle some of my small jobs for me.
Oh, that's fine. Introducing me as a 50-cent job, huh?
Well, what is it? Here he is again. Sam can do that to save me a headache.
Now, well, let me tell you something, Mr. Wallington. Everybody on this program has got a job to do. And I want no substitutes. If there is any... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, fellas. What's cooking?
Well, if there's anything... quiet now. If you... if there's anything in the air, he just left.
He didn't all go, did he?
No, Kenny, apparently he didn't. Kenny, what do you think? Madam, Madam, you'll have to have your carbon ground. We cannot. Kenny, what do you think? Let's tell a couple of bad jokes till she sobers up. Kenny, what do you think of an announcer who shows up with a guest announcer to handle, as he puts it, a small job?
Why, that's awful.
Well, it's just what I've finished telling Mr. Wallington. Now, I don't want anyone on this program dragging Flotsam and Jetsam up to our microphone.
Jetsam?
Yes.
Say, that reminds me, Mr. Allen.
Don't miss Mr. Kaporis when he sings tonight.
Kaporis? Where is Kaporis singing?
On this program. I've got a benefit tonight. Mr. Kaporis is taking my place.
You have a proxy vocalist standing by?
Why not? I can make more money playing benefits than I can around here.
Well, that's not the point now. You maliciously changed the subject, Kay. That's not the point. There will be no other substitutions on this program tonight. Now, I just had that all out with Mr. Wallington.
Oh, but can't Mr. Kaporis sing just one song, F.A.?
No.
Just a chorus?
No.
Not one teeny-weeny note, F.A.?
No, and that's final.
Well, all right. I guess I'll have to stay here and sing then.
That's a must. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Kenny?
While I'm singing...
Yes?
Can Mr. Kaporis hold my hand?
All right. While Kenny is off to rehearse his cuticle pressing with Mr. Kaporis, we turn to the latest news of the week. Have you got a better fanfare than that, Al? Could I have another one? That one's been used. I can tell a used fanfare. Could we have another fanfare, Al? Another coming up. That's better. The Texaco News. See, they should rehearse. The second one is always better. Always after this, when they play the first one, let it be just an audition fanfare, and then... The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Severe cold wave that gripped most of the nation and sent mercury tumbling to 20 below zero in the Middle West arrived in New York and New England states during the past week. At Ithaca, New York, the weatherman said...
Temperature 10 above and getting colder.
At Melrose Falls, Vermont...
Temperature 10 below and getting colder.
Greenfield, Massachusetts reports...
Ain't got the temperature yet. Mercury's so low, we're drilling for it.
Similar reports of sudden cold spells come in from many cities and towns throughout the eastern area. Texaco News gets first-hand flashes from several victims of the sudden cold wave. Dr. Ballop, as usual, was first in the field with a cold pole. How do you get your figures for a cold pole, Dr. Ballop?
Well, first I have to assemble my statistics.
Yeah?
I tabulate the wind and the velocity, subtract the precipitation, multiply by the barometer reading, divide by the hour of the day, add 5. That's the Great Lakes.
Well, naturally.
That gives me the mean temperature.
Well, that's only theory. How do you personally know that it's cold, Doctor?
Well, confidentially, I wet my big toe and hang my leg out the window.
The old reliable farmer's almanac method, hey? Well, as soon as you know it's cold, what is your next move, Doc?
I get on the phone and I question people. I say, what do you think of the cold?
And what does your cold poll for this recent spell show, Dr. Ballop?
83.6 of America said brrr.
Yeah?
15.9 said grrr.
And the other 0.5 said?
Hang up, jerk. We thought you was the pot of gold.
But after all, you're not the pot of gold, Dr. Ballop.
Brother, I not only haven't got the gold, I haven't...
Thank you very much. At Oswego, New York, one man who had great difficulty with the cold was Thatcher Spratt. Now, Thatcher...
Sure was cold. I had mittens on over my mittens.
Really?
Yeah, I had to put weather stripping under my zipper.
You don't say. Well, what was this outstanding prank that the cold played on you, Thatcher?
Well, there's a feller up in Watertown, New York, owes me $10.
A business debt?
Nope, he was Wilkie-minded, so I bet him.
Oh, I see. Well, did you collect?
No, so I called him up last week. I called him the day the cold spell started.
What happened?
Lord, it was cold. I picked up the phone and started to say, Operator, I'm calling Watertown.
Yeah?
I couldn't say Watertown.
Why not?
Every time I said water, the word froze in my mouth. I must have spit out 20 cubes.
What do you know?
I finally got tired of spitting out cubes, so I hung up. Lost my $10.
Well, that was cold.
I'll tell you how cold it was. I'm a 32nd degree Mason, and I went down 10 degrees.
Well, that's good enough for me, and thank you, Thatcher Spratt.
Wilkie didn't win, did he?
Only in certain states. A young lady who blames the cold for losing her lucrative theatrical engagement is Honey Flanagan. What happened? What happened, honey?
Well, I'm the leading femme attraction with a barbecue trick.
Oh, you're with the burlesque show, are you?
Yeah, maybe you heard of me. The Pavlova of 10th Avenue.
No, I haven't. What is your specialty, honey?
I'm a bubble ballerina.
Oh, a bubble dancer?
Say, what I can do with the gossamer globule ain't nobody's business.
Really?
Why, when I trip down the runway manipulating that soap watermelon, brother, I'm out of this wild.
You're the last word in grace, huh?
I look like a stem with me grape dangling.
Well, what about this cold spell, honey?
Oh, that's how I lost my job.
What happened?
Well, the days got cold, I'm doing a matinee. I'm dancing on the runway, manipulating me bubbles.
Yeah?
The house has gone wild. I'm dipping, the bubble's dipping. I'm spinning, the bubble's spinning.
Yeah?
A customer coming in opens the front door and a blast blows down the runway.
Cold?
Cold, it's freezing. I'm getting the chills.
But in spite of that cold, you finished your dance.
Oh, yeah. Well, I come off the stage, me tooth is chattering. And the manager's waiting. He fires me.
Well, for what?
He says I'm dancing with 10 bubbles.
Well, how could the manager say you were dancing with 10 bubbles when you only had one?
It was that cold, mister.
You mean?
Yeah, them other 9 bubbles was goose pimples.
I see what you mean, and thank you, honey Flanagan. A native New Yorker who was the outstanding metropolitan victim of the sudden cold was one Nero Tremaine. Now, Nero?
Say, you don't mind me wearing this kimono, do you?
Oh, you have to wear the kimono in public, do you, Nero?
Yeah.
On account of the cold?
Yeah, it all comes out as my grueling story unfolds.
Well, what took place?
Well, the other day I'm taking a bath, see? It's kind of warm, so I open the bathroom window.
Yeah?
I'm splashing around in the tub when, zowie, a cold blast blows in through the window.
And?
Whapple. From the hips down, I'm a cake of ice.
Well, how long before the ice melted?
It ain't melted yet.
Why?
Well, the water froze so fast, it pulled the enamel right off at the top.
Well, I'll be...
No ice can't melt with no enamel around it. I'm a walking Frigidaire.
And you are doomed to go through life wedged in this enameled ice cake?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it uncomfortable?
Yeah, sometimes my stomach gets itchy.
And you can't scratch it?
Nah. I gotta put a door in or something.
You poor man. What are you going to do to make a living?
What can I do? I'm starting Monday with Ripley.
Good luck to you on your tour, Nero.
You don't want to say that?
No, I don't. But you'll keep a long while in that condition, and good luck to you, Nero Tremaine. While weathermen and forecasting experts are at a loss to explain the sudden arrival of the cold spell, Texaco News brings you the real lowdown. The reason the country has been swept by this unexpected cold wave can be traced to a recent speech by the president. On October 29th, the president said,
"In November, America will feel the first effects of the nationwide draft."
And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah, what is it?
My answer is yes. Goodbye.
Hey, what was that? What was that? Well, I'm going to catch that guy. Hey, sound man, open that door, will you? Hey, you.
Yeah?
What a business. I say, sound man, open that door, and the guy 20 feet away opens the door. Then I yell, hey, you, and a fat actor who's been standing next to me all the time says yes.
I beg your pardon, brother. You called me?
Are you still in character?
Certainly.
Then I called you.
Yes, sir.
Well, what inspired you to come barging in here? I'm minding my own business. You come rushing in. You say, Mr. Allen, I reiterate, what is it? You say my answer is yes and leave. Now, what was that?
Well, last week your announcer said, are you using Texaco gas?
Well?
My answer is yes. Goodbye.
At least he could have come in a car. I mean, I ought to rent myself out as bait for a psychopathic ward. If I could get all of the crumbs that show up at this microphone together, I could open a free lunch for sparrows that would reach from here to Passaic. I have more...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Well, pardon. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Is there a draft in here? Do you feel a telltale zephyr when I open my mouth? You know what a zephyr is with the tea in it? It's a zephyr that blows through a tea shop and picks up the tea as it's passing through. Did you feel a zephyr?
No, but I caught a cold last Sunday.
You did? You overtook it or just caught at a football game?
No, I was listening to Jack Benny.
Yeah?
He was coughing and sneezing on the radio. I guess I caught it from him.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I heard Benny Sunday. What a show. Entertainment, 15 Gesundheits and 3 commercials.
Jack didn't even mention your picture.
No, I don't think you'll hear anything more about Love Thy Neighbor out of Benny.
Why not?
Well, I understand that he saw the picture run off at the studio out in Hollywood last week, and when the picture was over, Mr. Freeman gave Benny the key.
What key?
The key to the cutting room. So that Benny could get a load of himself on the cutting room floor. Benny is so good on the floor, they tell me, he's had 3 offers from the Johnson Wax people.
You mean Jack may be through in pictures?
Well, if he is, it serves him right. A guy with that middle-aged spread trying to be a Mickey Rooney. What does Benny want with those Cupid bow lips and that flea-bitten toupee? John L. Lewis has got more hair in one eyebrow than Benny has got on his whole
head. Jack doesn't need hair. On him, skin looks good.
That guy living out in Hollywood with his mother-of-pearl incinerator, he certainly lives high for a low life. Benny is so low he can read by the light from a hot foot. Well, that's Benny's quota for tonight. Now, who's our guest, Portland?
It's Major Bowes, Amateur of the Month.
That is correct. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we present a little lady who Major Bowes feels has one of the most remarkable voices he has ever brought to the microphone. I would like to have you meet at this time Miss Adelaide Bishop. Well, I was going to send a man out to give you a piggyback in, Adelaide, when you didn't show up. You tired?
No.
You're not, aren't you really?
No.
Cross your heart.
Cross my heart.
All right. Well, good evening, Adelaide.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
How old are you?
I'm 11.
11 years old. You don't mind me calling you Adelaide, do you, Adelaide? Would you rather I called you Miss Bishop?
No, Mr. Allen. Major Bowes called me Adelaide.
Oh, I know, but the Major is a much older man than I am, Adelaide.
That's funny. He doesn't look any older than you do, Mr. Allen.
That child needs glasses, that's all. But before... And when you get your glasses, get the bifocals on top so you can look up at people. But before we start, Adelaide, may I tell you how much I enjoyed your singing on Major Bowes' program?
Thank you.
You know, for a little girl, your voice has a remarkable range. What type of singer would you say you are?
I'm a coloratura soprano.
A coloratura soprano. At the age of 11, you are jousting with the most difficult of all vocal calisthenics. Well, how do you account for your unusual voice? Was your mother a singer?
Yes, Mother was a coloratura, too.
Ah, that explains it. And your mother has started you taking vocal lessons?
Yes, I've been studying for 2.5 years.
And who is your teacher?
Louis Polanski.
And what does Mr. Polanski say about your singing, Adelaide?
He says if I'm a good girl and practice hard, someday I may sing in grand opera.
Well, are you only interested in operatic music?
No, I like swing music to listen to, but not to sing.
You're strictly long hair in every sense of the word, aren't you? Well, what are your favorite operas, Adelaide?
Personally, I prefer Rigoletto, Lakme, and Lucia di Lammermoor, and the other coloratura roles.
Well, Adelaide, Major Bowes and I both predict a brilliant future for you, and we hope your operatic wishes come true and that you will have a long and successful career in the world of song.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And I want to thank Major Bowes, too.
Well, I'll wake him up and tell him as soon as I get through here. You're entirely welcome, Adelaide. And now, what are you going to sing for us?
The Bell Song.
this morning?
Oh, no, I was pretty busy.
He was very late.
Well, I'm not interested, Portland. Now, ladies and gentlemen.
But Teddy was almost half an hour
Now,
late.
Portland, please.
That's pretty late.
Well, I'll grant you that. But what can I do about it? The child labor laws protect Kenny. If I do anything to Kenny, the quiz kids will probably go out on strike. And I don't want any pickets around here with their voices changing. Now, just let's forget about Kenny.
But Kenny told me to tell you he was late.
Oh, he did?
Yes, and Kenny told me to tell you that he hasn't got a watch.
Oh, is there anything else he wants me to know?
Yes, there are only 19 more shopping days to Christmas.
Now, look, Portland, when you see Kenny, you can tell...
Say, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Mr. Goodman?
Kenny Baker was late for rehearsal.
I have the misfortune... You took it a tone higher this show. I have the misfortune to know all about that, Mr. Goodman.
You also know Kenny hasn't got a watch. And to Christmas, there are only 19 days for shopping left.
That also. That also I know, but not quite in that order.
You know all that?
Yes. And if Kenny wants a watch, he can take it up with Santa Claus direct.
Does Kenny believe in Santa Claus?
Well, I wouldn't know how.
I, as a kid, believed in Santa Claus.
And what do you believe in today?
The bylaws of Local 802. And the rights of the American people.
But what has that got to do with Santa Claus?
Mr. Goodman, Portland, is the king of non sequitur. He is the originator of the isolationist sentence. Nothing Mr. Goodman says is relevant to anything that has been said, is being said, or will be said.
If that's a bawling out, and you're asking who can take it, I'm answering Goodman.
Fine. A different interpolation each time. And my answer to that is...
Leave it, Mr. Allen. Here comes Kenny.
Gee.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Hey, hello, Kenny.
Well, what do you know? I'm late again, huh?
Oh, well, that's all right, Kenny.
Gee, if I only had a watch, I could tell you how late I am.
Don't worry about it, Kenny.
Well, I'm overdoing it.
No.
Did Portland tell you I was late for rehearsal this morning?
Yes, Kenny.
Did she tell you why I was late?
Yes, Kenny.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, Merry Christmas, Mr. Allen.
Now, look, Kenny, this isn't the Benny program. I know that on that show, you were trained to do your Christmas hinting early.
Who's hinting, Mr. Allen?
Well, with all this talk about being late, no watch, and Christmas...
Oh, I only mentioned Christmas on account of my Christmas card.
Oh.
I wrote one for everybody.
Oh, you composed the Christmas verses yourself?
You bet. Look at these cards.
Read us one, Kenny.
Okay. Here's a verse I dedicated to my Uncle Phil. Oh, Uncle Phil, with hearts so full of Christmas spirit and good wool. If your nephew buys a watch, Uncle Phil, will you pay the bill, Uncle Phil? You will?
That is sentiment and bad timing.
Well, you said to wait for last.
That was last week. Every other week, and not every week. That is sentiment?
It sure is, brother.
That is brazen hinting for a watch if I ever heard brazen hinting for a watch.
Well, I think it's beautiful, Kenny. Has he got another one?
Oh, you bet. This one's for Mr. Goodman. You want to hear it, Mr. Goodman?
I'm all ears.
You certainly are.
Now, this is no time for flattery, Kenny. Just read your card.
Yuletide greetings, maestro mine. Boy, oh boy, how you keep time. For you, the orchestra with love is full of us. Brother, can you spare a boulevard? Would you like that, Mr. Goodman?
Yes, you can mail it to my old address.
I suppose that boulevard is sentiment in there. That isn't hinting.
Well, I'll leave it to Porty.
It's pure sentiment. Kenny, you're a genius.
Thanks, Port. And to show my appreciation in advance, I wrote a card for you. It's very romantic.
Oh.
Gosh, read it, Kenny.
All right. Merry Christmas to you, Porty, and season's greetings for 1940. On this program, the rest are fools, but you stand out like 17 jewels.
Again with the watch.
Haven't you got a verse for Mr. Allen, Kenny?
No, I don't know.
Oh, you bet. This has a special sound effect.
Oh, I don't.
All right, eh? Hark, Mr. Allen. That was a chime. That's how people without watches tell time. I'll think of you Christmas while the clock is tick-tocking, and I'll hang up my left wrist instead of my stocking.
Kenneth Baker, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Making a hollow mockery of Christmas Day, the holly, the mistletoe, the Christmas spirit. What do they mean to you? Nothing. You just want to watch.
Yes.
Well,
shame on myself.
I should say so.
I'm a bad boy.
You certainly are. Yes,
After all, watches don't grow on trees.
My brother-in-law got one off a fence.
Quiet, Mr. Goodman.
Mr. Allen, do you know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to tear up these Christmas cards and buy everybody Christmas cards with sweet, unselfish sentiments on them. And when February comes, I'm going to mail them out.
Christmas cards in February?
Yes. I'll put a little note in with them explaining.
Explaining what?
I'll just say, sorry this card reaches you so late, but without a watch, do I know what time it is?
Now, I will tell you once and for all what time it is, Kenneth Lawrence Baker.
I know. It's time for my song.
Right. And a set of Encyclopedia Britannica is on its way to Kenneth Lawrence Baker, General Delivery, Box 4, whose next number, first time I knew my mouth wasn't big enough for my tongue to get out. Kenny, whose next number is Pale Hands I Love.
Take my case next.
Your case?
Yeah, my wife beats me. She's been beating me for 3 years.
Well, what program do you think you're on?
Ain't this the Goodwill Court?
No, it isn't.
Am I a dope?
Yes, I think you have hit the nail on the head, frankly.
Well, what am I going to do? My wife beats me.
You mean she uses a baseball bat or brass knuckle?
Oh, no, not Mabel. You see, the thing is, we're a two-car family. She's got a car and I got a car, see? Every morning we go out to the garage together. She gets in her car and I get in mine. But by the time I get my car started, hers is always out of the driveway and 3 blocks down the street.
Oh, so that's why you say...
My wife beats me.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do for you, friend. I'm going to turn your case over to a higher court. I pass you on to my colleague, Judge Larry Elliott. What is your verdict, Judge Elliott?
Well, my verdict is that the gentleman should do what the lady in the case has obviously already done. Namely, change to Sky Jeep, the luxury gasoline.
Luxury's okay for my wife, but I balance my budget.
But this luxury isn't expensive.
Now, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present a mystery melodrama. It is case number 247 3/4, taken from the secret files of the great international detective, Fetlock Bones. This case is called Death Comes to the Mystery Story Writer, or Cheez-It, the Corpse. Music.
The great detective Fetlock Bones needs no introduction to our audience. The crime has yet to be committed that Fetlock Bones has failed to solve. In 1927, Scotland Yard, after working on the case of the dynamite muffin for 20 years, gave it up. The mystery was solved when Fetlock Bones said,
Your deduction that there was dynamite in the muffin Lord Busby bit into is incorrect, Watson, old boy.
Then how do you account for the fact that Lord Busby's head was found in the attic, his legs in the cellar, his arms out on the lawn, and his torso sitting in the wine closet?
Elementary, Watson. Lord Busby had a nervous breakdown. He simply went to pieces.
In 1931, when confronted with the great zipper mystery, Pinkerton threw up his hands. The zipper mystery was solved when Fetlock Bones said,
Gladmore Sutro was not murdered. He committed suicide.
Look, Fetlock, the bullet hole was under the zipper in his smoking jacket. The zipper was closed.
Right you are, old boy.
Well, after he shot himself, how could he close the coat zipper?
He didn't.
What then?
Gladmore opened the zipper in his smoking jacket to shoot himself.
Yeah?
His head slumped forward. His goatee got caught in the zipper.
And?
When rigor mortis set in, his head snapped back, closing the zipper. It's an open and shut case, old boy.
In 1939, when called in on the baffling case of the poisoned bloodhound, The thin man went back into pictures. The poisoned bloodhound case was closed when Fetlock Bones said...
The bloodhound was not poisoned, John Edgar.
Then how did he die, Mr. Bones?
Business had been bad in this pet shop.
Yes?
The owner couldn't afford to buy red ink. He's been dipping his pen in the dog.
And the bloodhound?
Expired of anemia. Elementary, old boy.
Tonight, December 4th, 1940, another mystery stumps the world. Mr. Moto has given up. Mr. District Attorney has resigned. Superman has passed the buck. The FBI has finally appealed to Fetlock Bones. Fetlock Bones, at this very minute, is standing outside the door of a Park Avenue penthouse, pulling his peaked cap down over his eyes, removing his magnifying glass from his Boston bag. The great detective Fetlock Bones is ready for action. He knocks at the penthouse door.
Mr. Bones, at last you've come.
Rather, I took a taxi and ran all the way.
You took a taxi and ran?
Yes, the blasted taxi started before I got in.
Will you come just in time, Bones? I was putting in a call for Basil Rathbone.
Well, you can't solve a mystery by transcription, old boy. Well, I shall get to work. Now, who are you and who's been done in?
I'm M. Lincoln Rooster, the publisher. My best-selling mystery writer, Ellery Spleen, has been murdered.
Where was he shot?
In the penthouse right here.
And the circumstances? What are the circumstances?
Spleen was giving a dinner party for a few author friends. We were celebrating the publication of the new Ellery Spleen mystery story.
Carry on.
After dinner, Ellery began to read us the final chapter of the book. He had just come to the last line. As Ellery read, the murder was committed by, there was a shot. Ellery slumped over, dead.
These are the circumstances?
Yes, I ordered the other authors into the rumpus room until you got here.
You found the gun, old fig?
I searched everybody. Nobody in that room had a gun.
Sounds interesting. I should like to see the body, old boy. If it's receiving, of course.
Yes, it's right here. Ellery died in the living room.
Stubborn, I say.
This way, Bones.
Righto.
There he is.
I say, who's this blighter bending over the body?
Sorry, sir. I'm Buggins, the butler, sir.
Well, don't disturb the body, Buggins. You might destroy a clue.
I'm giving the master his liver pill, sir. It takes him on the hour. I've got strict orders, sir.
But it's futile to give a dead man a liver pill. A liver can't live on alone as a rugged individualist, you know.
I'm taking no chances with the master, sir. He might be playing possum, sir.
I don't care if he's playing Pisha. Withdraw from Exhibit A, Buggins.
Right, I shall get back to the cuckoo clock.
The cuckoo clock?
Yes, I'm repairing kit, sir.
Right, you are. I say, Rooster, this stack of books here adjacent to the body.
Oh, these are autographed copies of Ellery's new mystery novel. These are the only 10 copies printed so far. He intended to present them to his author guests after dinner.
Now, see here, Rooster. I refuse to stay in the rumpus room another minute. I am leaving.
Who is this person, Mr. Rooster?
This is Dr. Fumfet, Mr. Bones.
Yes, I am Dr. Fumfet, and I've got to get away. I've got an important operation.
If you're a doctor, old Fump, what are you doing at an author's dinner?
I am also an author.
Oh, an author, doctor.
Yes. I wrote memoirs of a doctor, Odyssey of a doctor, Confessions of a doctor, Station Wagon doctor, Station Wagon without a doctor without a station wagon.
If you're a doctor, why didn't you give first aid to Ellery Spleen when he was shot?
Me? What do I know about medicine?
Well, say you're a doctor.
Yes, but I've been so busy writing doctor books, I've forgotten my profession.
I see.
Now, out of my way, cad. I have to go and put in an appendix.
I say you have forgotten medicine, haven't you? One doesn't put in, one takes out an appendix.
I'm putting this appendix in, fathead. It's the appendix to my new book, How to Win Doctors and Influence Nurses. Let me go, if you will, please.
You can't go. I am Detective Fetlock Bones, Dr. Fumfet.
Well, very interesting, very interesting. Well, good night, Mr. Bones. I'll take my autographed copy of Ellery's book. Oh, I'm shot.
Good heavens, I'll call a doctor.
Too late. I just diagnosed myself. I'm dead.
That's right. He is
is dead.
Very good doctor, I should say, diagnosing so skillfully.
Where did that shot come from?
Well, I heard glass shatter. The bullet was fired through the window. Where does this window lead, Buggins?
To the terrace, sir.
Very good. We shall barge out and overpower the murderer. Lead the way, Buggins.
Sorry, Mr. Bones, I've got to repair this cuckoo clock.
I'll go with you, Bones.
Carry on, Rooster.
I'll open the door.
I say, Trull, who are you?
I'm Myrna St. Vitus Fink.
Is this creature an author too, Rooster?
Myrna St. Vitus Fink is the great surrealist poet.
And also possibly a part-time murderer?
Oh, no. No, I didn't kill Ellery Spleen, I swear. How could I kill Ellery? I loved him.
Then why were you hiding out here on the terrace? Short, dark, and lumpy?
I had hidden a surrealist love poem in Ellery's vest. I was waiting for him to find it.
Myrna, you were in love with Ellery.
Could I help it? I'm a surrealist. Not, am I?
If this person's poem is in the body's waistcoat, Rooster, her alibi is in order. Let us adjourn to the body.
Come in, Myrna.
Here we are. This bulge in Spleen's upper waistcoat pocket. I say it's the poem.
Yes, my poem.
Read it, Bones.
I shall. It is called Surrealist Surrender. Celery, Ellery, Ellery, celery. Cupids on the grass, alas. Pigeons, hop-toads, neck on necking. Will it, Ellery, come to pass?
No, it can never come to pass. Alas, to pass.
Please control yourself, Myrna.
No. I'll join Ellery. I'll end it all. I'll go out and eat some cafeteria crab meat. That will do it. No. I shall die with Ellery's book clutched to my breast. I'll take my autographed copy of my lover's book. Oh, I'm shot.
Well, I'll be...
Move over, Ellery. Here I come. Oh.
Dead. Good heavens, just as she reached for the book.
I say, Mr. Bones, this other window is broken.
Don't tell me, Buggins. I'm the detective.
You know, it's getting gruesome in here with these three bodies.
Yes, frightfully lumpy underfoot, too. I say, Buggins, neaten up a bit.
I'm repairing the cuckoo clock, sir.
Bother the cuckoo clock. It's getting frightfully untidy here. You might stack the bodies in the corner, if you will.
Yes, sir. I shall stack the master first.
What was that?
Sorry, sir. I seem to have dropped something, sir.
A pendulum.
Yes, sir. It's from the cuckoo clock, sir.
I shall examine that cuckoo clock. Ah, I thought so. Buggins, I arrest you for the murder of Ellery Spleen.
You're balmy, if I may say so, sir.
Yes, Buggins had his back to us, Bones. How could he shoot anyone? You heard the windows break.
That was me clue, Rooster.
The shots didn't come through the window?
Definitely not. Buggins fired the shots. To divert our attention, he threw parts of the cuckoo clock through the window.
I think I should pop out for a short meander about the rookery.
Overpower him, Rooster.
I say you're dislodging me dicky, sir.
Quiet, Buggins. Bones is deducing.
And conscientiously, if I do say so, Rooster. Buggins, you fired those shots.
How can I fire the shots, sir? I've no gun.
No, but you've rigged up this cuckoo clock as an infernal machine.
But, sir,
You've removed the entrails of this cuckoo, Buggins. You've mounted the cuckoo on a revolver barrel. The cuckoo's leg you have fastened to the trigger. When the cuckoo popped back, the cuckoo's leg fired the shots.
Is that right, Buggins?
Yes, mercy, Mr. Rooster.
Why, you...
Please, sir, you're elevating me dicky. Cutting my windpipe.
Are you prepared to make a statement, Buggins?
I confess, Mr. Bones, you've caught me with my cuckoo down.
I knew it, Buggins.
But I only meant to pip off the master, Mr. Bones.
Ellery Spleen? Why?
It was those murder mysteries he wrote. They all ended the same way. The butler did it. The butler did it. I told Spleen if he wrote one more book where the butler did it, I'd kill him. He did, and I did.
But the others here, Buggins.
I killed them to keep them from taking copies of that butler smeared and tripe out into the world. I've saved the honor and prestige of the butling profession.
Straighten your dicky, Buggins, and let's pop along.
Will I get the chair, Mr. Bones?
I doubt it, old boy. Anyone who eliminates 4 authors today is doing mankind a favor. These dead authors here have fulfilled the ambition of every writer today.
Meaning, sir?
They've made the Spook of the Month Club.
Oh, very good,
quite
sir.
Good. Let's...
When giving presents in advance, it is customary to attach a little label reading, do not open until Christmas. Tonight we give you a prize package. We pasted a label over his mouth. If he opens it before Christmas, he's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. I just bend down low like that to show you my hair doesn't come off. You see. So many of those people come from Hollywood and give you those little bows, you know, because the thing goes on the side. Well, thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, that Yuletide toxin you just sounded doesn't quite fit in with your attire.
Well, what do you mean, Fred?
Well, isn't this rather late in the season, James, to be wearing open-toed shoes?
Oh, these shoes were regular Oxfords, but I was doing some Christmas shopping in a department store this morning.
Well, how did the ends of your shoes get nipped off?
Well, I was coming down on an escalator, and I stepped off, all but my toes.
Oh, I see. Went much better the first show,
didn't it?
I guess you should have another set of feet for the 12 o'clock show. Well, you know, those galloping ramps are pretty dangerous, Jimmy. I knew a fellow last year who tripped and sat down on an escalator. And, well, when they finally pried him out, he was wearing a tweed sarong. His trousers were ruined, no end. But we just throw that in. You know, you got to kill him now, okay?
Hiya, fellas. What's frying?
Well, Jimmy and I were barbecuing a little verbal fat, Kenny. We were just sort of talking about Christmas shopping.
Well, if that isn't a coincidence, I was at Macy's all afternoon.
Shopping?
No, I was tied up with Santa Claus.
Tied up with Santa Claus? You must have had some list.
Brother, I threw the book at him.
You asked Sandy for plenty, hey?
Did I? A bow and arrow, a pogo stick, a new yo-yo, an electric razor.
An electric razor? Well, isn't that a little too grown up, Kenny, after all?
Oh, I'm a big boy now. Look at this cheek.
What is that, fuzz?
It ain't mohair, brother. Santa Claus better come through.
Oh, now, Kenny, don't tell me that you think that fellow at Macy's is really Santa Claus.
I don't think it. I know it.
Well, how do you know it?
I got it straight from his brother Gimbel's.
I see.
He's got another brother on 14th Street. Boy, what a Santa Claus he is. With a dialect.
Really? You rarely get one complete with a dialect. Well, you managed to visit 3 department stores in this Christmas rush. Well, didn't the crowds bother you any?
Oh, it was pretty bad. It was so crowded on 33rd Street, one woman fainted and had to walk for 4 blocks before she could fall down.
I suppose they finally froze some water in icicles and passed it to her through the crowd to revive her. Well, the shopping crowds are terrible. Let you and I enjoy it, huh? Hey, listen, after all, the audience gets the best of it. We've got a right once in a while to have a little fun here. You know, the crowds are terrible, the shopping crowds, Kenny. I heard about a salesgirl who reported for work at Wanamaker's, sold 3 dresses at Klein's, and got paid off in Bloomingdale.
Boy, things are sure moving fast around the stores, F.A.
Oh, they sure are, KB. In one busy toy department, they tell me, they're running the little kiddies across Santa Claus's lap on an assembly bell.
Well, as Fred Allen would say, so much for Santa Claus.
Well, I'll explain that. We tossed for that line, folks, and Kenny lost, so he had to say it. So as Kenny Baker would say, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents highlights from the world of news. Washington, D.C.
No news.
Nizhny Novgorod, Russia.
Tolstoy Grabinos, to такое сметана, no news.
Shanghai, China.
Tai Hong, Tai Fuyong, Lychee nuts, no news.
Times Square, New York.
Times Tribune, Mirror, sorry, Mr. No News.
When giving presents in advance, it is customary to attach a little label reading, "Do not open until Christmas." Tonight we give you a prize package. We pasted a label over his mouth. If he opens it before Christmas, he's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. I just bend down low like that to show you my hair doesn't come off. You see? So many of those people come from Hollywood and give you those little bows, you know, because the thing goes on the side. Well, thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, that Yuletide toxin you just sounded, doesn't quite fit in with your attire.
Well, what do you mean, Fred?
Well, isn't this rather late in the season, James, to be wearing open-toed shoes?
Oh, these shoes were regular Oxfords, but I was doing some Christmas shopping in a department store this morning.
Well, how did the ends of your shoes get nipped off?
Well, I was coming down on an escalator, and I stepped off, all but my toes.
Oh, I see. Went much better the first show,
didn't it?
I guess you should have another set of feet for the 12 o'clock show. Well, you know, those galloping ramps are pretty dangerous, Jimmy. I knew a fellow last year who tripped and sat down on an escalator. And, well, when they finally pried him out, he was wearing a tweed sarong. His trousers were ruined, no end. But we just throw that in. You know, you got to kill him now. Okay.
Hiya, fellas. What's frying?
Well, Jimmy and I were barbecuing a little verbal fat, Kenny. We were just sort of talking about Christmas shopping.
Well, if that isn't a coincidence, I was at Macy's all afternoon.
Shopping?
No, I was tied up with Santa Claus.
Tied up with Santa Claus? You must have had some list.
Brother, I threw the book at him.
You asked Sandy for plenty, hey?
Did I? A bow and arrow, a pogo stick, a new yo-yo, an electric razor.
An electric razor? Well, isn't that a little too grown up, Kenny, after all?
Oh, I'm a big boy now. Look at this cheek.
What is that, fuzz?
It ain't mohair, brother. Santa Claus better come through.
Oh, now, Kenny, don't tell me that you think that fellow at Macy's is really Santa Claus.
I don't think it. I know it.
Well, how do you know it?
I got it straight from his brother Gimbel's.
I see.
He's got another brother on 14th Street. Boy, what a Santa Claus he is. With a dialect.
Really? You rarely get one complete with a dialect. Well, you managed to visit 3 department stores in this Christmas rush. Well, didn't the crowds bother you any?
Oh, it was pretty bad. It was so crowded on 33rd Street, one woman fainted and had to walk for 4 blocks before she could fall down.
I suppose they finally froze some water in icicles and passed it to her through the crowd to revive her. Well, the shopping crowds are terrible. Let you and I enjoy it, huh? Hey, listen, after all, the audience gets the best of it. We've got a right once in a while to have a little fun here. You know, the crowds are terrible, the shopping crowds, Kenny. I heard about a salesgirl who reported for work at Wanamaker's, sold 3 dresses at Klein's, and got paid off in Bloomingdale.
Boy, things are sure moving fast around the stores, F.A.
Oh, they sure are, KB. In one busy toy department, they tell me, they're running the little kiddies across Santa Claus's lap on an assembly belt.
Well, as Fred Allen would say, so much for Santa Claus.
Well, I'll explain that. We tossed for that line, folks, and Kenny lost, so he had to say it. So as Kenny Baker would say, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents highlights from the world of news. Washington, D.C.
No news.
Nizhny Novgorod, Russia.
Tolstoy Grabino, что такое сметана, no news.
Shanghai, China.
I hung, tai fuyong, itchy nuts, no news.
Times Square, New York.
I
Times Tribune, Mirror. Sorry, Mr. No-Nose.
Well, there you are, folks. Kenny Baker sings for us now, There I Go. Kenny, if this was a Pantages time, you'd have taken 2 encores. Better say to you, Kenny, that was fine. You would have been held over in Salt Lake, which was very hard. Kenny, that was being held over in Salt Lake was not what you think it is. But Kenny, that was fine. It was not only pro rata, but the whole thing there. You were out of... Kenny, that was fine. Hey, at this time of night, you're lucky enough to think of a straight line. Who can think of something? Kenny, that was fine. You are in rare form tonight.
Yes, I've been practicing every day.
You have, really?
Yeah, I got to be in good voice this week.
Why?
Dennis Day gets into town.
Dennis?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, boy, I guess you and Dennis, 2 tenors, have high old times when you get together.
Oh, boy, we're practically insufferable.
What do you fellas do, Kenny?
Well, generally I go over to Dennis's house and he sings for me, and then Dennis comes over to my house and I sing for him.
Well, this goes on all day?
Till night, yes.
Then what happens?
Well, Dennis and I generally go over to Frank Parker's house and sing duets for Frank.
Well, that sort of fills in the day, doesn't it?
Oh, it's monotonous.
Yes. In any special key? You ought to teach... look, Kenny, now, you ought to teach Dennis. Do him a favor when he gets off tomorrow. He'll be singing bass for 4 days after being up. You ought to teach Dennis that song you just sang a little while ago.
There I Go?
Yeah.
There I Go. I wonder how that song got its title.
How did you ever happen to think of a line like that? Because I know the answer, you see. Had I been this well prepared on information, please, it would have been another story. They're still penalizing Fadiman over there, you know. $125 it cost tonight. I was on. The auctioneer is talking slower since, you know. But you wonder how that song, There I Go, got its title? Well, I tell you, I'll be frank with you, Kenny. If you don't mind me incognito, I'll be frank. The song There I Go, it was inspired by a remark Dr. Jekyll made one day as Mr. Hyde passed him on the street. As Mr. Hyde went by, Dr. Jekyll said, There I go. Well, sir, if this observation later didn't become the title of your song.
Oh, boy, wait till I tell Dennis. He's never been confronted with a fact.
And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well... Thank you, Issy. You ought to thank Mr. Goodman for starting your reception. Why he just applauds anybody from force of habit. Is that going with him? Well, what's new, Portland? And something had better be new, or the program's going to be 3 minutes short.
Well, I wanted to show you this telegram. It's from Mary Livingston.
Mary Livingston? Well, if it's for you, why show it to me?
Mary gets into New York tomorrow. She wants us both to come down to the depot to meet her.
Well, let me see that wire.
Here.
Having terrible time, Jack ran out of sandwiches at Kansas City. His thermos bottle ran dry at Chillicothe. If you will meet us at the Grand Central with donuts and hot coffee, Jack will have enough strength to get to a hotel. Otherwise, I will have to leave him in the check room or ask Mr. Foster what to do with him. Why, that Feeny?
Don't they have a diner on that train?
Well, they have diners on all the California trains. Diners don't mean anything to Benny. To Benny, diner is only a song title.
Why is Jack coming to New York?
Well, Love Thy Neighbor opens at the Paramount next Tuesday, and Benny's coming from California with his tape measure to measure his name when they put it up on the marquee.
Well, will the marquee hold 2 of you?
They're testing it today. They'll know. You know, I'm surprised that the picture's even opening at the Paramount, Portland. With that ham in it, I thought it was a cinch to open in a delicatessen.
Where is Jack stopping? shopping in New York?
Who knows? The last time he stayed at the Sherry Netherland, he checked out the second day.
Why?
The hotel refused to press Benny's Kleenex. What a guy. He spent 3 days trying to find a glass-bottom taxi cab so he could ride down Broadway and look for cigar butts. No Catalina Playboy.
Did you hear Jack say you laugh at your own joke?
Well, a man's got to be pretty funny to make himself laugh, after all. You know, he's so close to himself, he gets sick of himself occasionally. That's quite... You know why Benny doesn't laugh on the air, don't you?
No, why?
Well, every time Benny tells a joke, it reminds him of what he's paying his writers pro rata who sold him the joke he's telling. You see? He's the only man I know whose tear duct connects with his pocketbook.
You'd better not go too far with Jack, Mr. Allen.
Who's afraid of that coward? Benny's so yellow, when he gets into a cab, you can't tell where the yellow cab leaves off and Benny starts.
And Jack was bragging how strong he was Sunday.
Strong. Benny's so weak he only smokes one way. He can't exhale. Him, when he smokes, he's got it. Is he? Yeah? It's hard to fluoroscope him, you know. It always looks like the top of Mount McKinley. Benny's teeth are so sensitive, he has to have his dental floss warmed before he can use it. Hot dental floss. How do you like that? Well, that exhausts me on the flimsy subject at hand. Now, what about our guest, Portland?
He's the owner of the show that's had the longest run of any show ever produced in New York City.
Oh, you mean the producer of Tobacco Road?
No, this gentleman owns the Flea Circus.
Oh.
Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Roy Heckler.
Well, good evening, Mr. Heckler.
Good evening, Fred.
You, Mr. Heckler, are the sole producer and proprietor of the Flea Circus in Hubert's Museum on 42nd Street.
That's right, Fred. My flea circus has been there for 15 years.
15 years? Why, your show has had a longer run than A.B.'s Irish Rose and Tobacco Road put together.
Yes, we've seen a lot of shows come and go.
Well, how many artists do you employ, Mr. Heckler?
I have 15 stars,
Yeah.
15 understudies, and about 30 actors in training, all fleas.
Well, yours is indeed a unique theatrical troupe, Mr. Heckler. What do your little leaping thespians provide in the way of entertainment?
They do everything from juggling balls to running chariot races. Every one of my 15 stars has a different specialty.
Well, how can you possibly train a flea to do these things? Isn't it rather difficult?
Not at all, Fred. Fleas are quite intelligent and adaptable.
That is the first kind word I've ever heard anyone say about a flea, Mr. Heckler. In fact, it's the first remark I've ever heard about a flea that could safely be used on the air.
Well, fleas are greatly misunderstood, Fred.
Well, I don't agree with you, Mr. Heckler. I'm sorry. It's rarely that I don't agree with a guest, but when you say fleas are greatly misunderstood, I don't agree. One usually knows what a flea is getting at, Mr. Heckler. But tell me, can you train any old flea that wants to break into show business?
No. The ordinary flea is too short-lived for training purposes. We have to import a hardier specimen.
Well, how does the average Pekingese cricket live? How long does the Pekingese cricket live, as a rule, Mr. Heckler?
The normal lifespan is 2 to 3 years, but acting wears the flea out. He's usually through after 6 months.
Washed up, eh?
Right.
Well, what do you do then? Do fleas have a form of Social Security?
No, my actors all die in harness, Fred. I just put understudies in their places.
The show must go on. It's the old saying. Well, let's take a typical performing flea, Mr. Heckler, and trace his career from its humble beginnings to the dizzy heights of his Broadway success. Now, let me see. What would be a good name for a flea?
Malcolm isn't bad, Fred. I once had a flea named Malcolm.
Well, all right. Now, let's say Malcolm arrives in New York Harbor one day. He skips gaily off the boat, takes a nip out of the customs inspector, which he declares later, checks in at the Lambs Club and reports for work. Now, what happens?
Well, that's a little exaggerated, Fred.
Really?
Malcolm, arriving in a box with a lot of other fleas, the first thing I do is put a collar on him.
Sort of a shrunken lavalier.
Yes. I make the collar out of fine copper wire. Malcolm wears it the rest of his life.
Well, is Malcolm's noose for ornamental purposes?
No. It's a safety measure. I pick up Malcolm, attach him to his props with a collar, and it avoids injury in the process of handling.
What is the initial step in the training routine, Mr. Heckler?
Well, first I have to break the flea of its frisky habits. He has to be taught to walk instead of skipping and hopping.
Well, how is that done?
I put him in a small horizontal glass tube. Every time he tries to hop, he bangs his head against the top of the tube. It only takes a couple of days.
When Malcolm staggers out, then he's slap happy but cured. What happens to him next?
I try to cast him in the show.
Well, you mean certain fleas have special talents?
Yes. Some fleas are natural strongmen.
Really?
Others make good jugglers or dancers, and some are born comedians.
And then I suppose they're they're not called fleas, though. Then I suppose there is the complete dud or the Gilloigan type of flea. But let us say Malcolm seems to be a natural juggler. Now, what happens?
Oh, I teach him a couple of tricks and keep him as an understudy until the juggler I am working gives out.
Well, you're spared one headache most theatrical managers have, Mr. Heckler. At least you're not forced to cope with exhibitions of temperament backstage.
Oh, you're wrong, Fred.
Really?
Some fleas are very temperamental. They'll hardly work one day, and the next day they'll turn in swell performances.
A variety man out front or something. Well, how do you, how do you account for this, Mr. Heckler?
Well, who can look into the soul of an artist, Fred?
How true. Truer words. But tell me, who would you say is your outstanding performer as of today?
Rudolph, the strongman flea, Fred. He turns a merry-go-round that weighs 400 times as much as he does. The only trouble is Rudolph is getting old.
What happens when a flea performer begins to age? Does he start to wrinkle up around the antenna? Does he start to go around showing old write-ups and bragging about his radio appearance on Flea the People?
No. Usually his legs begin to go, Fred. Fleas have weak ankles.
Well, I didn't know that. I'll bandage them in the future if I have any cash with the elderly fleas. But who are some of your other stars beside the aging Rudolph, Mr. Heckler?
There's Patty, the Irish flea who jumps through a hoop. And then there's Tommy, the football flea, Prince Henry, the juggler, and our closing act, Fifi, Sadie, and Peaches, the dancers.
That is a gallant array of microscopic talent, Mr. Heckler.
Yes, that's what all the critics say.
The critics? Well, don't tell me the news reviewed your flea circus and gave it 3.5 swats.
No, but George Gene Nathan, Walter Winchell, and the late old McIntyre have all reviewed my show.
Say, with all that publicity, I'm surprised that some of your troopers haven't been drafted by Hollywood, Mr. Heckler.
They have, Fred. 2 years ago, 2 of my fleas were flown out to Hollywood to appear in a picture with Claudette Colbert.
What company made the picture?
Paramount.
Oh, that explains it. Paramount apparently will stoop to anything for talent. They even had me out there on a leash last summer. Well, this has been a mighty interesting glimpse behind the diminutive big top of your flea circus, Mr. Heckler.
Thanks, Fred. I've enjoyed talking about my little show.
And give my regards to your cast in the green room when you get back over there. And tell your fleas that they don't have to worry about the future. When they get old and they have to quit show business, tell them to come to me.
I didn't know you were a flea philanthropist, Fred.
Oh, yes, Mr. Heckler. I'm buying a St. Bernard. It will always be a refuge for old, destitute fleas.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Roy Heckler.
Can I be excused for about 15 minutes?
Excused? Why?
I've got my portable radio upstairs, and I've got to listen to the record quiz program.
The record quiz program? What is that?
Well, the announcer plays a record,
Yeah.
and the first listener to phone in the name of the song gets $1.
Oh, you want to walk out on this program to listen to another one?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that's loyalty...
But they give away $1.
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, Portland. For a measly $1, you'd leave everybody on this program flat. Now, you wait till I tell Kenny. Kenny?
Just a minute, F.A. I'm on the phone.
Well, hurry up.
Hello? Record quiz program? That song has beat me, Daddy A to the bar. Yeah? Oh, boy, I'll be right over.
Kenneth Baker, you come back here.
Oh, but I'm in a hurry, F.A. I got to see a man about $1.
Gosh, Kenny, did you win?
It wasn't Oscar Levant. Well, so long.
Now, wait. Just a minute, Junior. Have you forgotten a certain part-time job you have around here? It involves singing on the premises.
Charity is one thing, F.A., but $1 is 100 cents.
I am not interested in your revolutionary economic definitions, Kenneth Baker. Your first obligation is to this program. Now, and to make sure that you don't get out of here, I'm going to put your song on. This is rather spiteful, but I'm going through with it. I'm going to put your song on right now. Say, Maestro, where's Goodman? Say, Goodman.
Yes? You're calling Goodman?
Yes, I am calling Goodman. I am changing the program around. Kenny is ready for his song.
Just a minute. Goodman is telephoning.
What is this? Suddenly everybody's telephoning.
Hello? That song has beat me to the bar, Daddy 8. What? Somebody already won it. Obviously, it's your own brother, Chisler.
Well, that does it. Doesn't anybody beside the censor pay any attention to what's going on around here?
Nobody.
Who said that?
Goodman said it.
Me? Suddenly I'm a tenor.
Now, look, if you three are trying to audition a mutiny, what is
Well,
this?
Kenny has something to tell you, Mr. Allen.
Kenny has what to tell me?
Well, if you want the truth, F.A., this program is old-fashioned. Nobody listens to it anymore.
Well, why are people suddenly not listening?
Because you don't give any money away.
That's right. This program is corny.
What is it? Nothing but entertainment.
Entertainment isn't enough on the radio today?
No, it isn't. You've got to give away money.
Yes, like all the successful programs. Double or Nothing, Take It or Leave It, Professor Quiz, Pot of Gold.
And why are they successful?
Why?
Their listeners send in questions and make money. The studio audience answers them and makes money. Everybody makes money.
On this program, we are the only ones who make money. It says here in the script.
Well, that's right. We don't ask our audience to do a thing but sit back and enjoy themselves. And if we last long enough in radio, this program may be a novelty again.
Oh, you better wake up before it's too late, Mr. Allen.
I'll say, F.A., people don't go for radio shows today unless they can make money.
What kind of a quiz can I make out of this program?
I could be Dr. IQ if I had an IQ.
Put a waffle on my head, and I, Goodman, could be Kay Kaiser.
Look, a waffle on your head wouldn't look bad from what's... A waffle you could part in the middle would look better than what's together. Well, look, I will admit that people get money from some of those quiz shows, but they do not get the money for nothing. That's my point.
Oh, no? Well, what about the Pot of Gold?
That's money for nothing?
All you have to do is sit at home.
I know a man who hasn't been out of the house for 3 years. For 3 years he's been sitting by the telephone waiting for the Pot of Gold to call him up.
But if it does, he'll get $1,000.
All right. Spread out that $1,000 over the 3 years. He's getting $333 a year. Why, with 52 weeks, he's only getting $6.42 a week. Now, already, after 3 years, the man is so nervous, waiting for the call to come, he's spending $4 a week for cigarettes. Smoking. Jangled nerves. He can't sleep nights. He spends $2 a week for aspirin. Now, that leaves him 42 cents a week. And his phone bill each month is $6. That man is actually losing $5.58 a month.
You mean if he wins the Pot of Gold at the...
If he wins the Pot of Gold at the end of 3 years, that man loses $200.88. And also, he will be a victim of canatosis, which you get from sitting around the house on cane-bottom chairs.
But that's just one man. Lots of people make money on quiz shows.
You can't fight the trend, F.A. You got to give away some money.
Well, all right. I'll give away money. But I will do it the right way. No slogans to be written in, no personal questions to be asked, no problems to be worked out. You don't even have to have a telephone.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, hand me that hand microphone, will you please? Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in the history of radio, people are going to get money from a radio program without doing a thing for it. Kenny, here is a roll of bills. A small roll. We didn't have enough dough to go for it in a big way. Now, you come down in the audience with me. I'll give away money. I'll show you that after all, there is a program. I beg your pardon, sir. What is your name?
Jerry Johnson.
Jerry Johnson. Give Jerry Johnson $4. Did you, Jerry Johnson, did you have to do anything to get this money?
No, Mr. Allen.
Thank you very much. Jerry Johnson gets $4 for absolutely nothing. Madam, where do you live, madam?
New York.
New York City. Give the lady $3. Here is a gentleman with a kind face. Give the gentleman with the kind face $2, Kenny. Thanks, sir. Pardon me, sir. What size shoe do you wear? Gentleman wears an 8.5 shoe. Give him $4. Pardon me, madam. Here's a lady with glasses. Give the lady with the glasses $3, Kenny. Bifocals $4, lady. You just missed it by $1. Pardon me, sir. How is the... I beg your pardon, madam. You want money? Well, I can't get in there with the microphone after... Oh, well, that's perfectly all right. Well, would you care to come out here? That's perfectly all right. This is one of those quizzes. No, wait a minute. Don't just give her $1 for coming out that far. If she walks out all the way, Kenny, that will be exercise, and she will become automatically a professional pedestrian, and we don't want any professionals in the contest. Well, I tell you, there's a lady with a, where did you get your hat, madam? Would you care to answer? Give the lady with the funny hat $3. Well, now, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. These lucky people have gotten the money for doing absolutely nothing. Am I right? No questions to ask, nothing. I'm sorry we didn't have enough to go around. I could have made it, but it's only an hour program. Give me a good sustainer and I'll be all over the house. With the, I've gotten the money for doing... You want a cue,
but,
huh?
Mr. Allen, what about the people listening at home?
Gee, that's right, F.A. The folks at home didn't get anything.
Well, all right. Who's got a phone book?
I, Goodman, always have a phone book with me.
Well, turn to the last page of that phone book, Portland.
All right.
That Los Angeles phone book, by the way. This is for California. We went to a lot of trouble to get that here. The carrier pigeon was all in when he got here with it tonight. Round shoulders, little feathered clavicle, all bent. Well, look in the last column of that Los Angeles phone book, Portland. Find the last name. Count 4 names up. Who is it?
Mr. William A. Zylstra, 3117 Garnett, Los Angeles.
Send Mr. William A. Zylstra, 3117 Garnett, Los Angeles, $5. And now, Kenny, what are you going to sing?
Begin the begin.
Help yourself to 50 cents, Kenny. Even you. And now, no dentist plight, or the senator's tooth was a debutante at heart, so he knew it had to come out. Music, maestro.
And so, to the tune of his theme song, Teeth for Two, we bid adieu to radio's friendly dentist, Old Doc Allen. Old Doc Allen will be back on the air in half an hour with another extraction. Be sure to tune in, and don't forget Old Doc Allen's slogan. If your teeth need filling, Doc Allen's willin'. Good bite now.
Okay, Doc.
Are we off the air, Ed?
Yeah, Doc, but you're on again in half an hour.
I know. I'll get back to my office and go over my next script.
Okay, Doc, I'll stand by.
Good morning, Nurse Moeller.
Good morning, Dr. Allen. How did your broadcast go?
Fine. I filled 2 teeth and got in 17 commercials in 10 minutes.
Radio is certainly booming your business, Doctor.
Yes, I'm the first dentist to open an office right in a radio studio and put all of my patients on the air. I'm working on a new theme song now.
Have you got a melody in mind?
Yes. Hand me down my Novocaine. Oh, hand me down my Novocaine. Hand me... this must be my next patient. Hand me my script, nurse, and open the door.
Yes, Doctor.
How do you do, Dr. Allen?
How do you do, Mr. Ludwig?
Goodbye, Dr. Allen.
Goodbye, Mr. Ludwig. Oh, hand me down my Novocaine. Oh, hand me... Come in.
How do you do, Dr. Allen?
How do you do, Mr. Ludwig?
Goodbye, Dr. Allen.
Goodbye, Mr. Ludwig.
Well, who was that?
Mr. Ludwig is a model patient. He always sees his dentist twice a year. Has any fan mail come in for me?
Yes, I just opened this bundle of letters here.
What's this top one? Well, I won't have time to read these letters now, nurse. I've got to run over these scripts for my next 4 broadcasts. You know, I'm on the air every half hour until noon.
Who's your special guest star today?
Senator Botts.
Senator Botts?
Senator Botts. I retreaded the senator's upper plate last week. He was so crazy about it, he insisted on coming on my program today and speaking through his new teeth.
Isn't it almost time for your next broadcast, Doctor?
Yes, it is, nurse. I've got one coast-to-coast extraction, a Mr. Weir, I believe, and then my big guest show with Senator Botts.
This may be the senator now.
Possibly. Oh, it's Mr. Weir.
Oh, Doctor, my tooth is killing me.
Well, we'll go on the air in just a minute.
Can't you take my tooth out now, Doc?
Not until we get on the air, Mr. Weir.
Oh, but this tooth is...
Lucky you. There's the buzzer, Mr. Weir. We're going on the air.
Thank heavens. Oh.
Now, here's your script, your patient script. The dentist chair is next door in the studio. Follow me, please.
Oh, this tooth is killing
20
me.
seconds, Doc. Stand by.
Okay,
Hurry,
Ed.
Doc, hurry.
Now, just sit in this dentist chair, Mr. Weir, and read your script into this combination microphone and rinse bowl.
Oh, but this
Quiet.
tooth...
Stand by, everybody. We're on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, old Doc Allen presents his dental sensation of the air, Fang Busters. And here he is, radio's one and only friendly dentist, old Doc Allen.
Well, hi, you all patients. Yes, Lance. This is old Doc Allen, radio's friendly dentist, coming to you again on the half hour. Now, this time I'm presenting as my patient, Mr. Bascom Weir.
Oh, hurry, Doc, hurry.
Control yourself, Weir. Now, where do you live, Mr. Weir?
I live in Cincinnati,
Oh, Ohio. Well,
oh, this back tooth is killing me, Doc. Oh.
Here, no ad-libbing, Weir. Stick to your script.
Oh.
And now, folks, presenting the queen of the ether, lovely Nurse Moeller.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank you all for the many letters you've written in saying how much you've enjoyed my anesthesia work on old Doc Allen's programs.
You're the last with the gas, Nurse Moeller.
Oh, hurry up, Doc. This tooth is killing me.
All right, Weir, all right. Folks, old Doc Allen is ready. Open wide, Mr. Weir.
Oh.
Wider.
Oh.
Hands up, Doc.
Well, sorry, folks. We're a little late. The program's running a little long. I won't have time to make Mr. Weir's extraction here after all. This is old Doc Allen hustling up and saying goodbye, all.
Goodbye. Hey, Doc, what about my tooth?
You'll have to come back another day, Mr. Weir. So long, folks.
Will Mr. Weir come back another day? Will Mr. Weir get that aching tooth pulled out? Will Mr. Weir go to another dentist? Has old Doc Allen seen the last of Mr. Weir? Stay tuned in and find out. And don't forget, old Doc Allen's big guest star show in 10 minutes, starring Senator Botts. Okay, we're off the air, Doc.
Fine, I'll get back to my office. Oh, hand me down my Novocaine. Oh, hand me down. Oh, well, Nurse Moeller, has Senator Botts arrived yet?
He's in the waiting room.
Well, show him in.
Come in, Senator.
Thank you.
Well, Senator Botts.
Well, Dr. Allen, won't you meet my manager, Big Jim Tully?
Hiya. Now, the senator's a busy man, Doc.
I'll put you on the air right away.
Oh, that's fine.
When America hears you speak wearing an old Doc Allen upper plate, my business will boom.
Yes, it will. Look, this front tooth seems to be a little loose, Doctor.
Well, it's the new jive, swing pivot tooth I put in for you, Senator.
It gives a little, looks more natural.
I see. Well, very well. I'll run over my speech.
Got it right here, Senator.
This is an important talk, Dr. Allen. The entire nation will be listening in.
Gad, what a plug for old Doc Allen.
Yes. I'm welcoming all soldiers and sailors who've been listening.
You ain't got much time, Sam. You better rehearse that speech of yours.
Yes, that's Big Tim telling that.
Big Tim,
yes. Soldiers and sailors, salutation. From the sunny slopes of the sultry south to the soaring summits of the Sierras, Do I have to use all these S's, Tim?
That's the way Wendell wants it.
Oh, I see. Well, every time I say S, this front tooth wobbles, I may lose it.
Ridiculous, Senator. My work is guaranteed. Now, if you're not satisfied...
Oh, the Senator's nuts about his new uppers, Doc. That's why he's up here speaking on your program.
Exactly. Now, what's the rest of this speech? Oh, yes, right here. Soldiers and sailors... wait a moment, I'll clear my throat. Soldiers and sailors... Hey, Stewie, what is this?
Gad.
Hey, wait a minute, look at this.
The tooth.
Your front tooth is gone, Senator.
Yes, I know, I swallowed it.
Those S's, Senator Bott.
Yes, but you told me that tooth would stay in.
But you...
Politically, I'm sunk.
We'll run you out of dentistry, Alan.
Yes, you grimy scoundrel, you'll see. You hear that? Listen.
You sound like Whistler's father.
Stand by. Senator Botts is on the air in 2 minutes. On the air? I'm scuttling. That's what I am.
You better replace that Mr. Jones in a hurry, Alan.
Yes.
If Senator Botts goes on the air talking this way, he'll be laughed out of office.
Sure, I'll be ostracized.
Now, stop whistling, Senator.
Yes.
You'll have this place full of dogs in no time.
Listen, how can I stop whistling? Every time I say yes, I whistle. See, I sound silly.
You're on the air in 1 minute, Senator Botts. Stand by.
Stand by, I'm sunk.
This is your last chance, Alan. You're a dentist. Pick the Senator up.
Now look, Senator.
Yes?
Try putting your finger into the gap in your upper plate.
Yes, I will. For sure. Like this?
Now, that's fine. Can you talk?
Well, I can talk, but nobody can understand what I'm saying.
That's no good. You better come up with another idea, Alan.
Yeah.
Open your mouth, Senator. I'll take out that plate.
Okay.
There. Now, say something.
Say something? What shall I say? Soldiers and sailors, try to take it.
No.
Listen to that.
The Senator can't go on the air bumping his gums.
Yeah.
Haven't you got a spare upper plate?
Well, yes. Here are some uppers I made for Joey Brown.
Yeah.
Slip these in, Senator.
Okay.
You can't whistle now, can you?
Hey, these are so big I can't even close my mouth.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Take them out. Take them out.
Okay.
All he needs is one pivot tooth, Alan.
Yes, I swallowed the other one.
10 seconds, Senator Botts. Stand by.
10 seconds. I've got to come through. I've got it. Give me your teeth, Senator.
Here they are.
Where are you going, Alan?
Just over here to my desk.
Say, what's he doing, Tim?
I don't know. Oh, quiet, Senator. He's coming back with your teeth.
All right.
Here.
Say, your pivot tooth is replaced, Senator.
Oh, good.
Zip your uppers back in.
Why, these are perfect. Soldiers and sailors, salutation.
You ain't whistling, Senator.
Oh, Doc Allen, you're wonderful. Where did you get this new pivot tooth on such short notice? Dad, your front tooth is gone.
Yes, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jimmy Wallington speaking. I am also available for after-dinner talk. My voice has great flexibility. Can do comedy, drama, or just simple straight lines like, here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Jimmy, for including me in your Help Wanted ad there. It was very nice of you.
Well, I didn't think you'd mind, Fred. People hear so little about me on the program.
Why, so little, Jimmy? Why, you positively dominate the entire end of the show. Why, when everyone else is through, you always say, isolated like, this is Jimmy Wallington.
Yes, I know, but if it's a good show, people are laughing, so nobody hears it.
And, if it's a bad show?
Well, my name is the last thing people hear. I get the blame for it.
Well, in other words, you feel that while you have played no part in laying the egg, you are left to cackle over it. So you've got something there. Take it up with me later in the feed and grain store, where I'm going directly after to peddle tonight's... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, F.A. Say, can I ask a favor?
Well, it all depends, Kenny. What is the favor?
Well, I got to get away early tonight.
Oh, you mean you won't have time for your song?
Oh, I'll have time for my song, all right. It's just that I can't wait for my applause.
Oh, you want your applause before you sing?
Yes, if it's not too anticipatory.
Well... Well, say, where did you get that word?
Phil Harris gave it to me for Christmas.
Well, you left it in the stocking too long, Kenny. The sock has gone out of it. But about this applause business, the audience won't applaud, naturally, unless you sing your song.
Oh, but the people don't applaud my whole song, F.A., just the last note.
Say, I never thought of that. Well, if you've got to get away later, Kenny, and won't have time to wait, why don't you just sing your last note now and get your applause while you still have time?
Say, that's a great idea.
Mr. Goodman, will you and the orchestra join Kenny in the last note of his first song? All right, Kenny. Thank you. You might get a job as vocalist on a spot announcement through this little thing. And on that musical promissory note, which leaves Kenny owing us all a song, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Columbia University holds conference on education for gifted children. At a meeting held last Friday, a group of young men and women whom psychologists had hailed as child geniuses 20 years ago appeared to tell what had happened to their genius status in later life. Tonight, Texaco News investigates the case histories of several other brilliant ex-children who will tell their stories here this evening. But first, we present an authority on child genius, Professor Midas Tate. Now, where do you teach, Professor?
I am Professor of Applied Child Psychology at the Weehawken Day School for Abnormal Junior Intellects.
And what are the fact that the person is in Weehawken means that the person has an abnormal intellect. Well, what are your duties around the school besides sweeping up, Professor?
I pick out the kid geniuses.
You select the geniuses? Well, with so many children going to school, how can you tell a genius?
It's easy. I look only for kids with big heads.
Oh, you mean that any child with a big head
is a genius?
Well, tell me, Professor, when you find a child genius, what do you do?
I segregate them.
Oh.
Put them in a special class with other geniuses.
Well, why?
Well, you can't leave a genius in with a class of dope kids. It's dangerous.
Well, how do you mean?
Why, their kid genius starts smartening up them dope kids. Contamination sets in. All them dope kids will grow up smart.
And you don't think that everyone should be smart?
Nah, you gotta have dopes. Who's gonna buy sweepstake tickets? Who's gonna borrow money from loan sharks? Who's gonna bet on horse races? You gotta have dopes. Dopes is the backbone of the human race.
In your opinion, Professor, when you find a genius...
You should segregate him. Otherwise, he'll contaminate somebody.
Well, thank you very much.
Hey, you got a big head, brother. But I knew it looks good.
Would you say that I was a genius, Professor?
You're a dope if I ever seen one.
Well, you picked up a following all of a sudden, I noticed. And get away from here before you contaminate me. And thank you, Professor Midas Tate. A young lady who was the talk of the Lower East Side as a child is Miss Stephanie Gittleman. You are a genius, Stephanie.
If Stephanie Gittleman is a genius, it is not for me to say. That is for you to say.
You've got a Miss Linus in the throat. You will have to admit that you were an exceptional youngster.
At 5 years old, I am already going to high school.
Well, you at 5 years old, were you sighted as a child?
Sighted, he says. At 6 years old, I am not only sighted, I am nearsighted.
Really?
At 7 years old, I am already wearing bifocals.
Bifocals. But despite your bifocals, Stephanie, your academic progress was rapid. When did you finish college?
At 9, I am graduating Bryn Mawr.
Bryn Mawr, a very popular school. Bryn is running the Morris plant on the side, I understand. Well, tell me, at Bryn Mawr, were you a sorority member?
Phi Beta Kaplan.
Well, tell me, Stephanie, what have you been doing since you left college?
Confidential and nothing.
You can't get a job?
Who wants a genius?
Well, of course.
A girl to get a job today has got to be a hachi-tachi.
Yes, if a girl is good looking, she doesn't need any education.
She could even be a maroon.
I see.
Well, some girls has got oomph. I got the high IQ.
But you're not bad looking, Stephanie.
This I know, but I am wearing bifocals.
Yes, but...
There is an old saying, a girl with bifocals is not catching moguls.
Say, that rhymes.
I could help it. I'm a genius.
Yeah.
I'm always rhyming.
Well, what are some of your rhymings, Stephanie?
Mostly I'm rhyming mythology.
Mythology, the Greek god?
Exactly. Vulcan, why are you sulking? Hercules, are you a tease?
Yes, he was...
Highty-tighty, Aphrodite.
Very good.
But the best rhyming, I'm rhyming about my personal predicament.
Well, what is your poem called?
What to do with a high IQ.
What to do? Well, could you recite it, Stephanie?
Why not?
Well, fine. Go right ahead.
What to do with a high IQ? You are asking me, I am telling you. The Eskimo in his cold igloo, the monkey jumping around in the zoo, they are happier than me, and I'm in who's who. What to do with a high IQ?
Well, thank you very much.
What to do with a high IQ? It will get you meat at a barbecue. It will help you pay off an IOU. It will get you a chance to pitch some woo. I'm laughing and it's on you. I am saying P.U. to a high IQ.
There's only one thing about these people come to the microphone with things in their throats, the croup theater. You can't trust them. A new branch we're opening up. Another scintillating tyke who astounded psychologists at an early age is LaRue Dink. You were a child genius too, LaRue?
Oh, yeah. As a kid, I had a head like a squash.
But you were intelligent.
I was so bright you could read by me.
I mean, if you could read.
Yeah.
Well, really?
Yeah, I used to give off a kind of a dull glow.
Well, when you got a glow, you got a glow. You were luminous.
Could I help it? I was a genius.
Well, now what studies did you excel in, LaRue?
Well, when I was 5, I was majoring in ichthyology, ipsychology, and speaking 9 languages.
You don't say.
Yeah, there was only one thing. I never was no good at arithmetic.
What a pity.
Yeah, you could say to me, Veni, Vidi, Vici in Latin. I'd give you a civil answer.
Such as?
Probatum est.
Well, that's fair enough. Yeah. I mean, at your age, if you don't want to...
You could say to me, comment allez-vous, LaRue, in French.
And you'd answer?
I'd peek around the edge of my baby buggy and say, je suis in the pink, êtes-vous?
Remarkable.
Yeah, but if you said to me, LaRue, how much is 2 and 2? I was sunk.
You couldn't compute?
I'm a genius, but I ain't no good at arithmetic. If I'd have been born a halfwit, I'd have been better off.
Well, what are you doing today?
I'm doing 20 years. Yeah, the warden let me out just for tonight.
You, LaRue Dink, a child prodigy, ended up in jail?
Yeah, it was my old nemesis.
How do you mean?
Well, I've been working as a teller in a bank.
Yes?
Last month, I'm $20,000 short.
Proving?
I still ain't no good at arithmetic.
Condolences, and thank you. Now, young boy, what is your name again, Spratt?
Kenny Baker.
Were you a child genius, Mr. Baker?
No, and I ain't any too bright today. It says here.
What brings you to our microphone at this time, Mr. Baker?
I'm about to sing a song.
And the name of the song is?
Meanie.
Meanie. Well, let's mow, Mr. Goodman. Sung by our frustrated tenor, Kenny Baker.
Now, wait a minute, Fred. Kenny Baker's a big success. What do you mean he's frustrated?
Well, Kenny is a success as a singer, Larry. I'm speaking of his thwarted ambition. You know, as a boy, Kenny wanted to be a locomotive engineer.
Oh, no kidding, Fred?
No kidding, Larry. Underneath Kenny's neat pompadour there, he carries a mental picture of himself roaring along at 90 miles an hour with his hand on the throttle, Highball Baker of the eastbound mail. You know, if a railroad made Kenny an offer tonight, he'd get his oil can and leave us like a shot.
Yes, I guess we've all had boyhood ambitions like that, Fred.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, there are more people in radio on the wrong side of doors. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I want to warn you, Mr. Allen.
Warn me about what?
Don't you dare molest Mr. Benny while he's in New York.
Well, who are you?
I am Killer Hogan, Mr. Benny's bodyguard.
You've got a part-time job. What do you want around here?
I warn you, if you come near Mr. Benny, it'll be fatal.
Fatal to whom?
To me. I'll drop dead for that.
Benny's bodyguard. He borrows the bouncer from some tea shop that's in receivership and tries to throw a scare into... Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello. Who was that man?
That man just went out. Well, he's supposed to be Benny's bodyguard. What Benny wants with a bodyguard? He's got as much body as a glass of elderberry wine.
Did you hear Jack Sunday?
Yes, I heard him. My jokes get better laughs on his program than they do on mine.
Are you both telling the same jokes now?
Apparently. The only difference is that I seem to be telling them first. I audition them for him, I guess, if they're any good.
Well, Jack said you were cheap.
Cheap? Uh-huh. Now, look, Portland, the Lipton Tea Company has been in business almost 100 years. And in all that time, the Lipton Tea Company has only had one person ever mail in a tea bag for a refill. And that person is the man who deigns to call me cheap. And if Benny's stenographer didn't get that joke, she can call up and I'll tell it over again.
Oh, I don't think Jack's that cheap.
Look, do you know why Benny is sway-backed and his eyes are bad?
Why?
Well, you know that little light that's always on inside of a Frigidaire?
Yes.
Well, Benny can't bear to think of that little light going to waste. So he crawls inside of his icebox to read. Why, any night that you are in Benny's house and you see him put on his overcoat, his coonskin hat, and his mittens, and then pick up the evening paper, he's off to the icebox to read.
Gosh.
Well, he generally wets his right mitten before he gets in to turn over the pages of the paper, this wet flap he has on the end of his sleeve. Why, Benny's eyes are so bad at the premiere of Love Thy Neighbor last night, he had to ask people how he was doing. He repented later, but...
Well, how was the picture?
Well, it's a one-man picture. Rochester does it again. But Mary Martin is swell. Benny plays himself in the picture. He's badly miscast.
Gosh, it's funny, you and Jack in a picture.
That's what you think. And now I have a surprise for you and our audience, Portland. Our guest tonight is the person who is responsible for the feud, the picture, and the whole mess. He's the little boy who first played the bee on our program, and here he is, Master Stuart Cannon. Good evening, Stuart.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Well, you've changed quite a bit since I saw you last, Stuart. How old are you now?
14.
Say, even your voice has changed, hasn't it? Stuart, when you played the bee on our program some years ago, you didn't know what you were starting, did you?
No, Mr. Allen.
You still play the violin?
Yes, I do.
Silly question when you've got it with you. I mean, I knew it wasn't ornamental. Well, the grisly repercussions of your last appearance with me didn't cause you to renounce the Stradivarius and abandon your symphonic aspirations.
No, Mr. Allen. I'm quite in earnest about becoming a concert violinist.
Would you play in public at all, Stuart?
Yes, I'm concert master of our high school orchestra, and they also play in the orchestra at the Henry Street Settlement Music School.
Well, good for you. You're still studying, of course.
Yes, Mr. Allen. I spend 3 to 4 hours every day practicing.
Well, that's fine. 4 years ago, your playing made Major Bowes bait out of Benny. What would it do to him today?
Oh, I don't think Mr. Benny is such a bad violinist, Mr. Allen.
Oh, come, Stuart. You don't have to show any professional courtesy around here. Now, you know perfectly well when Benny starts to saw on that melody sarcophagus of his. It sounds like a she-wildcat defending her young. Benny, a violin player, Stuart, after all. He's been playing the violin 30 years and still has trouble getting it out of the case.
But after all, Mr. Benny's a brother musician, Mr. Allen.
Well, of course, if you insist on being loyal, Stuart. Say, tell me, has anything exciting happened to you in the last 4 years?
No, nothing special. But then 4 years isn't such a long time.
No, Stuart, 4 years isn't a long time. Unless you're a Republican. Have you been on the radio since that first appearance of yours?
Yes, I appeared on the summer show with Harry Von Zell, and another time I won a contest for young violinists and played on a program with Jeanette MacDonald.
Why, as radio goes, you're practically Rubinoff in short pants. Well, when you realized, Stuart, that through getting mixed up with Benny and me, you became the innocent instigator of many embarrassing and far-flung events, don't you feel a little guilty sometimes?
How do you mean, Mr. Allen?
Well, look, Stuart. Now, you came on our program 4 years ago, and you played the bee on your little violin. Now, you didn't mean any harm. You were just a small boy trying to get along in E-flat. So what happens? I make a casual remark to the effect that a certain party could never play the bee. He replies that he can. Bad jokes begin to clutter the air. Sponsors are paying a fortune for radio time so the gags can be told. Finally, Benny plays the bee, sets the violin back 400 years. But does the feud end there? No, sir. It keeps going till Paramount Pictures gets wind of it. They fetch Benny and me out to Hollywood to make a movie. Millions of dollars have been spent. Hundreds of people have worked their heads off. And the whole nation has been in a state of flux for 4 years. Now, all this has happened, Stuart Cannon, because in December 1936, you tucked a fiddle under your little chin and played a piece called The Bee. Now, how do you feel?
Gosh, it's a wonder I haven't been arrested.
Say, as long as Benny and I are still loose, you don't have to worry. But before you go, you're going to play something for us, aren't you?
Yes, I'd like to.
Well, what piece have you selected?
Well, I'm kind of scared to tell you, Mr. Allen.
Don't tell me it's the eBay. Yes, it is. Well, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, Stuart Cannon will now complete the cycle he began 4 years ago by playing Schubert's The Bee. Stuart? Thank you, Stuart. It's been nice of you to stop in tonight. I'm glad you're growing up so such a fine boy. Now, Mr. Benny and I owe a lot to you for starting our feud, and we want to do something for you in return, Stuart. Now, you want to become a concert violinist, and to further your symphonic ambitions, Mr. Benny and I herewith present you with a check for $1,000. That is yours, Stuart. We have spoken to your mother, and she understands that this money is to be used to advance your musical career. And, Stuart, Mr. Benny and I both hope that you will one day become a famous master of the violin.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And I want to thank Mr. Benny, too, for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to work hard, and I hope that someday you and Mr. Benny will be proud of me.
Well, I know we will, Stuart. Thank you, good luck, and thanks a lot. Good night. Say, what is the matter with Kenny this evening? He hasn't played with his yo-yo all night long. He's just been sitting over in the corner pouting.
Well, Kenny feels pretty bad, Mr. Allen.
His colic again, or his rickets back, are they?
No, it's Dennis Day. Kenny and Dennis aren't speaking anymore. Kenny's all upset.
Kenny and Dennis had a fight? Well, what happened?
Well, Kenny took Dennis Day out Monday to show him New York.
Yeah?
And 2 policemen brought Dennis home at 4:30 in the morning.
Plastered?
No, deserted. Kenny left Dennis in the Statue of Liberty.
He left him in the statue? Well, what brought that on?
I, Goodman, to this subject can add.
Mr. Goodman, you know something about l'affaire Dennis Kenny?
I know that poor Dennis Day all night was trying to get out of the Statue of Liberty. Such screaming. From 2 miles away I could hear him.
Well, how could you hear someone yelling in the Statue of Liberty at midnight? Where were you?
I was playing pinochle with my brother-in-law on Ellis Island.
What is your brother-in-law doing on Ellis Island, Mr. Goodman?
He's there on business. The government is consulting my brother-in-law.
Consulting him on what?
Who knows? Import, export, deport.
Now, look, keep your brother-in-law out of this.
He should worry. They're keeping him out all over.
Quiet, please. Now, I'm trying to find out what happened between Kenny and Dennis. Why, formerly, they were as close as 2 fat jitterbugs in a revolving door.
Quiet, Mr. Allen. Here comes Kenny.
Oh,
Mr. Benny, Mr. Allen.
Wait a minute. Who are you working for? Now, remember where to go for your salary Saturday. I'll admit I'm shrinking up. I'm beginning to look like Kenny, but I didn't think I was that bad. But the name is Allen, Kenny.
Well...
yes, Kenny.
Mr. Allen.
Yes?
Is it time for my number yet?
Well, what's this I hear about you and Dennis Day?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just disillusioned, that's all.
Oh, Kenny, don't tell me your faith in humanity has been shattered.
Well, humanity's all right. It's the people in it.
You meaning Dennis Day?
I'm not mentioning any names. But I will say that a certain party is a notorious cheapskate.
You mean Dennis is frugal?
Frugal? Brother, he's tighter than the hips of a sailor's pants. The only thing big about that guy's his draft number.
Why did you leave Dennis in the Statue of Liberty, Kenny?
I'll tell you why. I took him all over New York.
Yeah.
We painted the town red. I paid for everything, and he leaves me holding the bag for $2.45.
That's painting the town red?
It sure is.
With borscht, I could do better.
Now, quiet, Mr. Goodman. We are not discussing interior decorating.
Borscht is good evening conversation.
I'll grant you that.
I look well in borscht.
You look well in anything you eat. Now, your vest right now will go 200 calories. But we are trying to settle Kenny's problem here.
Nobody's jipping me out of $2.45.
But, Kenny, maybe Dennis was broke.
I happen to know, Porty, that Dennis has got $18 socked away in 3 California banks. And that lump in his left stocking ain't a sunken mump either.
Now, look, Kenny, all we want to know is why, abandon these recriminations. All we want to know is why you left Dennis in the Statue of Liberty. Now, just what happened?
Well, right after we landed on Bedlam's Island,
yeah.
I brought up the subject of money.
You after you laid out the $2.45, you hinted, did you? Kinda.
Uh-huh.
When we started climbing up into the statue, I says, gee, two guys can see New York together pretty cheap, huh, Dennis? So Dennis says, not as cheap as I'm seeing it.
He didn't take the hint, huh?
No. Then as we were climbing up the shoulder of the statue, I says, Dennis, wouldn't it be a beautiful world if everybody shared and shared alike?
What did he say to that?
He says, don't pull that radical stuff on me.
I once knew a radical.
A fifth columnist?
No, a second violinist.
Now, Mr. Goodman, please.
What happened next, Kenny?
Well, we finally got up to the Statue of Liberty and up to the top, and we were in the little finger bending out looking at the ocean.
And you hinted again?
Yes. I said, look, Dennis, right over there is Ellis Island. That's for people who come across.
Come across? Well, did he finally catch on?
Not that guy. He said, nobody in my family has come across since the Mayflower. Brother, that's when I scrammed.
What are you going to do about the money, Kenny?
I'm sending the little miser this itemized bill. A lawyer told me he has to pay his share.
What lawyer?
I don't know his name. I met him outside the Goodwill Court.
Well, let me look at that bill you've made out there. What's this first item? Good humors, 20 cents. Merry-go-round, 10 cents. Only one of you rode?
Yes, Dennis went on a giraffe. I ran around with him.
Oh. You get the breeze, and it's healthy, too. Well, what is this next item? Minsky's, 35 cents.
I went in. It was my turn.
Oh. And, Dennis waited outside, huh?
Yes, I told him the story of the play when I came out. It was all about a bubble.
The whole story about a bubble. Now, let me see what else have we got here. Grant's Tomb, the Aquarium. Say, Kenny, what's this here? Bridge, $1. You had some dental work done?
No, that's the Brooklyn Bridge.
Well, that isn't a toll bridge. What's this $1?
We bought it.
You bought the Brooklyn Bridge for $1?
It was Dennis's fault. If we'd have held out, we could have had it for 75 cents.
Kenny, don't you know that selling the Brooklyn Bridge to yokels is the oldest swindle in New York?
Yeah? Gee, no wonder that guy wouldn't give me a receipt.
Oh, you've got to be careful sightseeing around New York City.
Are there still men who go around selling the Brooklyn Bridge to innocent people?
What do you think my brother-in-law is being deported for? Whistling on Sunday?
It could be for just being your brother-in-law. Not waiting long enough for the second part of that line. Now, look, Kenny, why don't you forget the $2.45 and write Dennis a note. Now, just tell him you're sorry you left him in the Statue of Liberty.
Do you think I should?
Oh, why, certainly. After all, you had a good time with Dennis.
Go ahead and dictate a note, Kenny.
Sure.
I'll write it down for you.
Okay. Dear D.D.
D.D.?
That's Dennis Day. It's also Dirty Double Crosser.
Now, wait a minute. Wait, you're friends.
That's right, I forgot.
Yes, now go ahead with your letter, Kenny.
I'm awful sorry about leaving you in the finger of the Statue of Liberty.
Now, that's good. That's nice.
I just want to tell you, Dennis, that I had a swell time while you're here in New York. I don't think about the $2.45 anymore, except when I'm awake.
Well, that'll make me feel better. Now, go ahead, Kenny.
I've got bad news for you, Dennis. Mr. Allen just told me we were swindled when we bought the Brooklyn Bridge. We don't own it at all.
Go on, Kenny.
But don't worry, Dennis. The next time you come to New York, you can ride all over town on the new 6th Avenue subway absolutely free.
But you can't ride free on the subway, Kenny. It costs a nickel.
Not for the owner, it doesn't.
You bought the 6th Avenue subway? The Texaco Workshop players, courtesy to tradition, and repeat a Christmas fable they first presented years ago. Tonight, Santa shows his claws in a modern tale called Santa Claus Sits Down, or Jingle Bells Shall Not Ring Tonight. Overture, Maestro.
This is station NG. Good evening, friends. The makers of Magno, the magnified mousetrap for nearsighted mice, bring you the exciting quiz program, Double or Leave It.
Attention, please. We interrupt the exciting quiz program, Double or Leave It,
to bring you a bulletin from the Assassinated News Service.
Flash! Santa Claus will not ride this Christmas. In a terse bulletin issued for his North Pole igloo today, Santa Claus says, quote, I am on a sit-down strike. I refuse to ride this Christmas, unquote. Rumors flood the country. A report from Dallas, Texas says
200 families living in trailers stop building chimneys. Do not expect Santa Claus.
At Rutland, Vermont, a little girl says
I wrote Santa Claus a letter and got no answer. He ain't coming.
At Detroit, Michigan, a labor official says
Santa Claus better ride, or the Teamsters Union will pull out every reindeer from here to Juneau, Alaska.
At New York City, 200,000 children hold mass meeting. Tiny spokesman says
Santa Claus can't let us down. 200,000 American children have appointed me their spokesman. I'm off to see Santa Claus now. James, my scooter.
Well, come in, little boy. What are you doing way up here at the North Pole?
Is this Santa Claus's igloo, ma'am?
Yes, sonny, I'm Mrs. Claus. Who are you?
Well, I'm Buddy Jones.
Are you lost, son?
Well, no, ma'am. I'm here to see why Santa Claus refuses to ride this year.
Well, I'm glad you come, son. I've been arguing with the old Fumfit all week. He refuses to budge.
Well, where's Santa Claus now?
He's in the next room, sulking.
Well, can I see Santa?
Sure, I'll get him for you, son. Hey, Santa.
Ain't no use in coaxing, Ma. Now I ain't going.
Come on out, stupid. You got company.
Yeah? Who?
I'm Buddy Jones, Santa Claus.
Well, don't mean nothing to me, Sprout.
Is this awful rumor true, Santa Claus?
Yep, I ain't riding, son.
But this is Christmas Eve, Santa. Trees are lighted. Millions of trusting children have hung up their stockings. The world is waiting for you.
Well, let it wait. I ain't riding.
But Santa...
Oh, ain't no use, Nipper. He's stubborn.
No, I ain't not neither, stubborn Ma. I'm just sick of being Santa Claus. The world don't appreciate nothing. Squabbling, threatening, striking, warring.
But you just can't quit, Santa. You must have a reason.
I got plenty of reasons, Sprout.
As spokesman for 200,000 kiddies, I demand a statement.
What is it you want to know, Shaver?
Why won't you ride tonight, Santa Claus?
Well, son, I'll tell you. Son, I've been Santa Clausing it since the world began. For 1940 years, I've been bringing people presents every Christmas, trying to spread joy. My intentions has been good, but my reward has been nothing but misery. The first trouble I had was back in ancient Rome. It was Christmas Eve in the court of Nero. The emperor was playing a violin concerto.
Zounds, lackeys! You dare to give Nero the pheasant? We want a Hottius Tonius.
Your Majesty is Cornius.
Cornius? You scoff at my Stradivarius?
Your music will never get Rome Hottius.
Yeah, get Hottius. You dogs! Begone, hypocrites! Scramius! Nero can't get Hottius. Those dogs, I'll show them. Ho, 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 ho. Watkins, what tumbles out of my chimney?
Merry Christmas, Nero. Merry Christmas.
Who art thou, lumpkin? The chimney sweep?
I'm Santa Claus, Nero, bearing Christmas gifts for your majesty.
Ultimus nauseum. What is it, another basket of figs from the Rome Kiwanis Club?
No, my gift is a trinket rare, Nero. So rare, it hasn't even been invented yet. Here.
Gramercy lout. What is this tiny golden box?
It's a cigarette lighter, Nero. Turn that little wheel.
Odds blood, it flames.
Merry Christmas,
it
Nero.
Flames. Roma scoffed at Nero. Nero will have his revenge.
Hey, watch that lighter, Nero. You're setting fire to them draperies.
I can't make Rome hot with my music, eh? I'll make Rome hot. Revenge!
Look out, Nero. So you see, son, if it wasn't for Santa Claus, Rome wouldn't have burned.
Gosh, that was too bad, Santa.
There I was, trying to spread good cheer, and what did I get? The first hot foot in history.
But that was 2,000 years ago, Santa Claus. You shouldn't hold a grudge that long.
Well, Nero was just prologue to my trouble, son. A few centuries later, I set out to bring a present to Napoleon and Josephine. I'll never forget that Christmas, son. Josephine was a-sitting on her chaise davenport. Napoleon opened the door. Joseph, ma petite.
Nappy.
Voilà. I am detour on the way to Waterloo, especially to say au revoir.
Mon lover, mon nappy wappy.
Un moment, and your nappy is away. C'est la guerre.
I will be faithful, mon nappy wappy.
Bien. If quelques man will dare to pay court to my Josephine, I will kill him. Touché.
Your petite Josephine has no other suitors, Nappy, je swear.
Bien, mon big beefy oiseau.
Voilà, I have a farewell present for you, Nappy. Wait ici.
Oh, bien, bien. Mademoiselle from any place, parlez-vous? Oh, Mademoiselle from... Who goes there? Who is coming through the fireplace?
Merry Christmas, Napoleon.
Sacre bleu. You've come to woo my Josephine, Gigolo.
Now, hold on. Put down that truncheon now.
Voilà, cochon. Take this. And this. And this.
Let out. Help.
Bien ridiens.
Your little show returns, Nappy.
Ah, with the mistletoe, you sly pussycat.
Yes, it's Christmas Eve. What can be keeping Santa Claus?
Santa, mon doux. You are expecting the chap in the red suit?
Oui, Nappy. Don't you think Santa Claus will come?
Not tonight, Josephine.
Yes, son. Napoleon give me a concussion that Christmas. Running out of the castle, I fell in a moat. My ermine got wet and come to life. My collar and one cuff got away.
But you can't stay mad at the world because years ago a Frenchman mussed you up, Santa Claus.
Well, things has happened since, sons. Another Christmas, I got a raw deal in a suburb of England. It was called the American Colonies. I dropped in at the house of a scapegoat named Paul Revere. The cottage had no chimney, so I looked in the window. Mrs. Revere was preparing a turkey. Paul come limping into the room.
Christmas dinner ready, Effie?
Yes, Paul. Pull up a chair.
Set my plate on the mantelpiece.
Can't you sit down yet, Paul Revere? That ride was last April.
Through every Middlesex village and farm, ain't once around Central Park, Effie.
Well, you ought to try and sit down for Christmas, Paul. It'd be a nice present for your spine.
Who's that?
Might be a British spy, Paul.
Hand me my gun, Effie. Who's there, Whig or Tory?
Merry Christmas, Paul Revere. It's Santa Claus.
So what?
I've got your Christmas present, Paul. It's a cushion stuffed with fuzz from Delaware peaches.
For me to sit on?
You bet.
Don't let him in.
Sounds mighty tempting, Effie.
Might be some British trick, Paul.
No, I'm Santa Claus, Mrs. Revere. Open up.
I got my gun, Effie. I'll open the door a crack.
Merry Christmas.
I told you, Paul. Look at that suit.
A red coat. Take this.
Well, son, when I got back to my sleigh and sat down, I was mighty glad I still had that cushion full of Delaware peach fuzz. You see, son, the world's given old Santa plenty of trouble.
It sure has done you dirt, Santa. But nobody dare abuse Santa Claus today.
Well, there's where you're wrong, son. Only last week I was previewing a visit. I went down to a place called Washington, D.C. Well, I got mixed up and went down the wrong chimney. I come out in some office. I was going to wish the man a Merry Christmas when he yelled at me.
What are you doing here? How much money do you want?
Now, I ain't no senator. I'm Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, the State Department's looking for you. You're through.
Through? I ain't even started.
You're washed up, Santa Claus. The government's ruled you're too slow for this job. You're a bottleneck.
Now, hold on. You fellas gummed up Thanksgiving, but you ain't monkeying around with Christmas.
It's all settled, Claus. It's all settled. Turn in your sleigh and reindeer to the FBI. Here's your receipt.
Well, you can't legislate me. I'm a mythical character.
Being a friend of Wendell's won't help you.
It ain't right after 1940 years you can't plow Santa Claus under. I got something to say.
Oh, a fifth columnist, huh? I'll take care of you. Yes, Chief. The works, Bildad. Okay, Chief. Here's your subpoena, fatty.
Subpoena for what?
You're wearing a red suit, Fat.
What about it? Wearing a red suit ain't never been a crime.
It is today. Let's go.
Now, hold on, mister. Who are you?
I'm a member of the Dice Committee.
Gee, Santa, you certainly had a lot of trouble.
Well, that's why my spirit's broken, son. Being Santa Claus is just a pain in one century after the other. I'm through.
Please don't say that, Santa. Have pity on us kids. We'll have no toys.
Santa ain't a-moving, son. This is one Christmas I'm gonna enjoy in peace. What's that clock striking?
It's 12 o'clock.
It is, eh? Well,
It's Christmas Day, Santa Claus.
don't mean nothing to me. I'm taking it easy. I'm sitting right here.
Won't you change your mind, Santa?
I ain't getting kicked around again this Christmas.
Please, Santa Claus.
Hey, Ma.
Yes, Santa.
Where's my mittens, my bag, my reindeer, my sleeve?
Santa.
Yep, I'm a-going, Ma.
Honest, Santa Claus?
I've changed my mind, son.
Oh, thank you, Santa.
Christmas ain't Christmas without Santa Claus. I'm giving the world one more chance.
Can I have a statement for all of the kiddies, Santa?
You bet you can, son. Just say, it's Merry Christmas.
Home, resting at the end of this joyous Christmas day, think of us here in this dank and squalid radio studio, slaving away with no surcease from our labors, no holiday.
Jimmy.
While the nation celebrates, we toil.
Mr. Wallington.
If you ask who is responsible for
Jimmy.
our horrible plight this Christmas night,
Mr. Wallington.
here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, look, before we start, Mr. Wallington, if you have any grievances to air, kindly take them up with me after the show. Don't...
Well, I think it's a shame after
Well, now,
all...
there is a time and place for everything, Jimmy. Now, don't be a schlemiel.
No man can call me a schlemiel, not on what I get.
You're not walking out on us, Mr. Wallington.
No, I'm not walking out, but I won't say another word tonight.
James Wallington has just given his Christmas gift to the world, ladies and gentlemen. And oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, fellas. What's perking?
Well, we took down the no perking sign. The perking is over. Monotonous, The perking's over. Mr. Wallington has just apparently come to a boil.
You mean about working on Christmas?
Yes, Mr. Wallington is in a huff with a belt in the back. We just had words. What is radio coming to, Kenny, when a comedian can't even call an announcer a schlemiel?
Oh, but this is Christmas, F.A. Everybody is supposed to be friendly. You and Jimmy ought to make up. Hey, Jimmy.
Now let him alone, Kenny.
Yes, what is it, Kenny?
Mr. Allen's going to take back that schlemiel.
Oh, let's get on with the show. Now,
but this is Christmas, F.A.
Well, all right. I won't defy the Yule tradition. Jimmy, I take back that schlemiel.
Thanks, Fred.
Fine. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, Mr. Allen.
Yes?
Remember 2 weeks ago you called me a nudnik?
Yes? Well, you want me to take that back now, too?
If it's not too much trouble.
Well, all right, Kenny. I take back that nudnik.
Gee, thanks, F.A.
Now, all right. It's Christmas Day. Are we all merry?
Oh, F.A.
Yes, Kenny?
Now that I'm not a nudnik anymore,
Yeah?
can I be a schlemiel?
Yes, Kenny, with my blessings, you are now a full-fledged schlemiel.
Yee-hoo! Today I am a schlemiel.
And going from the nudnik to the schlemiel, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. The outstanding municipal event of the past week in New York City was the formal opening of the new 6th Avenue subway. Impressive ceremonies in presence of Mayor LaGuardia and other dignitaries added color to opening of newest link in the city-owned subway system. Tonight, Texaco News presents several little-known people who bring you some interesting trivia on the new 6th Avenue subway. Now, first, a freelance statistician, Purvis Preen. You have some data on the new subway, Mr. Preen?
I got the figures right here.
Can we have them?
Yeah, as soon as I get them out, I got them here in my coat someplace. Where'd I put them figures?
There's a lump in your side pocket there.
Oh, that's a mouse trap.
Oh, a mouse?
Yeah, I got mice in my overcoat. I got to carry a mouse trap. Where'd I put them figures?
There's a bulge in your back pocket there.
Oh, that's my union suit. It keeps creeping up.
Oh, getting out altitude, huh? I see.
Oh, here's the figures in with this racing form.
Oh, you have a hobby, too. Well, now let's have the figures, if you don't mind.
All right. The new 6th Avenue subway runs from Washington Square to 50th Street. It costs $60 million.
Yes?
During the coming year, the subway expects to carry 40 million passengers.
40 million at a nickel a head? That's $2 million.
Yeah. The city's losing $58 million.
Well, as a statistician, Mr. Preen, what is your personal opinion of the new subway as an investment?
Well, I would say it's vice versa.
Well, how do you mean?
The subway's a hole in the city, and the city's in the hole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curtis Preen. A subway builder who didn't make the 6th Avenue subway, but who gives his opinion of subways in general, is one Bramson Grime. How long have you been building subways, Mr. Grime?
Man and boy, I've been in the subway game 40 years.
Both of you, hey? You don't say.
Well, I invented the first subway.
Really?
Yep, I got the idea from a gopher.
A gopher, Bramson?
Yeah. I seen a gopher burrowing into the ground. I said to myself, if that little gopher can make a hole in the ground, Bramson Grime, so can you.
And you started making holes in the ground?
Yeah, at first it was only a hobby. Then I worked it up into a business.
Well, how did you make a subway in those days, Mr. Grime?
Well, I used to harness about 2,000 gophers. I'd get behind them with a big whip, yell, giddy-up, and into the ground we'd go.
Well, wasn't it rather haphazard building subways that way?
Yeah, I never could tell where my subway was coming out.
I see.
Well, take the time I started building that hole to Jersey.
From New York to Jersey City?
Yeah, I was underground 4 days. Came up in a lady's backyard in Hoboken.
You came up with 2,000 gophers in a woman's backyard in Hoboken? Well, what did you do?
Nothing. I tipped me hat, said, excuse me, lady, turned my gophers around, yelled, tally-ho, and back we went into the ground.
You started burrowing again?
2 days later, I come out in Jersey City.
Well, what do you know?
Today, that hole is known as the Hudson Tunnel.
What do you think has been your outstanding subway job to date, Mr. Grime?
Oh, 1913, the mayor of New York sent for me. I made the Brooklyn subway.
Good for you.
The people in New York owe me a debt of gratitude to this day.
Why?
Thanks to me, people can go from New York to Brooklyn without being seen.
Well, thank you. A young lady who became famous overnight as a result of her initial ride in the new subway is, what is your name, miss?
Babette Wasservogel.
Babette Wasservogel. And what is your claim to fame, Babette?
I was the first lady to get a seat on the new 6th Avenue sub.
First lady to get a seat. Well, how did this happen?
Well, for 18 years I've been living in the Bronx and working at Macy's.
Yeah?
Half of my life is spent in the subway.
And you never get a seat?
Every day it's the same routine. I stand in the subway going to Macy's. I stand all day in Macy's. I stand in the subway coming home from Macy's.
You are going through life erect.
My lap is only a memory.
And in 18 years, no one has ever offered you a seat in the subway.
Well, a couple of times a man has pointed out a seat and raced me for it.
But you've never won?
Nah, I weaken in the stretch.
Oh, what a pity. I'll remember that when the pari-mutuals return. Well, tell me, how did you happen to get the seat that made you famous?
Well, it was the second day the 6th Avenue subway was open. Everybody was nervous, trying to put the subway over.
They were afraid it might flop, huh?
Yeah. Well, I finally gets on the train and it's jammed. I got me arms full of bundles.
Yeah?
All the ladies are standing as usual.
As usual.
All of a sudden, a guy stands up and says, "Lady, won't you take my seat?"
Why, it must have been a shock.
I fainted.
You don't say.
I finally come to and I says, "Thank you for the seat, mister."
Yes?
The guy fainted.
And you?
I sat down.
Thank you very much for a most thrilling story, Miss Babette Wasservogel. The busiest man at the opening of the 6th Avenue subway was Leonardo Schlepp. You were on the go, were you, Leonardo?
I didn't get to bed for 3 nights.
Before the subway opened?
Yeah, I'm at 14th Street, 23rd Street, 34th Street. I'm working day and night. It was the toughest subway job I ever done.
Well, what is it you do in subways, Leonardo?
Well, I do freelance muraling.
Freelance muraling?
Yeah.
You're an artist, huh?
Yeah, I do retouch work mostly.
Well, how do you mean retouch work?
Well, say an artist paints a girl's face, like a toothpaste ad in the subway.
Yeah?
I come along and draw a mustache on the girl.
I see.
Yeah, if it's a little kid sitting in a bathtub, I draw a big nose on the kid.
You do?
Yeah, on Elsie the cow, I might draw milk dripping.
Oh, so you're the guy.
Yeah, I got exhibitions all over. The BMT, the IRT. They call me the Catacomb Rembrandt.
A small, vicious circle, I imagine.
Yeah.
And you say you worked pretty hard on the new subway, Leonardo?
I'm all in. I ought to take a rest, but I gotta keep going.
Well, what are you working on now?
Well, there's a blank space at 33rd Street, and I'm writing a poem for it.
Oh, you're going to write a poem in on the wall at 34th Street, a
yeah.
subway poem? What is it called?
The subway.
Oh, what a twist you've put on it.
Yeah.
How does your subway poem go, Leonardo?
Well, here it is. What is the subway? LaGuardia's pride. It's a crack in the ground through which people ride. It's bustle and bedlam, torn pants and dresses, third rails and slugs and Bronx Park Expresses. That is the subway. It takes us to work. Rich man and poor man, wise guy and jerk.
Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker comes to his personal microphone to sing for you Cantique de Noël. How outdone yourself tonight?
Well, I sure hope Grandpa heard me up on his Christmas tree.
Oh, your grandfather is on his Christmas tree, Kenny?
Yeah, he's hanging on the top branch right next to the popcorn ball.
Oh, your grandfather hung himself up for the present, huh?
No, this was an accident, kind of.
Oh, really?
Grandpa was stringing the colored lights on the tree last night, and the one at top wouldn't light up.
And?
Grandpa climbed up to see what was the matter. He took out the bulb and stuck his finger in the socket.
Uh-huh.
He can't get it out.
Oh.
Grandpa's still hanging there.
Say, you look a little tired tonight.
Yes, I haven't been home for 2 days. I went to see your new picture.
And it took you 2 days?
Yes, I got in line Monday afternoon at the corner of 41st Street and 7th Avenue.
Well, what took you 2 days?
Well, part of the line got pushed into a bus station on 41st Street.
No kidding.
The next thing I knew, I was in Hackensack.
Well, did you finally see Love Thy Neighbor?
Yes.
Well?
Jack got the girl at the finish, didn't he?
Yeah. Yes, I got paid.
Wasn't Jack on the screen longer than you?
No, it only seemed longer.
Do you think you and Jack will ever make another picture?
Not me. I was hoodwinked into this one.
Well, how?
Well, when I got out to Hollywood, I found out that the producer of the picture was Benny's uncle. The director of the picture was Benny's cousin. The cameraman, Irving, was Benny's nephew. And when the picture was finished, I was informed that Benny's father, who is a tailor, was going to cut the picture. So, if you see the picture again and it looks like a sleeve, you'll know whose fault it is. Now, before I get good and mad, what about our guest?
Well, this is Christmas night, and everybody is sitting around the house stuffed with turkey.
So?
So I thought people might like to hear about another kind of stuffing for a change.
And our guest tonight?
He's a sausage stuffer.
A sausage stuffer?
Yes. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Otto Hottendorf.
Well, good evening, Mr. Hottendorf.
Good evening, Fred.
You, Mr. Hottendorf, are a bona fide bologna stuffer.
That's right, Fred. I've been stuffing bologna for 13 years.
And where do you practice this unique art?
I work at the Armour & Company plant in Jersey City.
Well, tell me, Mr. Hottendorf, how did you ever come to make worst taxidermy your life's work?
Well, when I was a young fella, I got a job at Armour's. I started off helping around the grinding machine and finally worked my way up to bologna stuffing.
Well, after 13 years, I imagine you stuff a beautiful bologna, Well, does the Armour plant turn out other elongated knickknacks besides bologna?
Yes. Armour makes about 5,000 meat items, Fred, including a lot of byproducts.
Byproducts?
Yes. They make buttons, cones, violin strings, and many other things.
Well, you never get confused over at your plant, do you, Mr. Hottendorf?
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, it might be pretty embarrassing one day if your deliveries got mixed up and a delicatessen suddenly received 10 pounds of fiddle strings and Heifetz found himself playing humoresque on a salami.
We don't make mistakes at Armour's, Fred.
Oh, excuse me. Toujours l'amour, hey? Well, do you work on these, Excuse me, my tongue is a little greasy. It slipped out, Mr. Hottendorf. Do you work on these other items, or do you just concentrate on bologna?
Well, there are dozens of different kinds of bologna, Fred. I work on all of them.
Well, I thought no matter how you sliced it, bologna was still bologna.
You're wrong, Fred. There's ham bologna, beef bologna, salami, liverwurst, bratwurst, knockwurst, stockwurst, pinkelwurst, getwurst.
Now, wait, just a minute. You win, Mr. Hottendorf. I gave up around pinkelwurst. But tell me, how do you go about conjuring up one of your bloated snacks? Now, what happens before you personally do your stuff?
Well, before the meat reaches me, it's prepared for stuffing by special grinding and cutting men. It has to be chopped very fine.
Bologna, then, is really just hamburger with a girdle on. Well, tell me now, what happens next?
Well, when the meat comes to me, I load up my machine with it.
Yes?
I take a casing. That's the skin a bologna comes in. And put it over a nozzle on top of the machine.
Yes?
Then I turn on the machine, and the air pressure forces the meat into the casing.
Until it has a skinful, huh? Well, it's practically all machine work, isn't it?
Not all, Fred. I still have to tie the bologna in the right places. A machine couldn't do that.
Well, just now, how do you apply those delicatessen tourniquets, Mr. Hottendorf? Do you employ a sailor's knot or a running noose? Or do you use the old reliable Dr. Kildare ligature?
No, there's no fancy work. I just pull a cord good and tight around the bologna.
I see. And now, as an authority on bologna, Mr. Hottendorf, I wish you would answer one question for me.
What is that, Fred?
Now, is it possible to slice a bologna so as to get the slices evenly between two hunks of bread?
How do you mean?
Well, whenever I slice a bologna, I either put two slices in side by side, which leaves a big gap of bread in the middle, or I cram in 3 or 4 slices of bologna, one on top of the other, and get a lump in the middle of the sandwich that springs my jaw. Now, what can I do about this gastronomic dilemma, Mr. Hottendorf?
The perfect solution for you is the new square bolognas.
Square bolognas?
Yes. For the past 3 or 4 years, Armour's has been making a square bologna which fits evenly between 2 slices of bread.
A square bologna. Well, destiny has finally shaped the bologna's end. Well, this has been a very interesting glimpse into the art of meat upholstery and all of its sidelines, Mr. Hottendorf. And I think that we both deserve to be complimented on a remarkable radio accomplishment.
What's that, Fred?
Well, we've been talking about bologna stuffing for 7 minutes, and neither of us has once tried to make a joke out of, "That's a lot of bologna." Now, that is a new high in broadcasting restraint, Mr. Hottendorf, and I want to be the first to congratulate you.
Thanks, Fred.
Now, before you go, I think it might be nice if we summed up the facts on your personal worst inflating career. Now, you say you've been stuffing bolognas for 13 years?
That's right.
And about how many bolognas do you stuff a day?
I average about 14,000 pounds a day. That's around 3,200 bolognas.
Well, they run about 1.5 feet each. You stuff then 4,800 feet of bologna a day. Now, there are 300 working days approximately in the year for you. 300 times 4, 4,800. Times 13 years. That's 4,800. Why, Mr. Hottendorf, do you realize that in your lifetime you have stuffed almost 18,720,000 feet of baloney?
That sure is a lot of baloney, Fred.
There you go! I reckon, Mr. Hottendorf. Well, I guess you just couldn't hold out. But thanks a lot, old man, for trying.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Hottendorf. Sir?
I got something for you outside. Hey, bring in them sacks, Joe.
Okay, Mac.
Gotcha. Take it easy now.
Hey, where do you want me to put these down, Alan?
Say, his face looks familiar, this fella. I'd swear I've seen him on another delivery truck. Say, what are all these sacks? What in the world is in these things here?
45,000 telegrams, brother.
45,000 telegrams from me?
Yeah, they're from Texaco dealers all over the country. Sign here, please. Sign here and here and here. and all the way
Just
down.
a minute. You're too militant for a little man. Now let me read one of these and find out what this is all about. Fred Allen, please extend to your audience my sincere wish for a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Signed, a Texaco dealer.
Here's another one.
A Merry Christmas to the motoring public, and may the friendly, cheerful service of Texaco dealers continue to spread some of the Christmas spirit through the whole year.
Keep going, brother. You only got 44,998 more.
Oh, now, look. I appreciate the spirit behind these telegrams, but if I try to read them all now, my astigmatism is going to have bunions on it. Can't we boil all these wires down to a digest message?
Such as what?
You're asking that you really want to know?
Yes, sir.
Well, the simplest and best holiday greeting in the world, friends. All the telegrams, all the tinsel, and holly and red ribbon in existence cannot say more than this. Ladies and gentlemen, 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast wish you a Merry Christmas. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, yes, Portland.
Mama told me to thank you for the lovely Christmas present you sent her.
Your mother liked that mink neck piece, huh?
Yes, all but one thing. It eats a lot.
The mink neck piece eats?
4 meals a day.
You mean they delivered a live mink to your mother?
Yes. What company would send out a live fur piece?
Well, confidentially, Portland, I bought that fur from a credit clothing company. You know, by sending out a live mink, they save time and money. Now, if I miss a payment, they don't have to send a truck and a man and waste the whole day to get the fur. You see, the man just leans out of the main office, whistles, and the mink sprints back to the warehouse.
Gosh, that's some system.
Oh, mink whistlers make big money. Oh, and beaver urgers. You know, men who urge beavers to kill things. Tiffany, how did you like the present I gave you?
Oh, that perfume bookmark is lovely.
Yes, it's a new idea. You know how sometimes a bookmark slips down into the book and you can't find the page?
Yes.
Well, with the perfumed bookmark, you just smell along the edge of the book until you come to the page. And, by the way, thanks for your present.
Did you like it, Mr. Allen?
Oh, it was swell. You know, I've always wanted to own a copy of the Mona Lisa.
That's not a copy. That's the real thing.
Now, Portland.
That's what Mr. Goodman's brother-in-law said when he sold it to me.
Was it retouched?
No, he just cut the Coca-Cola bottle out of Mona Lisa's hand.
Coca-Cola bottle that Mona Lisa formerly held in her hand is by the picture no more. So Goodman's brother-in-law is selling fake paintings now. Why, that guy's so crooked that you've got to be cross-eyed to look him straight in the eye. Well, I'll see about this thing. Mr. Goodman, come over here, please.
I, Goodman, am aggravated.
I, Allen, have done something to offend the sticky-fingered maestro.
When Goodman gives a Christmas present to a friend who is no stranger, and the friend does not give to Goodman a Christmas present, then Goodman no longer considers the friend a friend, stranger.
I'd like to get a cheap interpreter by the hour if it could be arranged.
Mr. Goodman means you didn't give him a present.
A statement I made in plain English not 2 minutes ago.
Well, Maestro, I did give you a Christmas present.
When? This I'm asking in all sincerity.
Yesterday afternoon at rehearsal, I slipped a silk polka dot muffler into your music case.
A polka dot muffler and my music case?
What's wrong with that?
Don't you know that to a musician a dot is a note and versa versa?
You thought that muffler was a piece of music?
A piece of music, he says. We're playing it tonight.
Well, I thought I heard a fringe in that last number. Well, look, if you don't want the muffler, I'll take it back.
On my orchestra, it sounds good. Thanks very much.
And thank you for that can of tobacco with the broken seal you sent over this morning.
You liked it?
I smoked 2 pipefuls of that tobacco, and 4 moths flew out of the curtains with their little wings up in the air.
A gift horse in the mouth, you shouldn't look.
Just for that, I'm going to take back my muffler.
Who needs it? I have a long chin.
Go away. Say, Portland, where's Kenny? He has a long chin. He doesn't need a muffler. You've got a Balbriggan chin, I suppose. It keeps you warm in the winter. Where's poor Kenny, Portland? It's time for his song.
Kenny's over in the corner. Is pretty low.
What's the matter with him?
Well, Dennis Day told Kenny that there isn't any Santa Claus.
No Santa Claus? Why, Kenny's little toy world must have toppled.
Quiet. He's coming, Mr. Allen.
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, F.A.
Well, how did Santa Claus treat you this year, Kenny, my little man?
Santa Claus. Horse feathers.
See, Mr. Allen? Dennis Day did that to Kenny.
You bet. Dennis Day is one smart kid. He knows what time it is.
Oh, now look, Kenny.
You got to get up pretty early in the morning to put one over on Dennis.
But, Kenny...
That Dennis knows everything about everything.
Meaning?
There ain't no Santa Claus, brother, and you know it.
No Santa Claus, he says. Then who was it sitting there on the 4th floor at Macy's? Mr. Bloomingdale, maybe?
Some corny actor in white whiskers. That's who was sitting there, Mr. Gullible Goodman.
You see what Dennis did, Mr. Allen?
Now, easy, Kenneth, old man.
Boy, was I a chump. Being a good boy. Writing letters to the North Pole. Airmail yet. Leaving a hot lunch next to the fireplace every Christmas. Santa Claus.
Now, look, Kenneth. Millions of people believe in Santa Claus.
Listen, F.A., you're not pulling the bull over my eyes.
Why, Kenneth, I could get hundreds of kiddies to swear that last night they saw a sled drawn by reindeer flying through the air, piloted by a man in red clothing.
Oh, that. Dennis and I saw that man in the sky.
Well, that was Santa Claus.
Then what was he doing spelling out I.J. Fox?
I give up.
Let me try, Mr. Allen.
It's no use, Porty. Thanks to Dennis, I've seen the light.
Kenny, didn't you hang up your stocking last night?
Yes.
And when you woke up this morning, wasn't your stocking filled with goodies?
Yes.
Who do you think filled your stocking with all those goodies?
Dennis says it's a new deal.
That is silly.
Yes. Ask Dennis how the New Deal can get into your stocking when it can't even get into Maine and Vermont.
Mr. Allen's right, Kenny.
Now, look, all of you, I'm going to explain this thing. Gather around. I, Goodman, and everyone. Now, look. Santa Claus is a symbol. The symbol of a spirit. Now, you all receive presents today. You don't get presents at any other time of the year, do you? Someone is responsible for those presents. You see my point, Portland?
Yes, I believe in Santa Claus.
Well, how about you, Mr. Goodman?
There must be a Santa Claus. Goodman is working.
What about you, Kenny?
Well, I guess Dennis was wrong about Santa Claus, Mr. Allen.
Well, of course he was. Now, you ought to assert yourself, Kenny.
That's right. You bet. I will assert myself. I'm pretty tired of being a stooge for Dennis Day. Say, that guy couldn't convince me of anything anymore, trying to tout me off as Santa Claus.
Good.
I'm going to tell him off right now.
Good.
What are you going to do, Kenny?
Hand me that phone, Porty.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
Now, take it easy, Kenny.
Hello, operator. I want to talk to Dennis Day. He's with the Jack Benny program. I don't know the number, but they're in New York. They're stopping at Mulligan's Little Heaven trailer camp.
Now, look, don't lose your temper. Don't bawl Dennis out, Kenny. Just restore his faith in Santa Claus, and you will have done a good deed.
Okay, Mr. Allen. Hello, Dennis? Say, you were all wrong about Santa. Now listen. What? No kidding. Holy smokes. I'll be right over.
Kenny, where are you going?
I gotta see Dennis right away.
Why?
He just got some dope on the Stork.
Kenny Baker, you come back here and sing your song. No Santa Claus. The next thing Dennis Day will tell you, there's no major bows.
This is the night of December 25th, 1940. As the professors of Metropolis University finish their annual dinner at the faculty club, they little dream that the shadow of death hovers grim and black over their banquet table. Coffee is served, cigars are lighted, and the dean rises to introduce the president emeritus of the university.
Order, gentlemen, please. Members of the Metropolis Faculty Club. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our beloved president emeritus, a man who has spoken at every function Metropolis University has held for the past 30 years. I give you our perennial after-dinner orator, Dr. Phineas B. Dull, Dr. Dull.
Thank you, brothers, thank you. Tonight, as I gaze around this distinguished assemblage, I am reminded of a story. There were two Irishmen, Patrick and Michael. Patrick said to Michael, Bigori and be jabbers.
20 minutes later, Dr. Dull is still telling his story.
And then Michael said to Patrick, Bigori and be jabbers.
35 minutes later, Dr. Dull is still telling his story.
And then Patrick replied, Bigori and be jabbers.
1 hour and 10 minutes later, Dr. Dull is still telling the same story.
And then Patrick and Michael said to each other, Bigori and be
Bigori and be jabbers. And Dr. Dull is finished before his story. The dean summons the police. Who will solve this crime? Will it be the FBI? Will it be Superman? Will it be Inspector Bungle?
Hello? Yes, this is the FBI. A murder? You got the wrong FBI, Morty. This is Flugelman's Bagel Institute. So long.
Superman's office. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman's super secretary talking. Sorry, Superman can't take the case. He just had a nervous breakdown. Yeah, Superman went nuts trying to tear the cellophane off a pack of cigarettes. So long.
Hiya, party. Yeah, this is Inspector Bungle Gabbin. A murder at the Metropolis Faculty Club? Yeah, I can take the case. Well, I was due at a gangbusters rehearsal, but I can get Warden Dawes to stand in for me. Okay, I'll be right over. Don't nobody move. This is Inspector Bungle talking. Don't nobody move.
Inspector Bungle, at last...
Don't nobody move. I got just covered like a hockey player's shins. Don't nobody move.
For heaven's sake, Inspector, I'm the only one here, and I'm not moving.
Oh, excuse me, Bud. That's me opening line on gangbusters. I thought I was back on the program.
Well, this isn't a radio show, Bungle. This is murder.
Hey, a lot of radio shows is murder, Bud. Who are you?
I am Dr. Irwin Flunk, Dean of Metropolis University.
Yeah? Well, who's this guy at the banquet table with his head in the finger bowl?
That's the body, the late Dr. Phineas B. Dull.
Yeah? Who killed him?
Nobody knows. We were having the annual faculty banquet.
A banquet, eh?
Yes.
What was the entree?
Fried fillet of sole.
With lemon?
No, sauté.
I like it better with lemon.
I like it better sauté.
Well, I like it better...
Well, I know,
Just a minute now. Where was we?
There's been a murder.
Who's this guy with his noggin in the digit basin?
That's the body, remember?
Oh, that's right. Now, who bumped him off? What happened?
Well, after dinner, I introduced Dr. Dull. He got up and started telling a story. 3 shots rang out, and Dr. Dull fell over dead.
I know. One of the guests must have done it. I'm grilling the guest. Hand me a guest.
With lemon?
Yeah, I like it with lemon.
I like it better sauté.
Well, I like it better... Now, hey, wait a minute. There we go again. Bungle ain't cooking no meal. Bungle's solving this murder.
I give up. I confess. I'm guilty.
Professor Borax, you?
Yes, Professor Alan Borax. I killed Dr. Phineas B. Dull.
Oh, yeah? That's only one man's opinion, Bud. Why did you kill him, Whiskers?
It was that confounded Irish story, Begorra and Bejabbers. For 30 years, that old fossil has told that same story. I couldn't stand it anymore. Tonight, I stopped it.
Oh, yeah? I'm Detective Bungle, Bud.
Take me away, Bungle.
Not so fast, Whiskers. How do I know you killed Dr. Dull?
Professor Borax has confessed, Bungle.
Yes, I'm guilty.
Yeah? How do I know you ain't confessing just to get on we the people?
Why, I've got my gun here. It's still smoking.
That's good enough for Bungle. I arrest you, Professor Borax, for the murder of Phineas B. Dull.
I give up. I confess. I did it.
You done what, lady?
I shot Dr. Dull.
Dean Witherspoon, you?
Yes, it was that Begorra and Bejabba story. I couldn't bear it. I killed him. Here's my gun.
I give up. I can't stand it. I confess I did it.
You confess what, Bud?
I shot Dr. Dull.
Professor Toad.
Hey, what is this? A mystery or the Goodwill Court?
But I tell you, I killed him.
No, I did it.
I did it.
No, it was
Quiet. Bungle's settling this once and for all.
What are you going to do?
I'll find out who's guilty. Hibbity, bibbity, sibbity, sap, Ronald Trance and Dorful Nap. Hiking, kibby, sleet and snow, eeny, meeny, miny, what do you know?
It came out on you, Bungle.
Yeah, okay, you're under arrest, Bungle. Who, me? Yeah, you, Bungle. I ain't done nothing. You're coming with me. Let go of my collar. You going quiet? Are you going to come with me? Come on, Bungle, let's go.
Well, wait a minute. You couldn't have committed the murder, Bungle. You weren't even here.
Hey, that's right. Turn me loose, Bungle. Okay, Bungle, I will.
But I tell you, I committed the murder with this gun.
I committed the murder with this gun.
Gentlemen, please. I have a gun, too.
Oh, yeah? And none of yous ain't guilty.
What?
There ain't no bullet holes in the body at all.
But all three of us fired.
And all three of yous missed.
Well, bless my test tubes, then we're all innocent.
That's terrible.
I thought I'd put an end to that Begorra and Bejabba.
Come on. Break it up, you three poofs. Get over in the corner and sit down. Bungle's solving this crime.
Well, but if nobody shot the doctor, what killed him?
Bungle's got the solution, Dean Flunk. The noise of them shots give the old guy a heart attack. That bumped him off.
Oh, that's impossible. Dr. Dull never even heard those shots.
Why not?
Dr. Dull has been stone deaf for 30 years.
Deaf, eh? Well, that's funny.
What's funny about that?
When I was frisking the body for them bullet holes, I found this piece of paper. The name on it says Erasmus Drum.
Erasmus Drum? Why, he's in the faculty club tonight. I saw him in the chess room before the banquet started.
Well, get him up here. What are we waiting for? Call him on the house phone.
All right, I will. Hello? Page Erasmus Drum, please. Have him come to the banquet hall at once, please.
That's more like it. The mystery solved, Dean Flunk.
You mean Erasmus Drum committed this murder, Bungle?
This piece of paper tells the story, Bud. Here he is now. Come in.
Who is Inspector Bungle?
I am, Bud.
Well, what the devil do you mean by ruining my chess game?
Are you Erasmus Drum?
I am Dr. Erasmus Drum, the famous day specialist. And I'll trouble you to see me by appointment, sir.
Oh, yeah? Dean Flunk, meet the man who killed Dr. Phineas B. Dull.
I killed...
Ridiculous, Bungle. Dr. Drum wasn't even in the banquet room.
Of course not. I've been in the chess room all evening trying to rook my opponent's bishop.
Oh, yeah? Well, Dr. Dull is dead, Bud.
Dead? Why, Dr. Dull was in my office only this afternoon.
Right. When I found your bill for services rendered on the corpus's body, I knew you killed him.
Killed him? Why, today, after 30 years of intensive air treatments, I finally cured Dr. Phineas B. Dull of his chronic deafness. That's what that bill is for.
I know. And in curing the old guy of his deafness, Doc, you killed him.
But how could I?
For 30 years, Dr. Dull was telling that corny Irish story that went on for hours. For 30 years, it drove everybody else nuts. But he was deaf and couldn't hear it. Tonight, for the first time in 30 years, he heard his own after-dinner speech. That's how he was killed.
You mean
Dr. Phineas B. Dull bored himself to death. Begorra and Bejabbers. Thank you were a little late, ladies and gentlemen. A happy new year to you all. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia